spanking is abuse, this whole thing brought up? When do you know a date?
I don't know when people first claim spanking is abuse. I don't know.
Well, then we can't go off of that because
What? I didn't. My claim wasn't that. What? What are you talking about?
no, but I'm
Are you
saying
talking about the studies?
if we don't
Are you
have
talking about the studies from how long ago were
yeah,
the
if we don't
studies?
have a mass group of
Oh,
studies,
when it relates to studies, we have studies that go back 50 plus years.
well,
I don't know.
that's just, I guess that it's generalities for that part.
What do you mean it's generalities? Would you say it's generalities when it relates to studies that relate to diet?
Dude? This is where you think,
Is it okay for people to just eat whatever the fuck they want in any circumstance, right?
That's
Whatever
not the
and
same
how
thing,
much they
man.
want,
That's
right?
not
Because
what
the studies, when it relates to these statistics, they're not reliable.
statistics can be wrong, bro. My opinion could be one plus
They're literally the least likely possible to be wrong. The confidence interval, like the p-values in these are so fucking low. The confidence interval is like 99.9%, dude, which is absolutely fucking ridiculous in terms of its significance. So like, that's wild. So like, you being more correct in terms of your anecdotal evidence over the fucking studies in which have this low of a p-value is absolutely unbelievable.
But isn't studies over the like evidence of like that's like literally an anecdotal, like for the families
No, it's not anecdotal. What do you mean by anecdotal?
who went through that? Like that's the same thing as me saying I went through it.
No, what are you talking about?
And also, like,
How is it the same as you saying that you went through it?
well,
You understand that you going through a particular circumstance doesn't take into
whole
account any
concept
types
is
of
extremely
biases.
opinionated.
It doesn't take into account any types of groups or comparative analysis. It simply just relates to your own
whole
experience. And
concept
that's
is-
a one sample size. A one sample size is not statistically significant.
bro, this whole
Chase, thank you for the Venmo. I appreciate
this whole
it, Chase.
concept is so opinionated. Like you really can't.
It's not opinionated right here, right? This is empirical research.
No, but it's just no facts. There's like
By the way, Chase, I can't click on the study.
there's like it's like my opinion could be 1 + 1 = 4, but it could still be, it's still wrong. Like opinions can be wrong.
Yeah, we know it's wrong, right?
Yeah.
Because of rational proof. Okay, what rational proof do you have to say I'm wrong?
what do you
empirical?
determine-
What rational proof do you have to say I'm wrong? And what
What are
empirical
you
proof?
determining rational being?
What rational proof?
What's rational?
Like an argument?
What's considered rational?
It's in accordance with reason and logic.
Yeah,
That's what
so
rationals are
anybody's
relating to.
reason and logic can vary.
Logic is stands independently true. Reason is going to relate to like premise, conclusion, right?
Okay. Well,
So like, yeah, give an argument.
for what?
Anything. Give me an argument. Give me any type of empirical research. Anything that justifies your claim.
Justifies my claim that spanking is not abuse.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I've given you a standpoint. Like, you haven't even defined the term abuse to me. You haven't given me what is considered abuse.
What's your definition?
Intentfully, physically causing harm without good reason.
Well, there is
That's
good
physical
reason.
abuse.
In spanking, there can be lots of good reasons.
Appreciate the Android. Thank you so much. So give me the good reason.
Well, schools and back in the 1980s and 90s would hit their kids with wooden pallets, right?
And that's bad.
Well, but like their generation.
Did you know there was also like Jim Crow laws and segregation and slavery, right? And all these bad things that also exist in history. Just because they've existed throughout the context of history doesn't mean they should exist.
Well, yeah, but I'm saying like that generation's actually what changed the Jim Crow laws. They're the ones that
Oh my gosh, it's like we acknowledge something bad about what's happened throughout the context of
That's
society
literally
traditionally,
anything ever,
and then
bro.
we've changed it and progressed.
That's
It's almost
literally
like
anything. That's
progressives
literally
were the one actually like fixing things.
That's literally anything ever. Like you can say that about literally anything that's been changed.
Yeah, that's the point, is that there are bad things about society that we've acknowledged here.
point? I was
Let's
just
progress.
saying that-
Let's move on.
I was just saying that the generation above us who has been known for doing the spanking and getting spanked is, I think, a lot more successful than we are.
Yeah, so not in terms of psychological development, right? You're talking in terms of like wealth, but that's how the economy is set up. That's not particularly in terms of like the development, our health, right? Mental health, other things like that. That's not related to that. And also that's not isolating from any types of variables that would be relevant. That's why these particular types of studies are relevant, is because they isolate for variables. When you're just looking at things in a basic view, you're not taking into account any of the biases that you would take into account in the context of statistics. Okay.
All right, well,
It's just whatever's around you. It's called selection bias, right? If I were to go into a classroom, let's say there's people of a bunch of different ages in this classroom, right? And I just go into the left corner of the classroom, right? And I only ask a few people in that part of the classroom what their ages are. Am I going to get an accurate representation of the average age of that classroom?
Wait, you said if you ask everybody their age?
No, not everybody, only in a little corner.
Obviously not. No.
No, because that's called selection bias. That's what you're doing when you're talking about your experience, because you're just talking about things that are right next to you. You're not talking about things on a broad scale. And that's why the overall data is so important to look at when we're making general claims.
I'm not saying you're wrong about that. I'm just saying there's probably also like my side of data in a bunch
Find anything. Go ahead.
I will definitely try when I have the chance. I just, from just growing up, I just don't see how, even though I've taken the spankings, I just don't see how that's abuse. I didn't have a problem with it, and I'm chilling. I'm happy.
Okay. Do you think that hitting a kid with a belt is abuse?
Oh yeah, no, I would never do that.
Oh, well, there are some kids that get hit with belts and they're like, oh, you think that's abuse?
Well, that's metal.
I did that as a kid and that wasn't that bad. I literally know people that happened to, and they've said that same thing. You want to know what's crazy? You sound exactly like them.
Well, but that's like
You sound exactly like them.
That's not your hand. That's a metal. That's metal.
Why is it okay with your hand?
Well, because that's your hand. Like you can.
That's just restating the claim that it's your hand. Why is it okay with your hand?
You can determine how much force. If you hit somebody with a belt, you never. It varies on how much force you're going to be slinging that thing with. If you use your hand, you know damn well how much force you're putting on it with. And the metal part can do a lot more than what you think it can do.
So you're saying because it's less force. So what level of force is acceptable? That's the question I was asking you.
That's basically a combat weapon right there. So that's obviously abuse if you're using something other than your biological hand.
You're just restating the claim that your hand is okay. Outside of that is not okay. So is any level of force with your hand okay? No. So what level of force with your hand is okay?
I don't know how much force. What would you consider force? Like a measurement.
Okay, so if you don't have a standard for any level of force is applied.
I do have a standard, but I don't know how to put that into context.
Okay, so if someone hits a kid and causes bruising that stays around for 2 days, is that okay?
That's a bit much, yeah.
If bruising stays around for a day, is that okay?
It depends. If the kid bruises easily, then yeah, that's fine.
So how do you know when the kid bruises easily? Do they have to have like any type of medical?
You figure that out.
So it's up to the parents.
Basically.
So the parents can just make the claim, right, that their kids just bruise easily in any circumstance.
That's how it is. That's just going to happen, bro. That's how it is. You can't just base everything off of what other people think. That's how it is.
What do you mean?
It's like a parent could go look at the statistics and just disagree. Like, that's just how it's going to happen.
The parents can look at the statistics and disagree.
Unless it's made a law, like no one's going to really change.
Wait, so like what basis would you have to disagree? Your fucking feelings, right? These are facts, right? Yeah. Facts over feelings, my guy. What happened to this?
Well, what facts?
Again, the studies, the evidence, right? Those are the facts, okay? How they impact people psychologically, those are the facts, right?
Those are not facts. Those are opinions.
Those are literally not opinions. Those are literally facts. Studies are not opinions, bro. Empirical research is not opinions. It's observation, right? And reproducing of results. How the hell is that fucking opinion?
If I study something, they can be opinions. I could be completely wrong if I were to study something and put it out there. That's just
so the observation is an opinion.
What you do, bro, what you do with your lives,
the observation is an opinion.
You went to college and just said, "Oh my God, I can use all these big boy words to all these guests who."
I'm not even using big words right now at all.
No, you did. You're like,
what did I use that was big?
I'm a senior in high school. All right, so I haven't hit the college level yet.
Are you 18?
I'm 18. Yeah.
What's your birth year?
September 6th, 2005. That's my birthday.
Okay.
So I just turned 18. But you can base anything off of studies, but they can be wrong. For me, they can be wrong. The lots of studies I've read let me pull something random, like plastic in the ocean. The studies I read on 3 different sites were completely different from each other. So
were they peer reviewed?
No, they were.
No, there you go. Right? There's no fucking process behind what you're saying. You didn't go to Google Scholar. You literally just look something randomly up.
No,
right?
like
you have to have that actual basis for your research, bro.
Obviously, I didn't go to random websites. I went to National Geographic. They have an article on it, and a bunch of other websites that were actually credible. Yes,
I have a question. If you got sources from a librarian at your college, right? Would you accept Would you accept those sources?
Well, if it's a college, I mean, probably.
Okay, that's where most of these sources come from. A librarian at a college.
Oh, okay. Well,
He went through them. He looked through them. Right, a
I mean,
librarian out of college.
I can
Unironically.
I can accept them and say, oh yeah, I would probably believe this. But if I read it myself and see something I don't believe in, then yeah, I'm not going to agree with it.
Well, sure. Well, I mean, yeah, just but like
no, but
you
like
want to go through and look at them, man.
they're
Like the
all
Hantar.
they're all opinions.
They're not opinions. Right? You don't know what studies are at all, dude. Have you even taken a statistics class? Have you taken a statistics class in high school yet?
I don't think I'm going to take one. I'm taking economics.
Yeah. So it's going to be hard for you to understand this because you don't have a basis for like the introductory points.
Right. Yeah,
these aren't opinion, right? These are observation, right? They will test hypotheses, which are guesses about like how it could operate, right? And then the conclusions that they formed from what happens in the context of the studies are the facts, right? And they tell us exactly which hypotheses are right.
But you're taking away from what, like, let me go back to the spanking part. There's a bunch of beneficial things that have sprouted from obviously spanking as well, though. You develop thick skin. You develop a bunch of other like characteristics that you can create through your childhood. Like,
wait, you can have. What do you mean by thick skin?
Like, you don't like. Not gonna lie, I'm not trying to be rude, but you're kind of soft, bro. Like, you kind of.
How am I soft?
You take shit up the ass a little bit.
Like, how am I soft?
Just the way you react to
and
people.
Why do you associate that with that, by the way?
You could that's just how I say things. When you take something up the ass, it means take it too serious.
Can you just explain why?
Why what?
Well, why do you think I'm sensitive?
I just your reaction to a lot of people, you get a little bit heated. It's okay though, I get it.
But I get heated, right?
Yeah, you get a little heated. The guy that was in here last time, that was making the farting jokes or whatever, you got a little heated over that. It was okay. You're like,
I'm not like angry, but I'm like, like what are they doing?
You just gotta blow it off. You can't say shit. I'm just saying, for future, just don't say nothing.
What do you mean? I just say like, why are they doing that?
No, you didn't say that. But
I have this recorded.
You go back and look at it then.
Yeah, I will, and I guarantee I didn't do that.
Okay, but all right, bro. A bunch of people here could agree with me on that. You a little bit sensitive.
I don't know any response you give. If I just literally speak anything, even if I'm talking in the context of like literally a calm voice, anyone will assume that there's some level of emotion like applied there, right? And I have no clue how that assumption even comes from, right? Because honestly, most of the time that I'm on here talking to and debating people, I'm like literally calm as fuck. I don't know what you're talking about. There are specific circumstances where I'll get like more aggressive towards people. That's mostly in the context of like a perceived gaslight or something like that, right? For me.
Yeah, I guess. I'm not gaslighting.
I wouldn't consider me sensitive.
Well, I mean.
Right, when it relates to anything on here.
Well, I've seen it in the past and like a lot of people would. But maybe that has to do with you not getting spanked, maybe. I don't know.
Me not getting spanked means I'm sensitive?
Yeah. Yeah, it does.
Yeah, so you have no basis for that claim. That's an opinion, by the way, right? And then also, right, if you want to relate to me, I would love to see you go on live for 6 hours and debate people that you disagree with, and I want to see you not get angry or even like at all like irritated once. See, just 1 6 hour live. I do this daily, every single day without taking any breaks. Give me 1 day of doing that. I'd love to see it.
I wouldn't do that because I have a job and I make money. So like that would low key like be a waste of time. So like I probably wouldn't do that now.
Yeah. That's probably so on one of your days off, would you do it?
Absolutely freaking not. No.
Yeah. So like you if you got paid to do it, would you do it?
Bro, you don't get paid though. You get gifts. Me? You probably get you get a lot of gifts. You probably get a little bit of revenue from that, but that's not as much as my paycheck. I guarantee it.
How much money do you make?
I make about $600 every 2 weeks.
I definitely make more money than you.
Well, I mean, probably actually.
I definitely make more money than you.
If you were to sit up on here for like 6 hours a day, and you probably make what, like $100, $200 a live, probably. I
mean, I don't want to I definitely make more money. That's all I'm going to say. But like, I mean, I talk about specific numbers and stuff all the time, but I just like, I don't care to do that. I don't want to sound like fucking bragging or anything, but like, come on, bro. That's a bit wild.
I had to lowball that, by the way. 600 was a bit low.
Yeah, dude. I literally have 1,200 subs, dude. I think just in my subs, I make more money than that.
Yeah, no, I was lowballing that. I didn't want to say like I make like 1,000 trying to brag. But I don't make 1,000. I'm just saying.
Okay. Well, I mean, you're 18.
No,
But like,
yeah.
I don't know why you'd say something like that.
Well, no,
Like that was just a really weird claim for you to make,
I
dude.
make 15 an hour with tips, so it's definitely a lot more than that. I was just
15 an
lowballing.
hour.
Yeah.
All right, so 15 times 6. Let's do that real quick. Hold up.
Let's do the math.
Yeah, 90. Okay, so 90, right? I'll give you $90 to do a live for 6 hours and debate people every
wait.
single time. I'll give you $90 to do it.
I work like probably like the average like 40 hours a week.
This is just for 6 hours.
Oh, it's 6
I
hours.
will give you literally $90 to do it. I'm not
bro.
joking. I actually want to see you have 1,000 followers. Can you even go live?
Yeah, no, I can go live. Yeah.
If you can do that, I want you to debate people as constant debates for 6 hours, and I want you to record the entire thing and not get irritated once in the 6 hours. Okay, I'll give you $90.
Bro, $90 is not worth. $90 is
What do you mean it's not worth? That's literally how much money you make at your job.
No, bro, because
That's exactly how much you make at your job. This is actually running. This is
my
running,
job
bro.
is fun.
I can't believe it. He's like, oh, I make so much money at my job, right? And then I said, I'm going to pay you exactly how much money you get from your job. Oh, it's not. Nope, that's too much. Too much.
My job is fun though.
Okay. So again, that's running. Yeah, come on, that's running. I literally just offered to pay you fucking $90. That's running.
I wouldn't sit on 6 hours though. That'd be a bit much.
Oh, okay. So you wouldn't get irritated once at just 1 6 hour live. That's fucking hilarious.
I probably would. I'm not gonna lie.
There we go, dude. That's fucking unbelievable, dude.
But
That's
that's
so
because
funny.
I don't want to. Like that's because I'm not trying to do that. But I would do it for money. But I'm not going to. But if I were to do it for money, yeah, it probably wouldn't break once. But if that's because if I don't like it and I'm doing it for 6 hours and I'm doing it just for solely off like gifts and stuff, yeah, I'd probably get irritated.
Yeah, that's kind of funny. So, yeah, that's kind of like a backpedal. So, like, what was your whole point against me? That like I'm overly sensitive, but you would do worse. Like, you wouldn't even want to do it. Like,
But you're basically saying this is what you do for a living. I mean, do you have a
Yes.
job? Do you have okay?
this is my job. Oh, I mean, I go to school too.
If I were to do this for a living, I'd obviously make it my best, put it in my best interest in live debates, probably to not get irritated and not show that much emotion. So if that's what I wanted to do for a living, I probably would put more effort into doing it right. So yeah, I probably would do better.
Yeah, I'd love to see it. I'd love to see it. That's literally just a claim. You have no ability to substantiate that at all. I literally gave you a basis to substantiate it by literally offering you how much money you're going to make at your fucking job for 6 hours. $90, bro. And you literally said no. That's running, dude. That's running. That's a bit wild.
Well, like
All
my
right.
point's already kind of proven right now.
It's really not, dude. You have no basis for your claim. You had no empirical research. You had no rational proof.
look.
All you came up here and said was spanking's not abuse. It happened to me. That's okay.
Dog, you're reaching right. You're reacting right now. You're doing
What?
exactly what I said you do.
I'm just talking fast.
No, you're getting all heated. You're using hand signs. That's how I know I got you, brother.
I'm literally just like being expressive with my words,
I play
bro.
basketball, pickup. I went to Fort Worth.
This is actually gaslighting, unironically, because I'm literally just talking fast and
talking
saying things
trash.
normal, and that's me using hand signs to speak. Right, is somehow fucking that means I'm fucking like literally mad.
No,
Matt, I
but
appreciate the
no one
subscription.
just
Thank you so
does
much.
that nobody just does that if they're calm though, and you're speaking all.
What do you talk? Many people talk with their hands all the time.
I talk.
I do so like when I'm like on live. Maybe I don't really like do so off live, but like
I talk trash for like literally fun, bro. Like you got to understand that. I don't care.
yeah, I don't care either. Right?
Nah, but you do.
No, I'm just holding you accountable for a point, and then now
Holding
you're just
you
being
account-
defensive, and so you're trying to like shift the blame because you're defensive.
Well, I'm not defensive. If I
Yeah,
was
you are.
defensive, I would just leave.
And that's not true.
Oh, okay, it's not. So I'll just leave right now then. Like prove my point, I guess.
Go for it.
I bet. Good talking to you though.
Peace out. All right, we're gonna go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you disagree. Everyone, tap that screen. Let's try to get to 250,000 likes. If you want to help get it out to more people, everyone, share the live copy link. Send it to a few friends. Let's try to get the 500 shares. Everyone, we're gonna go into the next person. Only send a guest request if you do disagree. Everyone, we are just looking for some debates. Everyone, Zach, thank you so much for the subscription. I appreciate it, Zach. Thank you very much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 32.
For sure. Do you think spanking is abuse?
I think spanking is.
Are you driving, by the way?
No, oh no, sorry, I was at my back
making
door.
sure.
I can step inside. Is the audio clear?
Yeah, you're good.
Okay, so I don't think that spanking is abuse. I think there is a such thing as abuse, but this is why I don't think that spanking is abuse. So when I clicked, first thing I was like, oh man, I better come at this guy with some kind of facts and not opinions, right? So I started scrambling through Google, and I found a study that I was already familiar with. And it was fatherless homes versus motherless homes. So I don't know how many of us are just going to blindly believe statistics, but if we are going to use statistics to argue, only 18% of mothers use physical discipline, okay? And 96% of homeless children are from a fatherless home. You can't say that about a motherless home. 80% of children, either gender, that are in a correctional facility are from a fatherless home. This list is very long. Fathers that use physical discipline statistically raise more successful children than motherless homes that do not.
So you're not taking into account other factors, right? So that's why when we look at like specific studies that relate to spanking, it's very clear the negative impacts that it leads to. I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. So you're not looking at that. That would just be more or less just like some type of correlation. You're not taking into account multiple variables to see if this is necessarily just whether or not it's based on a random chance or not. And that's what we do within the context of a study. Right, we would say that like we have this level of confidence in a particular interval of where the mean is supposed to land, right? And that we would want it to be like the smallest possible chance that it'd be wrong, right? And within some of the studies that I reference, right, there's like a 99.9% confidence, right? So that's like a 0.01% chance, right, that it's going to be up to like some sort of just random association.
All right. So
you get what I'm saying, where you don't have an ability to know whether or not yours is just a random association. I can give you many different types of spurious correlations, right? Things that are just like people being strangled, right, per capita, and I don't know, level of like ice cream consumption. There's stuff like that. Like you can look up spurious correlations. Right? There's lots of things that are just like randomly associated.
All right. How about this? Let me try to use my own experience and judgment. And I'm not going to say that any of this is facts, but I'll say it's definitely my belief and judgment. So I got 5 children, 4 girls, 1 boy. They get spanked. They get spanked a lot. My son's teacher was concerned about that. You know what she does? She calls CPS. CPS comes to my home. I said, hey, look, I spanked my kids. Is that illegal? She says, not by any means. You cannot use a weapon. If I find a mark, you're in deep shit. Sorry for cussing. So, you know, I'm honest with her. I was like, look, I spanked my kids. And when we were growing up, any mom in the neighborhood would drag you by your ear and you beg that mom, don't tell my parents because there's consequences. Nowadays, you can't do that. You grab a neighborhood kid by his ear, you're going to jail. Back when we were kids, you know, Justin's mom or Sydney's mom comes over, grabs you by your ear because you did something wrong. You knew you did something wrong. You know what I mean? Now, most of these moms you see in the grocery store, their kids are walking all over them. Dad's in the grocery store, them kids are quiet. And there's a reason for that. Them kids aren't abused, they're loved.
So I think that you're just like, this is going to be like an anecdotal notion. You're saying dads, it's quiet. With women, it's walking all over them. Women don't hit kids. Men hit kids. Therefore, it's okay. But then also the example that you gave was women literally like pulling like their kids by the ear or like doing something that would be like intentionally causing physical harm without good reason. So that would be like under the same notion. So I don't think that this is going to be a good way to look at it either, again, because you're not taking into account many different variables. There are different types of biases, like selection bias, right, that you're subject to, which is these particular experiences, right, that are going to cloud the types of conclusions that you're forming.
And I'm not against, I'm never going to tell somebody they have to spank their kids. I'm not going to look at a parent and say, hey, your kid's out of line, you need to spank your kids. You know, different people use different forms of discipline, but I believe if you're not causing physical harm, if you don't cause a detachment between you and your child, you know, if your child doesn't flinch when you get up, you're not abusing that kid. If your kid runs to you for a hug and loves you, and your kid knows, man, if I screw around, my dad's going to spank me. I shouldn't have did that. As I'll tell you, you act out of line in a courtroom, they're going to use physical abuse. Any kind of discipline that you think of, the law is going to use physical
Wait,
abuse.
by the way, you can abuse someone and they can still like go to you for like that type of stuff. There's like trauma bond and stuff like that. There are many types of parents in which still it's like that, even though you would consider that they abuse their kids. What level of force do you think that you would consider abuse?
What kind of force would I consider? Well, I mean, and it doesn't even have to be physical for it to be abuse. I mean, I think you're right with that. Like, if you're, people know when they're out of line. If you're talking to your kids like they're not a human, that's abuse. If you're hurting your kids, you're leaving welts, you're leaving marks. If your kid's screaming, you're still spanking.
Okay,
You know
so
what I-
marks. So I have dermographia, right? My mom, literally just by touching my body, not even hitting me, 'cause I never got spanked as a kid, right? I would have like red marks, right? She had to like literally tell the nurse because it literally looked like someone abused me when I literally wasn't touched at all, right? Because I have dermographia and it was like going off at that particular point. So again, if it is the case that she just touched me, that would be abuse under you guys that left a mark, right?
Well, I mean, you and your mom certainly know the truth. I don't think it's the teacher's business.
Well, I mean, that was just to clarify, but like, again, you said that leaving a mark is going to be abuse, right? There's a mark left.
Yeah, I mean, I like this debate, but I mean, I don't want to just throw things out there just to win. You know what I mean? Yeah, if I'm leaving marks on my kids, that would definitely be an indicator that they're getting abused. I mean, you had
Like a red mark or a bruise? Do you mean that?
Oh, like a long-lasting mark. I mean, red marks. I mean, look, you and I, we're fair-skinned. I mean, I know you said there's some underlying condition where you had a mark that was.
What's considered long-lasting? Because I mean, I have dermographia. When it goes off, it can be lasting for 30 minutes, an hour, a bit longer than that.
I just had a sunburn.
Generally speaking, they go away, but I can have moments where it flares up and goes off for longer.
All right. So I guess. I don't mean to be disrespectful, but because a mark would last longer on you than somebody else, for you, it's abuse, or what?
I'm asking, under your standard, it sounds like it would meet as abuse, right?
No, I mean, look, and don't take this the wrong way, please, but, and it looks like we're about the same age. I mean, maybe you're a little bit younger than me. I'm 32. You look like you're maybe 20, 25. So I would say if you were my kid and you were out of line, you know, I spank my kids. You know, I'm not going to have a goal to leave a mark on you. If you had a condition where a mark was left that's unrelated, like if I can't grab you without leaving a mark, maybe I'd find something else. I tell you, my oldest daughters, they know better. All they get is the wall. They don't get spankings no more because they're beyond that point. I can put them on the wall, breaks them down. You know.
Also, that cannot be effective as well because you're breaking off communication between you and your child. You effectively stop the communication. You stop the progression there, right? So there's something called time out, time in that is significantly more effective, right? Actually, like being able to demonstrate, right, effective communication and getting them to do the right thing.
So what would you use for discipline?
Well, first of all, that's a form of discipline. But when it relates to general things, communication is the basis of discipline. Like, what do you think is discipline? Is building up values so that people can act upon that. How do you build up values? Communication.
All right. So
You're arguing that like hitting them is going to build up values. How does that build any values?
I mean, I have great relationships with my kids. They're high achievers. They know not to screw around. They're high achievers. They got good values. They don't curse. They eat well. They look great. They're healthy. They got good grades.
I mean, but you're not looking at these types of impacts, right? If you think that different types of physical punishment is considered abuse, right? If you actually look at the evidence, I can send you studies. Again, they're listed in my link tree if you want to look at them, right? They show that there isn't a statistically significant difference between like other types of physical punishment and spanking in terms of the outcomes, in terms of psychological development in children, right? So like if they have the same types of like impacts psychologically speaking in terms of their development, right? How can we say one is bad, but the other is not?
I suppose. Hey, and I'm not saying you're wrong here. You know, for anything, you could be teaching me something, but let me try something out. For a moment, I'm your child, okay? Now I made a mess. All right? I made a mess. Spaghetti on the floor. Let's say I'm 7 years old, right? I can clean this. I can capably clean this on my own, all right? All right, I'm your child. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, we clean it together. That would be how we do it. We talk about it. Like, oh, how do we do this? What's a way that we can like not do this in the future? Right?
No,
This is the way to clean it.
No, Dad.
Oh, you're just like saying no?
No, I will not, Dad. Yeah, I mean, my kids have tried this, and I've seen so many kids try this. Have you never told your parents no?
No, so of course I did. I didn't know you were like gonna role play.
Oh, I'm sorry. So no, Dad, I won't clean up with you.
Oh yeah, so at that point I'd ask why.
I don't want to. You're a poop head.
Why do you think that? What's wrong? Are you okay?
My friend said you're a poop head, and I believe him.
Why did he say that?
I don't know, but I don't care. You got to get to work, and I'm going to take up all your time. No.
What? I'm so confused, bro. Like, what? I would just be confused. I'd be like, why don't they want to clean up the spaghetti?
I'm not helping.
I wouldn't hit them. I'd be like, yo, come on, let's clean up the spaghetti. Let's do this together. We messed up, right? We got to fix it.
I'm not helping you, Dad.
Are you just going to say no to anything until it leads to the point in which there would be spanking? Like, that's just what you're going to say, right?
Well,
like, there's going to be a difference in terms of communication between a child and between a parent, other than just you constantly saying no every single time, right? And not communicating.
I'd give my kids about 2 no's. I'd still help them clean it up, but I ain't gonna
you'd let them say no twice and then you'd spank them.
Oh, there'd be something.
Why don't okay, if they're saying no and if they're calling you a quote unquote poop head, it sounds like they have some type of emotions that they're dysregulated in expressing. Right? So we gotta find the cause of this, not just like spank them for the outcome, okay? Because that doesn't get them to actually fix the problem.
I mean, you know, you're so dead on with a lot of the things that you're saying, but I feel that I can hear that you don't have kids, and if you do, no disrespect, but I think if you have a child, you're going to try some things that you're not saying.
I promise you, when I do have children, I am never going to hit them.
And you know what? There's nothing wrong with that. You know what I mean? There's nothing wrong with that. And you said that you were never spanked as a kid, and you look perfectly fine to me. By the way, your teeth are freaking perfect, and I'm jealous. But
appreciate it, man.
But I just don't see. I just don't see a problem with people who spank their kids, still have a loving bond relationship with their children. You know. The way to go, get out there on the field, play. I'm not going to give you a participation trophy. You tried your best. You lost. Better luck next time. You talk back to me, I'm going to smack you on the mouth. Love you. Give you everything that you need. Don't try me. You know,
I don't think in order to say that, like, oh, this is a parental relationship, right, that you need to hit your kid. I think that you can establish that there's a parental relationship by the nature of communication.
No, I mean, it's so. I think this
showing them what to do, right? You want them to emulate what you're doing, right? If you don't actually show them what to do, right, and you don't want them to emulate what you do, well, then that's going to be harmful. Like when you hit them, right? What does that tell them? It tells them that effective ways to treat people that you love, right, is hitting in some circumstances. That's how a kid sees that.
There's some truth to this because with me having 5 kids and they're from the ages 10 is my oldest and my youngest is 4. And when I had my first daughter, she probably got the brunt of the spanking. She probably got more spankings than any of my kids. When I had my second daughter, my oldest, when she was around 3 or 4, when she got mad, she would spank my youngest daughter. And my wife was like, no more of this. No more spankings. Cut out the spankings, right? So I was like, all right, let's try this wall. Let's try the timeout. And I never liked the corner because they'd cheat. They'd try to turn their head. So I was like, they're getting a flat wall. Nose stays on the wall. And sure enough, when I had my third child, which was my son.
You're muted, by the way. So, hello? Oh, did you get a call? Home Garden, send a guest request back, man. It sounds like you got a call. Home Garden, send a guest request back. It sounds like you got a call. But yeah, it sounds like they reproduced the same thing that they saw in the loving relationship outside of that. Yeah, so my point would be is that if you've seen them reproduce the same actions that you showed to the children, wouldn't that kind of be demonstrating the point that we're referencing here?
Yeah, so I've tried so many different methods, but I can tell you, it's not like I'm, thirsty to spank my kids, but there's a place for it.
Yeah, but like if it causes them to be significantly more aggressive, if it increases the likelihood that they're going to be disobedient, engage in bad behavior, and increases the likelihood of like anxiety, PTSD, and depression, right? Why would we say that this is an effective way to discipline our children? Seems like it's degrading to discipline, right? In terms of the values that they have to act in a good manner.
Well, you mind if I turn my camera on for a moment?
Sure, go for it.
All right, let me see if I can find the button. So let me go camera. Turn on camera.
I sent you an invite if you'd like to.
All right, save, I guess. So don't laugh at me because I just got off work and I'm all fluffy. But does this look like a kid that's afraid of me? Right?
So like, again, I don't think this is the best way to do this, by the way, because like she's like literally just standing next to you, but
she's always full of smiles, but she like there's a good relationship between my children and I, and she knows if anybody's got her, if she's scared, the first thing she does, she screams dad, right? She doesn't even scream for mom. She loves mom.
Yeah, so the idea here is that, yeah, you can still have what you think is a loving relationship. That doesn't mean that you're not doing things that could be detrimental towards their outcomes. For example, right, if we're relating to a particular diet, right, and you're giving them a diet that is not effective towards their overall development, physiologically speaking and psychologically speaking, right, wouldn't that be harmful towards that child? Wouldn't you say that, oh, we should probably stop giving them this particular diet?
I mean, yeah, I guess I'm pretty big on diet too. I don't like to get around a lot of, like, they don't even take.
And why are we big on diet?
Oh man, a lot of things scare me with what we consume. I don't even let them take over-the-counter medicine. I always try to find something natural or a home remedy first.
Yeah. So like, natural or home. So you don't use evidence or studies? I appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. To determine what types of medicine you give your children?
Well, so I happen to be really familiar with pharmaceuticals, and there's no such over-the-counter medication that doesn't cause a side effect. There are natural remedies that don't, right? I'm not saying that, if I have a headache, I might take a Tylenol, but nobody's going to convince me that your headache is from a lack of Tylenol. You know what I mean? Nobody's going to say that their inflammation is from a lack of ibuprofen.
It can be, right? Because ibuprofen can help with those things. What are you talking about? Right? So because it wouldn't be that it wouldn't be the case that, or in this scenario, it would be the case that you can cause yourself to have less inflammation if you were to engage in this, right? So it is the case if you do not take this, right, you are putting yourself or causing yourself to be at a higher risk of these things. The same way that if you don't get a vaccine, you're putting yourself at a higher risk of negative outcomes when it relates to different types of illnesses.
I don't know that this is one that we're going to agree on, and I'm not saying that you're wrong, but, there's some very effective medicines out there. But you ain't never found a medicine that it wasn't initially made from earth, from plants, all right? And there's no such plant out there that says don't take 12 of these within 8 hours.
There actually are. There are literally poisonous plants. Don't eat the plants.
Yeah. Don't consume poison.
Yeah, just because something's natural doesn't mean it's good, right?
Yes. So don't consume poison.
Yeah,
Well, I think you're onto something there.
I know, right?
I'm saying no, and I always encourage people like, look, if you got to take medicine, take medicine. You know, like if there's some kind of like if you need insulin for diabetes and you can't get that from a plant, you know, do what it is that you got to do. But if it's something like a simple antibiotic and this isn't a critical infection, and you can take something natural like some garlic or some onions or some turmeric, really
If
hot.
it's going to be the same level of effectiveness, sure, right? But if there are other things that are more effective, do what we have reason to believe is going to be effective. Don't just randomly do some like onions or that's like not really good medical advice.
Okay. I mean, I don't know how people lived without pharmacies for so long. I'll tell you something that's real interesting.
Yeah,
So-
they died at higher rates than we do now.
Oh, our life expectancy has dropped by 30 years in the last two
It has
centuries.
not dropped 30 years. That's false. What the fuck are you talking about? It has increased year after year after year. It is only the case that during COVID we saw a slight decrease. That is what are you talking about? Let's look at life expectancy over the past life. Yeah, I'm going to show you, dude, because that was such an unbelievably terrible claim. Oh my gosh, bro. Okay, we're gonna look at.
So I don't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead and look that up. But I just here's something. Somebody put something in the comments that said, "Imagine cancer with no chemo," or actually it said cancer with no chemo, right? Which that sounds pretty scary, right? Now let's say some people will argue that maybe back they couldn't diagnose cancer. People just weren't getting cancer like that back in the day. It's the shit that we consume. A lot of the things that we make cause cancer. You see what I'm saying? And this is something, you know, everybody has their own interests, and this is something that's pretty interesting to me. And I know we're kind of getting off topic from spanking. We're kind of going down different rabbit holes here. Maybe I'll save that for another debate, actually.
Yeah, so it's clearly if you look at on macro trends, clearly goes up. Right, over time. That's just referencing like the US. If you want to reference life expectancy in terms of the world, right, you can also see clear increases of life expectancy over time. So I have no clue where you got this, that we like that. First of all, that we had a 100-year like life expectancy before. I don't know where you got that from.
Are you so let me go ahead and take a L on that part of the topic. If we get back on the topic of
Yeah, because like this would be what it is. Like this is life expectancy over time in the U.S.
Wait, is the bottom the
Bottom is now, yeah, and the top is 1860.
All right. So before I take a L and swipe off, and let somebody else come up. So let me ask something. So I can't really claim any religion. I can't say that I'm a Christian or an atheist or anything, any title. Do you happen to be religious or anything?
No, I grew up Christian, but I'm not religious now.
So, and this is why, and I'm not going to say anybody's right or wrong, but this is why I would say that, you know, a debate like spanking being abuse or just being simple discipline, I think this is going to be one of those never-ending debates, right? This is going to be like a political debate or it could even be like race-related debates. So, and no disrespect. So you were raised without physical discipline. You turned out just fine. You look fine. You were raised Christian. It's like our God is a disciplining God, right? Except, you know, we're here debating about if spanking is abuse, but at least we didn't flood the fucking earth.
Yeah.
Somebody typed in crickets. It's because I'm out in the country in Ohio. Somebody put in the comments.
Yeah, no, like I'm confused. Yeah, like I mean, I'm not religious now, so I mean, I'm not disagreeing with you there.
No, I'm just saying. Like, if somebody raises their kids without physical discipline, and those kids turn out just fine, you can't debate that. Different people parent in different ways. I do spank my kids. There's a time and a place for it. I'm not out like spanking them every day. I'm watching them here study. They came home. They're doing their homework without being told. They're doing just fine. If they get out of line, they're probably going to get a spanking. But like I said. You said you were raised without spanking. You look like you turned out just fine.
All right. Well, is there anything else you want to add or talk about?
No, I think I'll swipe off.
All right, we're going to appreciate it. We're going to go on to the next person, everyone. If you like the content, follow me. If you haven't already, tap that screen, everyone. Let's try to get to 500,000 likes. If you want to help get it out to more people, everyone, share the live. Let's try to get to 500 shares. It should help get it out to more people. Copy link, send it to a few friends. We're going to go on to the next person. Again, if you like my content, follow me if you haven't already, everyone. Yo, thank you for the hand tower. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Oh, they're definitely driving. Definitely driving. All right, we're gonna go to the next person again. Only send a guest request. If you disagree, everyone, we are just looking for some debates, y'all. Keep tapping that screen in the meantime. Let's try to get to 500,000 likes, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello.
Yeah, do you think spanking is abuse?
I don't think it's appropriate at all.
All right, well, I'm just looking for people who disagree, but I appreciate you coming up. Thank you so much, Denise. I appreciate it. We're going to go on to the next person again. Send a guest request. If you disagree, we are just looking for some debates, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello,
How old are you?
27.
For sure. Do you think spanking is abuse?
I think it depends. For like when you educating like your kids, I feel like not spanking, but like hitting once in a while, like, I don't know.
Yeah, why do you think hitting your child is okay?
I just think like sometimes like in certain situations, it's okay, because like, I just feel like it's like a form like of punishment. In like I feel like they learn like they're gonna really like they're not gonna do that again if you do it. Like I don't know. I don't know how to explain.
So you're saying it's effective for learning? So I can send you multiple different studies that relate to the idea that children are significantly more likely to be disobedient and engage in bad behavior given the fact that they're spanked. They're more likely to engage in aggressive behavior. They're more likely to have anxiety, PTSD, depression. So if that's the case, how could we say that this is an effective way to get kids to learn discipline when clearly it seems like it's like demeaning to discipline?
Yeah, right. I feel like only when you have a kid, you can see like what's gonna work for your kid,
So are you saying only parents know what's best for the kid?
Yes, of course, obviously. Like when you have your
do you think
kid,
any
you're gonna know
type of
what.
parenting mechanism or any type of parenting style should be allowed legally?
No, that's not what I said at all. Not
So
any
the parent
parenting.
isn't the best.
Hmm?
So the point would be is that the parent isn't always the best at determining what's best for the kid.
No, that's not what I said. I said that the parent always knows, not always knows, but like most of the time knows how to educate their own child. And sometimes like okay, like some of them like cross the line. Some parents do. I get it. But the parent always gonna know what's best for their child. Always gonna know like
Okay,
how
so
to,
a parent
like,
is always going to know what's
educate.
best for the child, right? But then I brought up a scenario that you said that not every single type of parenting style is going to be acceptable. So how come in
Yeah,
that
that's
circumstance
true.
they don't know what's best for the kid?
Right, yes. I mean, not all of them, yes.
Okay, so parents aren't always going to know what's best, all right, in terms of like what the kid is going to be doing in terms of learning. So how do we know when parents are right and when parents are wrong?
I mean, like when you get to a point where your kid gets like bruised, that's bad, but like hitting like in a way that's not gonna really bruise them is fine.
Okay, so for example, right, there's going to be some children that bruise not as easily as other children, right? And some of those children would be able to experience significantly higher levels of force or pain when they get hit, comparative to other kids who would get hit less hard, but would receive a bruise because they are more likely to get bruised at lower rates of force. So again, a kid
But like I
is this level of
said,
force and this level of force. This is not abuse, and then this is abuse.
but also like I don't think people like should really like you can tell when it's abuse, you know, like for I've seen like parents like have you seen that story about a parent putting a kid inside the oven? That's abuse, you know, like of course like you can tell like when it's abuse, but like hitting your kid like, you know,
Yeah,
like
hitting
when
your
you're like
kid, it's
educating
obviously
your kid,
abuse.
it's fine.
Yeah, hitting your kid is obviously abuse, right? Without good reason. Like this is clearly not a good reason to hit your kid, right? So that would be abuse under my view, right? Because you're intentfully physically harming your child without good reason.
I mean, obviously there's
You just paused, by the way. Hello? Oh, and by the way, everyone, there's not a statistically significant difference between like other types of physical abuse or physical punishment and spanking that would indicate that one has more like psychological impacts, negatively speaking, than the other one. There's not a statistically significant distinction. If you want to look at that particularly, in my link tree in my bio, everyone, you can click on it. There's like a sources thing. You can click on that, and you should be able to see like a folder. They just left, by the way. I didn't kick them. They like a folder which is about spanking, and you can see like the entire source document we have for that. I can show it right now. We're just building it up with like Matt right now. So we've got it built up. You can look through a bunch of different sources. We also have stuff with like timeout and time in that show like alternatives as well. And we're building that up as we go, but that's what we've started out with. We're going to go to the next person. Again, only send a guest request. If you disagree, tap that screen, everyone. In the meantime, let's try to get to 500,000 likes, y'all. All right, for some reason, it's not accepting this. You look like Dean today? Why do I look like Dean today? That's fucking tough. Honestly, that's kind of rude. I look like Dean? Ew. Ew. Can you imagine? Ew. I'm kidding, chat. I'm kidding.
Yes,
Yo, what's up? How old are
finally.
you?
What's good, Parker?
How old are you?
I'm 19, 2004, February 26.
For sure. Do you think that spanking is abuse?
I think spanking with your hand is not abuse, as long as you don't leave a bruise.
Okay, so bruising is when you consider it to be abuse. Did you hear what I just said in relation to that? Or should I repeat?
Actually, just repeat it for me, bro.
Yeah, for sure. So there are some children that are going to be bruised easier than other children. So the level of force that they can experience in order for there to be a bruise is going to be significantly lower than that of another child. For example, right, they would be at a higher level of force and they didn't receive a bruise. And at this level of force, this kid received a bruise. This is considered abuse. This is not considered abuse, even though this is significantly higher in terms of the level of force.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I remember you saying that. So when I'm saying bruising, I mean, like, as long as the bruise doesn't show for over a period of 24 hours, like it's a major bruise that you can see vividly with your eyes. I don't think it's abuse to spank your kids. I think that if you actually have sources too, that says like it's actually allowed to spank your kid. It's not illegal. And usually any terms of abuse, it's usually illegal. Besides like,
So legality isn't going to determine this at all, right? There are lots of things that have been legal, historically speaking, that have been abusive. Do you want me to like name them, or do you know them already?
I mean, you can name them if you want to, if you feel like it.
Slavery, Jim Crow laws in America.
Wait. What did you say again before that? My fault. I'm looking
Slavery?
At my PC. Before that. Say it again.
That's what I said. That was what I first said.
Brother. You said, but why are you bringing up slavery again? What did you say? I forgot. I'm not going to lie. I was looking at these sources. My
There are
fault.
different types of abuse that have been considered legal.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, we're talking slavery is just crazy to say. When we're talking about spanking our kids, slavery is crazy. I don't know why we're even bringing up slavery. Like that don't even.
I just told you. You brought up legality,
I understand
dude.
what you're trying
You
to
said
say.
no. Hold on, man.
I understand what you're
Come
trying
on,
to
dude.
say.
Don't act like what I'm saying is dumb right now.
About our
You
own
brought up
kids.
legality. You said usually legality is going to be holding abuse, and this is going to be a reason as to why this is not abuse. Well, it is the case that it was legal for people to engage in slavery. Was that not abuse? Clearly, it was abuse. So just because something's legal doesn't mean
we're
it's
talking
going
about
to be
something so drastic, my brother. We're talking about spanking our kids. We're not talking about taking a whole people and putting them to slavery and spanking them to work. We're not talking
Oh
about
my
that.
God.
We're talking about
Are you
spanking
not
our kids. So
understanding
what
what I'm
is the
comparing?
relativity? No. That's stupid. That's out of context. You're
No, it's
gaslighting,
not.
Brother. You're
I'm not gaslighting
brother.
anything.
No, you are. You're talking about slavery.
Dude, this is a reductio ad absurdism.
You're off topic. You're off
No.
topic.
Hey, man, can you look up
You're
what a
off topic.
reductio ad absurdism is? I'm
not
reducing
looking
your
at it,
view
brother.
to either an absurd claim or a contradiction.
Let's
this is
get back-
common within the context of philosophy.
Listen, brother. Let's get back on to the topic of
Did you just
spanking.
repeat
We're not
to me what I
talking
just said? Cash, repeat to me what I just said.
No, I'm not. I'm not listening to what you just said because
Why?
we're not on the topic of spanking.
Wait,
You're
Cash,
talking about slavery.
why the hell should I
are you
even
talking
allow
about?
you to continue speaking on my platform if you're not going to engage with what I'm saying? Appreciate
Because
the money,
you're
gun.
talking
Thank you so
about
much.
slavery. I said, let's
Cash,
get
I
back
can
on
quickly just go on to the next
about.
person if you don't understand the concepts, so you don't want to engage with them. I can go on to the next
I'm
person like that.
engaged
Do you
in the
actually want to
conversation,
engage?
But I want to be engaged in the conversation that is on the topic, brother.
This
Are
is
you mad
engaging
right
in the
now?
conversation of
Let's
the
calm
topic.
down. Let's calm down for a second.
I'm completely
Let's
calm
down
right
for a
now.
second.
I'm completely calm.
Here, I'll give you a scenario since like I need you to calm down for a little bit.
Am I not calm?
Now you are a little bit. Let's get it together though.
I was calm the whole time. If anything, anyone's
gaslighting,
gaslighting, it was you there. That's very clearly gaslighting. I was calm the entire
Let's just
time.
get back onto the topic. We don't even have to talk about nothing. We can just get back on the topic, brother.
I was on the topic.
Okay, so let's.
You brought up legality, so legality is not a point.
Okay, that's cool, brother. That's cool. Now let's get on the topic.
So legality is not a point. That's relevant, right?
I mean, brother, you just compared it to slavery. Like, what are you talking about?
Again, on the basis of legality, or because that was
On the
considered
basis
legal.
of legality, bro. It's slavery. We're talking about something from a whole different generation. We're talking about
just because. Here's the point. Here's the point. Just because something is. Hold up. Here's the point. Just because something is. Just because something is not legal or illegal doesn't mean it's right or wrong. Do you agree?
I agree.
Okay, there you go. Then why'd you bring up legality as a point as to why you should say that spanking is not abuse? If again, it doesn't determine whether or not it's right or wrong on the basis of there being a law. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I understand what you're saying, but it doesn't affect anything from it being physical abuse. I see what you're trying to do, but it's just not working. You feel me? So let's go to the next topic. Because that was just stupid.
It wasn't. You're misunderstanding in general, right? This is absolutely, it makes complete sense to bring that up, because what we're doing is we're testing the original principle to say, oh, just because something is legal doesn't mean it should be considered this way. There are many things that have been legal throughout the context of history in which we do not want it to be that way, right? And we think it's wrong.
Yes, sir. I agree. I agree with what you're saying.
That's the point I'm referencing. So like the analogy I brought up was completely valid.
I think you were taken out of context, but whatever.
I don't know. What did I take out of context?
Slavery we're just talking about something from decades ago that was such a long time ago. We're talking about an issue that we're having in 2023. We're talking about spanking our kids. Like, okay.
Yeah. And I literally told you why I'm comparing it, and you're still not understanding.
Okay.
Why did I say I'm comparing it? What did I compare?
Why are we still? Can we go on to the next?
Just tell me what I compared, because you're not understanding. And if you can't understand a basic analogy, there's no movement in any conversation.
Listen. You compared legal. You compared whatever was legal to whatever the fuck you just slavery. It was so stupid.
No, it was on the basis of legality. I'm saying that just because something is considered
spanking kids, though. Like
I just clarified. Let me clarify again.
It's stupid.
Let me clarify again. This is what I mean. Just because something is legal doesn't mean that it's right or wrong. Do you agree? That was the point.
Right.
The reason I brought up that circumstance was to either reduce your view to the contradiction in terms of saying that, again, this is in this circumstance, it is going to be not considered, wrong, even though it's legal, right? Or, right, wrong, even though it's legal, right? Or you'd be reduced to saying that this is acceptable. That would be what it is. And that's called a reductio ad absurdism. That's the whole point of bringing up something like that.
But this is not the only reason that I think that spanking your kid is acceptable. I have other points. So I mean, it's not the only reason that I think spanking your kid is acceptable. So I have other reasons that I was about to say.
Go ahead.
Okay, there we go. So I have a question though. So if let's just say you do have a kid, okay? If do you know what that one game called is, like police tag on a bike or whatever? Like it's called like bike tag basically. It's bike tag. You know what that is, right?
No.
You don't know what bike tag is? Okay, so basically, I guess it's like cops and robbers, I guess. Whatever. You know, one person is chasing the other person. You act like a cop on a bike, or at least that's what we did. It's called bike tag. And you had to chase your friends and tag them, you know what I mean? And so me and my friends were playing this. I grew up in a small town, and we were playing this right by a big interstate, big highway that was like 60 miles per hour, whatever. It was pretty stupid. We were kids. So what I'm asking you is, when we're talking about things that can put your kid in reason of life or death, and they're not understanding what they did was not okay. What are you going to do to try and make them understand? Because I feel like when you're giving punishment to a kid, it's for them to understand, like, that's not okay to do. Like, it's not okay to do. And next time, like, you're thinking about your decisions, you're going to think about that. You're going to think about that whooping so that you don't do it the next time. It's not to fear you. It's not to hurt you. It's not to it's not to abuse you. It's just so when you're doing action that you shouldn't be doing as a kid, you know what's right from wrong. When you're doing an action that you shouldn't be doing, you think about that butt whooping that your dad is going to have back at you from home, because he has disciplinary actions for you that you cannot do. And as a kid, even if you're 8, you know right from wrong. And so when they spank you, they're letting you know this is not okay. Please stop doing this. It doesn't mean that it's abuse. It's just a point to get to your kid. They're young. They don't understand everything. Yes.
Yeah. So they are learning. They don't understand everything. They don't completely know what's right or wrong. That's why they're currently learning. Right. So the idea here is that we need to tell them why. We need to communicate to them, else they're not going to be able to build up their values and their disciplines. Right. Hitting them doesn't build up their values and disciplines. It degrades them. It causes them to be more likely to be disobedient, causes them to be more likely to engage in bad behavior, causes them to be more likely to lie and deceive. It causes them to be more likely to be fearful of you, causes them to be more likely to have anxiety, PTSD, depression, right? So if it causes all these different ailments when it relates to childhood development, why would you say that it's an effective mechanism at building up one's disciplinary values?
I don't think that all that happens in every case that we're talking about, regardless of the studies. If it does cause those things, which I'm not saying that it might not, but what's saying that I can't have a strong relationship with my kid while I spank him and I communicate with him what is wrong and why he can't do such, and what's wrong with me spanking him if I still have a good connection with my kid? So I grew up in
maybe the things I just mentioned. Appreciate the Kenny. Thank you for the subscription. Would
okay,
you like to address any of the things that I just mentioned?
Listen. I've been actually really abused, like, not from just spanking. Like, I've been actually abused and like getting hit from my dad and all that. But regardless of that, I'm not saying it's okay. I don't think that you should do that. But it's to a point where my dad and me had a connection. And it's not trauma. It has nothing to do with a trauma bond. Me and my dad had a connection. We had he communicated a lot.
So
of
you're
things
just proving the point that even though there's abuse, there can still be slightly much of a connection, right? So you saying that there's connection doesn't mean that there's not abuse.
As a kid, you know you're right from wrong. And if somebody has already told you not to do something and you still think about that and it runs through your mind and you still decide to do it, I think that you deserve punishment. I think, and when we're talking about spanking is abuse, blah, 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 it's, I don't think it's abuse, brother. You're pointing out a message to your kid that you gave life to through your sperm, your balls, your stomach, whatever. You can spank your kids if you want, brother. It's not abuse.
Yeah. So again, right. Do you think that other types of physical punishment are abuse?
Well, I mean, what are we talking about here? Like, be more detailed.
Yeah, like hitting your kids in other types of ways on other parts of the body, right?
I think that it is abuse hitting your kids anywhere else besides the. I
Did you
mean,
know?
like if you.
Did you know that those have like the exact same statistically? There's not a statistically significant difference, or they have the exact same levels of psychological impacts on children's development. So if those types of physical abuse have the exact same negative impacts as spanking in terms of childhood development, how can you say one is abuse and the other one's not?
Okay, so when we're talking about like spanking with the belt, I agree that it's abuse. And the studies that you're talking about, do they take into account how the parents actually treat their kids? Are they taking into account how they have, like you've been saying, a connection with their parents? Is that all taken into account? Because I don't know from that study. I don't know if that's taken into account.
Yeah. So when it relates to
And
like
if,
there, what do you mean by like there being a connection? Can you clarify?
I mean, like, is their parent telling their kid what they're doing wrong, and are they still not understanding? And then are they getting spanked? And is that still causing then those problems? Because I don't know, like when we're putting into the context
Even
of
when
the
there's
study,
communication,
so
there are still worse outcomes when it relates to spanking, right? So
okay,
that is
so
true,
does that say that?
right? But the
Does that
thing
say
is,
that in the
there
study
are
that you have?
what's up?
So does the study take into account the relationship every parent has with every single kid that got spanked?
Not every single kid who got
Okay,
spanked, but we're
okay. So then
talking
I cannot.
hundreds
So
of
then I
thousands of
cannot.
children that there's a sample size based upon, which generates a statistically significant degree, right? Of confidence, right? That's the whole
I'm sorry.
point.
Say that
Is that
again, brother.
we're very confident that this is correct, right? The 99.9%, essentially. Okay, like
Okay, so
the likelihood that this is just some random like spurious correlation is about 0.01%.
so when you're saying all that, like I just said before, does it take into context every kid and their relationship with their parent? It doesn't.
No, okay,
And
so that's
listen,
not
the
how
thing
studies
is,
work.
can I talk, please? I'd let you talk, bro. I'll let you talk, please.
No, this is a fundamental
Listen,
misunderstanding of
listen,
statistics.
brother. All right, go ahead. I'll let you talk. Whatever. Go ahead.
It's a fundamental misunderstanding of statistics, right? Because the point you're making here is that you don't have to literally go to every single individual in the population to then say what is going to affect the population or not. That's not something that's applicable. Within the field of statistics, we have something that is supposed to try to accurately represent, right? Accurately represent. I can't even think. Sorry, 'cause someone texted me. Accurately represent. I can't even speak. The mean or not the mean, like the population. That's the whole point of it, right? Is we use the exact same types of like demographics within the population, right? We don't have to use the exact level of the population, but we can reproduce the same types of results. That's the point that's being demonstrated. Demi, thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. Is that clear?
Okay. I understand what you're saying, but it's not corresponding with what I just said. I feel like that what you just said wasn't corresponding with what I said. You just talked about how we can take a number of people that have got spanked and that can be used for everybody basically because that's a sample or whatever you're trying to say. Is that what you're trying to say?
That we can get a sample that's representative of the population.
Right.
So representative insofar that we're confident to a degree of 99.9%.
Okay,
In this
right.
particular circumstance. Generally, what's accepted within the field of statistics is 95%.
Okay,
the confetti.
I understand what you're saying, but so look, this is a crazy thing about life. We're all different. We all have different things that we go through. We're all so unique because most of us go through a lot of things and we all act like we don't. We all put a mask on every day. Everybody's life is different. So when we're talking about this and we're talking about the study, like I said before, like I just said, the study is not taking into context how they actually treat their kids. Is it? Or is it not? Because you can treat your kid you can have a very close relationship with your kid. You can have the best talks ever and still need to spank your kid because sometimes people do things they know is not wrong. And without discipline, I feel like they're going to keep doing it because they're going to feel like there's no repercussion for what I'm doing wrong. It's okay because there's no repercussion. What it is, a kid really gonna feel if I take my kid's TV away, hey, Billy, no TV for a month. Do you think that's really gonna stop him from doing that? Like, who cares about a TV? Okay, I'm gonna go to my phone. Like, what do you mean?
Yeah, so you're making a claim that, first of all, without spanking, there's no repercussions for children. That's not it at all. That makes no fucking
Brother,
sense, dude.
I'm not saying
You understand
I'm not
that
saying
no
that
one's
at
ever
all.
claimed that once. You're claiming that because you're trying to say that spanking is necessary with absolutely no fundamental reason. Okay? The studies that I'm referencing, they absolutely do take into account the different types of parenting mechanisms that exist. There are different types of studies that I have within the context of my bibliography. Some take into account these variables, others don't. Right? In the ones
so
that
can
do,
I see a source that takes into account how
again,
parents
go
treat
to
their
my
kids
link
when
tree
it's
in my
done?
bio. Link tree in my
I'm
bio.
not gonna go to the link tree. Just tell me, brother. You got the
What do
link.
you want me
know
to
the
tell
link.
you?
Tell me the link that you're talking about. The one that
What do
takes
you
into
want me to give you the
context
link
how
link itself
because
right now?
you're telling me
I'm telling you where you can click on the link.
Listen, brother, you're telling me that it causes all these things, and you're saying that it happens to. Basically, what you're telling me is these things happen to every kid that gets spanked. Correct?
No, I'm saying it's more likely to happen given the fact that an individual is spanked. This is why you're not listening to me. Because I've clarified this like 3 or 4 times in this conversation alone.
It's just the sample that you put in for your source is just not good enough, bro. When you
Chat, I said 99.9% confident in terms of the conclusions formed from the study. That's the
brother,
confidence.
you said that they took a sample of people and
there's
a
hundreds of
smaller
thousands of people
group of people and took that into a study. That's what you were saying there.
Yeah,
You were
sample
saying that
sizes,
it was-
typically speaking, if they're above 30, can show statistically significant distinctions.
Like I've said before, that you want to keep dodging my main point. Does it take into context how they treat their kid in that study? Does it? Yes or no?
I literally told you it does.
Yes
I
or
told you a
no?
million times. There are studies that I have within my bibliography that absolutely do take into account. If you'd like to go to the bibliography,
and I'm
you can
asking
find
for
that.
source.
I'm
That
telling
should
you
be
where it
the
is right now.
debate, and that's your source. Okay, tell me the source.
I'm telling you exactly where it is right now.
Tell me the source.
I just told you.
No,
Go to the link tree
exact
in the
source,
bio
bro.
right now, and you have the bibliography right there that you can look at.
Parker, this is your debate. This is your most used source. How do you not know it? What are you talking about?
What do you mean I don't know? I'm telling you where to go right now.
Bro, you don't know the source name or nothing? Like, why
Do you want the title? Do you want like the institution it's
just
from?
give me the title so I can look it up.
Yeah, I got you. Okay. I got you for sure. So do you want the one that compares the link between corporal punishment and child abuse? Did you want the one that talks about like taking into account like the ways that they treat the children?
Yeah, I want the one that talks about how spanking your kid is abuse and something that takes into context
so
within that source, how they treat their kid. Because, I mean, I agree that it's abuse if you're hitting your kid and you're not giving them no reason. You're not trying to talk to them about what they're doing wrong. I agree that in that way, it's some sort of abuse. But if you have a good relationship with your kid and they know what they're doing wrong, and, I mean, even if they agree that they should get spanked, I think that they should get spanked. Like, what do you mean?
What is the link between corporal punishment and child physical abuse? That is the title.
All right, say it again, my fault.
What is the link between corporal punishment and child physical abuse? It's literally titled that, like when you click on my link tree, but
my fault, bro. It's just because, like, if I go to the link tree, like, I can do that on the TikTok.
You don't, not like while you're on the live. This would be like after you leave.
Oh.
You just click, all you have to do is click on the thing, you click on the link tree, you click on sources, and then it literally has like the 2 different folders. You click on the spanking folder, then you literally are in a thing that has all the spanking things, and it gives you all the different titles of them. And you can click on which ones you want.
You, in real life, my children, brother.
So you don't have children, so I don't know why you brought that point up. People love to bring that up, right? You don't have children though, so what are you talking about?
You never got spanked as a kid, so you've never gone through nothing like this.
Yeah, and that's exactly why I tell you that it's unnecessary.
I mean, you can raise your kids without spanking, but
absolutely, and the kid's gonna be better off, most likely.
I don't agree that it's. I think that everybody deserves discipline, and I don't think that taking away a TV.
Wait, why is
taking
spanking
away
the only type
somebody's
of
phone
discipline?
is an effective
And why is
way
taking
of
away TVs the
discipline.
only type of discipline?
And okay, I'm not saying that it's the only way of discipline. There's multiple ways that you can discipline your kid, even putting them in timeout, whatever. And the
Timeout,
reason
time
why
in. You want to keep
whatever
open
you
communication.
want to call it, whatever you want to call it, time in, time out.
No,
Listen,
it's not
I'm
whatever, right? There's a huge distinction that's relevant.
listen, bro. If I put my kid time in and time out, so you think it's really effective to put a kid in the corner for 10 minutes and then they're gonna understand.
No, you don't just put them in the corner. You keep open communication. You remove yourselves from the circumstance and you communicate with them with what's going on in the circumstance, how they're feeling, how they can go through it, ways that you go through it, ways that are effective in different circumstances for different people, things like that can be effective in terms of demonstrating to them the different types of values that we see to be effective in the circumstance that they clearly just didn't understand.
So, okay, so what is time in and time out to you? Because I really don't even know what
I just kind of described it, but
so
again,
so what you're saying is you put your kid in you would put your kid in the corner for 10 minutes and then talk to them about what they did wrong.
No, you go with them to a different place. It doesn't have to be in a corner, right? In a place that is outside of the context where they were with the original stimuli. So say it was something that we're playing a game and getting really angry. Let's say they're playing Clash Royale and getting really angry like I used to when I was younger. Okay. All right, we'd be like, hey, we should probably let's put the phone down. Let's have a conversation. Let's decompress. Let's go through it. Let's redirect this energy that we have here towards other types of things, and let's have a conversation. Let's see if we can regulate our emotions here. Because the more you regulate your emotions with your kid when they're younger, the more that they're going to be able to have the tools to be able to do it with themselves in the future.
Hey, brother, that just sounds like communication to me. That don't even sound
that is clear and effective communication, and parents don't know it enough.
I thought timeout was where you go put your kid in the corner or something like that.
Time in, time out. Again, there's a distinction between time in, time out, and time out.
Okay, so
that's exactly
when
the
we're
point.
talking when we're talking about this. So let's say you do all that, right? Like you just said, you took him away from the stimuli. He's still acting out. Then what do? Do you go back and talk to him again?
We understand what we didn't do right there, what we can do in the future. What are we going to do? It would be contextual to the circumstance, right? And we have to know what's causing the issue, right? The point of communication is to make it very clear what causes the issue. And the thing is, this type of communication that you show with your child right now is something that they will be able to use in their life forever, right? They will literally be able to use it with their relationships in the future, their friendships, right? They'll be able to use it with their teachers. That's very effective for them, right? Very great things to teach a kid like early in their young years.
No. I agree.
Because when you spank them, right, you're teaching them that's the way to deal with it. Thank you for the paper crane. Thank you so much. And you can talk to them about that, and you can bring up those stats to make it seem similar to what it would be as someone who doesn't spank the kid. But at the end of the day, what's bringing them up to that point isn't the spanking. What's bringing them up is the communication, the effective communication, the developing of values.
That's not the question I asked. I mean, I know what you're saying.
Sorry. So ask the question again. I apologize.
No, you good.
Anna, Dr. Pepper. Anna.
After you communicate with your kid and all this, because actually I agree. I'm a very big communicator. So I've never known what the time in and time out, whatever that was. I didn't even know about that. That's some white people new stuff. I'm sorry to say, but that's some white people. This
didn't happen with me. I appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. I just had like time out. I just had to go up to my room. I got grounded, stuff like that.
Did that actually help you? Did that actually help you or nah? It didn't help you, did it?
No. Okay. What helped me was the communicating. That's what I see the most is like the going through. Why are we doing this? What's wrong? How can we deal with this effectively? Right. That definitely was more effective. Oh, did you get a call? Cash, send a guest request back. You got a call. It seems like. In the meantime, everyone tap that screen. Let's try to get to 500,000 likes, everyone. If you want to help get out to more people, share the live. Let's try to get to 1,000 shares, everyone. Copy link, send it to a few friends. If you like my content, follow me. If you haven't already, I go live literally every single day, y'all. Yeah, communicating is, thank you for the hand heart. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. The communicating is very effective. Like, thank you for the hand hearts. I appreciate it. Like, I would just like in those circumstances would be like angry. I appreciate the corgi. Thank you so much. If there wasn't effective communication, but what would happen with us? Like, my mom would go tell me like sit on the stairs, and then we'd have a conversation about it after. So I think the conversation about it having after probably helped the most. So it was kind of similar in a certain sense, not like what the most effective way would be. I'm going to go look for Cash again. Cash, send a guest request, man. Send a guest. I got 58 requests. I'm trying to get to someone, trying to get back to him. If he doesn't send a request, I will go on to the next person. Again, only send a guest request. If you disagree, we are just looking for some debates, everyone. I'm going to be on until like 5, 6 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, everyone. So again, if you like the content, follow me if you haven't already, everyone. I don't see Cash in the, I do see Cash right there. Love the outfit, King. Appreciate it. Appreciate it.
Okay, sorry, I did get a call.
Yeah, for sure. So go, what were you saying?
My question was, when you go and do time in and time out, what would you do after if he continues to do the same thing?
I have to identify what the cause is of the behavior.
Okay, and so what if the cause is him?
Well, clearly it could be something associated with him. What is the cause within him?
Let's just say you told your kid, I don't want you going to the park after school. I don't know who's going to be around. I don't know if it's safe. I don't want you to go. And let's say he goes. And then when he gets back home, you talk to him and you do that little time in, time out, whatever. Talk to him, tell him about the situation of why you thought it wasn't safe. You know, you try to get him to understand. And the next day,
wasn't safe to do what again? Can you say that again?
Wait, hold on. What you say?
Wasn't safe to do what again? I forgot what you said.
Like, let's just say I didn't think it was safe for my kid to go to the park after school because I saw like somebody weird lurking around after school, looking at the kids at the park, whatever. So let's just say
they keep going to the park. It seems like they don't understand why it's unsafe.
Let's just say the next day, he went back to the park, and I mean he knows why it's unsafe because I told him why it was unsafe.
Yeah, but he doesn't fully get why. That's why he keeps going back. Because if they understood that it was unsafe, they wouldn't go.
That's not true. That's not true. Somebody can understand what is right from wrong and still do the wrong thing just because they feel like it, or just because he wants.
Well, what would be the reason why they're doing it? Then it seems like maybe a friend is getting them to do it or influencing them to do it.
Yeah, but when at the end of the day,
so if it's a friend, what is something else they could do with their friend rather than doing this?
People try to influence us, but it's what we make at the end of our day with our own decisions, right? So I would have to discipline my kid for not listening because why would he listen to his friend over me? That doesn't make any sense.
Why would he listen to his friend? I didn't say for his friend to do anything there. What?
Well, I mean, you just said, well, maybe it was because of his friend influencing him. But I'm saying, no, it doesn't matter if his friend was influencing him or not. At the end of the day, he should know he should respect his father more and trust what his father says the most. And so when I say, I don't think it's safe for you to go to the park, I don't want you to go, that means don't go to the park. Not listen to your friend over me. So when I'm saying this, it means like.
No. What I said is, what is something that they can do with their friend that doesn't relate to the park? That is more safe.
Okay, well, let's just say he went to the. You see, you're in a contradiction right now that you can't do nothing about it. So let's just say you can't do that. It's too late. He already went to the park and you already told him no.
Hey, what contradiction? That's not a contradiction.
Let's say.
Elizabeth, I appreciate it. I will get myself a real fidget toy.
Let's answer the question. What are you gonna do? Because you still never answered the question. What are you gonna do after he still does it after you told him no? What are you going to do? After you had your time in and time out?
I had to tell you how to identify the cause. I just told you what I would do, right? Redirect in the scenario. In this scenario, you would say, right, what are things that we can do, right, that are going to put you in a more safe circumstance where you can still hang out with your friend?
You just lagged, or was that me?
That was you.
Oh, what did you say? Because it lagged that.
Yeah, so we're talking about redirecting. We're saying, what can you do with your friend that is safer, right? You do this with a friend, or do this with a kid. What can you do with the friend that is safer that you still want to do? The kid already went
to where it was unsafe after I told him no, after I already communicated with him. So then what are you going to do after that? There's no redirecting. At the time, he already did it again. So he needs to get... Brother, so if you redirect it and say, okay, let's go in the house and play with Billy. And then he has no consequence for what he just did after you told him not to go to the park.
So no, so I just told you what it. So you, hold up, what'd you say?
If you, so like you just said, you would redirect it. So put it in the house,
Yeah,
whatever, have the kids hang out in the house. So
Yeah,
after he
yeah.
already told you no, after you already told him no, I don't want you to go to the park, and he did it again after you already communicated with him, then
Well, you clearly make it known that this is not something to do, right?
right.
But like off of one thing where a kid doesn't listen, it's not going to be some type of really bad like punishment. Like in terms of that, in this scenario, it'd be like a redirection,
So
right?
discipline. So you're not going to
It
give
could
him
be the
any
case that like in terms of punishment, there would be things like that I would run that I think that would be more effective. There would be like a set of like a allowance that I would give my children. Not everyone would be able to do this. This is just an example, right? Insofar as that, again, like if they did something wrong in a particular scenario multiple times or something like that, right? There could be like an instance of like a particular fine or something like that associated with this as it's like some sort of privilege. That would be like an effective way to like teach them like what would be like good or bad actions, right? But to not do so in like a generally considerably like bad way.
So you would just like fine them every time they do something wrong?
That could be one way that you commonly do so, right? If that doesn't seem to be effective, I might change, right?
So these methods just don't sound effective to me, brother. If you
Why does spanking sound
you're
effective
not-
to you?
because your money isn't going to discipline you, bro. Like losing money at a young age is not going to discipline you. You're still going to cook for your kid. You're still going to have to clean for your kid. You still have to do all these things. So what does it matter if you're taking away a little bit of
Wait,
money?
so the discipline, this is like a punishment, right? A punishment doesn't necessarily
not-
build up discipline. The building up of
And do you
discipline
think-
comes from the communication.
And do you really believe that way of punishment is going to teach that kid a lesson?
Yeah.
How? When you're still going
One, it can teach them something that relates to life, like in terms of
correct.
Say again.
You're still gonna supply that kid with everything it needs, right? Correct.
Yeah, clearly. Yeah. I'm not going to take away anything that they need.
So even if you take away their money, what does that really do? Like, what is that really punishing them from? You're still giving them money. What do you mean?
No, the idea is that did you think it's fine isn't punishment because you're still getting money?
I think that
That doesn't make any sense. That's an incoherent stance.
I think that it can be some type of punishment, but how effective that punishment is, it's not.
Are you saying that a punishment can only be effective if you're taking away a necessity of a child?
I also disagree with that too. I think that if you take away a TV or a game system from a child, that's not going to teach them. I don't think that's going to teach them. If you try to communicate with
the
your
communication is what's going to teach them, right?
right, I agree. But
Wait, so if you agree it's the communication, then why would you do that?
you can still communicate with your kid, and them still knowing right from wrong, they would still choose the wrong thing to do. And what do you do after that? I know this because I'm a kid, and I was a kid that got spanked. Even after,
Wait, I was a kid too. I didn't get spanked, and I was completely fine.
even after my dad would try to communicate with me, and even after I knew right from wrong, it doesn't mean that I would pick the right thing all the time.
Wait,
And so then
Cash.
So what does it mean? What does it mean when we still pick the wrong thing and we don't get any discipline that's going to actually put us in line? That's actually going to have an effect on me. I don't
Wait,
feel
so
any
hold
effect
up.
of getting my TV
So here's one thing. What you're not understanding is that there is preventative disciplinary measures, positive reinforcement, communication. These are preventative disciplinary measures because they're building up values. They're rewarding good behavior. They're building up values that say, this is what's considered good. This is what's considered bad. This is what's best to do in a scenario. This is what's not good. This is how to analyze the circumstance to know what's good, right? Those are obviously effective mechanisms there that a kid can use in the future to be able to deal with general circumstances. Like that, what you're saying is not building skills. What you're saying is literally just saying, oh, pain response, don't do this particular thing. It doesn't tell them why. It doesn't give them any reasoning. It doesn't build up any of their values. It doesn't change their perspective on the matter. It simply makes them fearful of a person who's loving or supposed to be loving.
I actually disagree that it makes you fearful. Like I just said,
It's more likely to make you fearful. Absolutely.
I'm very big on communication. So when I say I'm very big on communication, that means whenever I had a kid, I'm going to spank my kid, regardless of what anybody thinks. I'm going to spank my kid, and I already know it. But I'm very communicative. I'm gonna talk to my kid. I'm gonna tell him why it's wrong. I mean, obviously, kids do stupid things because they're kids. They're young, you know. I'm gonna try to communicate with him. I'm gonna tell him why it's wrong, I'm going to talk to him without giving him a spanking the first time. But I think that if he comes back and he does the same thing, he knows it's wrong the second time, he's getting that spanking. And
2 fucking times, that is unbelievably little patience. That is so little patience, it's unbelievable. And this is exactly what I think causes issues in society, because when you don't show kids patience, you don't show kids actual true discipline within yourself, and you instead result to like hitting people, right? That teaches them the wrong thing. It teaches them that use of aggression and use of violence is what's effective in reducing conflict in a circumstance or resolving conflict, which is exactly what causes them to be more likely to engage in aggressive behavior, more likely to be disobedient, more likely to engage in bad behavior. Again, if these things are true, there's literally not something that you're getting from spanking your kids.
So
right? You're really not. You're not getting anything. You're actually making it worse off.
When I say actually communicate with my kid, I'm not talking about just a 5-minute conversation. I'm talking about a full-on conversation with my kid where he understands what he did. He understands that
it's not just one time, right? Sometimes it takes multiple times.
I just totally disagree. I totally disagree. I mean,
okay, so if you get something
kid,
wrong on a test, right, should you get spanked?
But we're not talking about a test. We're not talking about a test.
Essentially a test.
It's not.
Wait, no, you told them, you taught them the lesson, right? And then they were tested. Hold up. You taught them the lesson, right? And then they were tested later. They didn't meet up to your expectations in terms of the test. So that's why you gave them a bad response or a punishment. Okay, so it's still the test. It still is absolutely a test.
We're talking about test answers that you have to study. I'm talking about right from wrong. As a kid, you know from right from wrong. When you're doing a wrong action, you
right would be you get it correct. Wrong would be you get it wrong.
Right, and this is not a test. This is not a test. My kid is not a test. Like what they do is not a test. They would know right from wrong. When as a kid, you know right from wrong. If you have a pencil in your hand and you look at it and say, I want to stab the kid next to me. Do you think that's correct to do?
No, that's like, clearly wrong to want to stab people.
Okay, so
again, you are literally more likely.
Do you have to teach a kid that that's wrong?
Yes, you do have to teach. You do have to teach a kid that that's wrong.
No,
you do have to clarify. You have to understand why they're doing this in the first place. You have to reinstill things and values into children. If you don't reinstill values, then clearly they're not going to get it right away. If a teacher with you just assumed that if you don't get it after the first lesson, that you're a lost cause or that you need some type of physical punishment because you didn't get it the first lesson after the first lesson, there would be no learning. Some kids need to reinstate the values. They need to constantly go over it. They can't just hear it once and then immediately get it.
Bro, I just totally disagree with you. As a kid, you know what you're doing. You know what you're doing when you're doing something wrong.
That's like unironically not true, right? Like to say that
mean,
literally
just about toddlers. When we're talking about toddlers, when you're in high school, middle school, there's
high schoolers don't know everything. Middle schoolers don't know everything.
There's already rules in play that they know that they cannot do.
Wait, Cash,
and they know
there are still things in my life today
about?
that I find out to be wrong. When I'm in the context of relationships, when I'm engaging with people, there are still things that I'm finding that's not the right way to treat the people. And I didn't know prior. You didn't learn those things, right? Everyone is learning. This is the first time we're going through life. So to assume a child the first time going through life is going to be able to get it right away is not realistic at all. You're the one not being realistic at all. You have no patience, like unironically zero patience.
Brother, I have a lot of patience.
Not when it relates to like teaching children things.
I mean, I haven't had a kid, but regardless, when we're like, you can't say that either, because what do you mean? You have never had a kid either. But anyways,
no, I'm just saying you have no patience when it relates to children, based on the scenario that you brought up.
The scenario brother.
You said literally after one time that you would do this.
Yeah, if I tell you not to do something, like if I say I don't want you to go to the park after school today and you still do it, then what? Like, what are you talking about? You know?
Yeah, you shouldn't spank after one time. You identify the cause. You communicate.
Listen. Like I said, I already communicated. In my scenario, I said I already communicated. Did you not hear
reinforce? Do you not understand communication is an active process? It's not just a one and done deal.
So listen,
when you think that communication is a one and done deal, that is actually showing of a lack of understanding of communication.
Bro, listen. If I tell my kid, don't go to the park tomorrow, and they go to the park tomorrow, how do they not know that that's wrong when I literally said don't go to the park tomorrow? Like, what are you even trying to say, bro?
You need to reinforce why it's wrong. You need to say, okay, maybe you didn't have enough attention here onto how bad this thing actually is. Like, for example, right? If someone in the context of a relationship with you brings up general things, right? Like, for example, right? If I brought up in a relationship, oh my gosh, there's this, like, let's say that like someone leaves their hair in like in the shower head thing. Oh, can you just grab the hair from the shower head thing and they mess up after that? Am I going to use any type of physical violence, or am I going to say, oh, seems like you just engaged in a mistake, right? Let's address this again. Let's communicate about it, and hopefully we can fix that in the future, right? If I bring that up, someone's going to understand that to be, oh, this isn't something of extreme importance, right? So clearly they're going to be more likely to engage in a mistake there comparative to if they were to see how important it actually was. Right? If someone sees, if a kid sees how important it actually is, or sees how unsafe it actually is, they're less likely to engage in that behavior because they see the importance of that particular claim.
So then is it okay for your kid to never respect you?
Obviously, there needs to be respect. I think there's going to be more respect if I don't hit my child.
Okay, so if you want your kid to respect you, and you sitting here talking to him after he's still doing the same stuff over and over, and he keep doing it, and he see that there's no real big discipline to it.
Again, I'm still saying that there's discipline. They're just not going to get hit.
So I mean, okay, so your discipline is what? Like we've said already before, you're going to
building up the values, the communication. Right? That's not the punishment that you're referencing isn't necessarily going to be the most important aspects of discipline. The most important aspects of discipline are building up the preventative measures so that they can deal with it themselves. And that relies upon communication. Any of the parenting models that you have are going to rely upon communication in general. You understand that, right? Any model.
I agree. I agree that you should.
So literally to reject communication is rejecting any parenting model.
Who said that I was rejecting communication?
I'm just saying in general.
From the beginning, I
appreciate the Venmo. Thank you.
With communicating. I've said that I'm a person that loves to communicate. I'm an overthinker, so of course I'm going to communicate with my kid because I'm going to have a special bond with my kid that I love, regardless if you think spanking is abuse or not. Like it's not illegal to spank my kid. So not even talking about slavery, bro. So who cares? Well, look, what the fuck, slavery, bro? Seriously. And then you're talking about,
dude. You're actually like, so annoying, right? Like I'm not gonna lie. Brother, you literally, dude. Come on, dude. You literally, we already went over this point, and you just brought it up again because you still don't understand it.
Your parenting techniques are not going to, like, I'm not gonna lie, bro. Your kid is not gonna have no respect for you, bro. You're gonna let them do the wrong thing continuously, and you're not gonna do nothing about it but sit there and talk to them in the corner. Like, what are you talking about, brother?
Yeah. So what you're not understanding is actual good, effective communication, and that the fact that this method of parenting literally leads towards better outcomes within children. The corporal punishment and the spanking that you're referencing has literally the same outcomes as other types of physical punishment that you consider to be abuse. Okay. If you consider those to be abuse, let me finish. If you consider those to be abuse and you don't consider it to be abuse in terms of spanking, what is the difference, the relevant difference between these two things that means that one is abuse and the other one's not?
Actually, bro, I don't even know why we are really arguing about this, because it's, first of all, buddy, listen, there was a whole Supreme Court case on this. In 2022.
Supreme Court doesn't determine anything. 1, 2, you didn't respond to a single claim I just made there. I guarantee you didn't even listen to what I just said.
My fault. What'd you say, bro?
Bro, what the hell is wrong with you? It's like I have to go over the same thing over and over again because you don't listen to anything I'm saying, man. When it relates to this, again, there's not a statistically significant distinction or difference between other types of physical punishments, right, and spanking to indicate that one would have worse psychological impacts and physiological impacts than the other. If that is true, if that is clearly true, that indicates to us clearly what is the reason why one is considered abuse and why the other one is not. What's the relevant distinction between the two?
So you want me to tell you the distinction? Oh, fuck, I can't talk. Brother, I'm not gonna lie, bro. You gotta calm it down with your questions. Like, what is that, bro? That's too much in one.
You know, I've asked this question probably 5 or 6 times, and you've not failed to understand it each time I ask the question. Appreciate the answer. Thank you.
You're talking for 20 minutes, bro.
I'm not talking for 20 minutes.
You are, bro. Talking for 20 minutes.
I clearly didn't.
Bro, can you simplify that?
There is not a difference in the psychological and physiological impacts of specific types of physical punishment and physical abuse and spanking that would indicate that one would be abuse and not the other. Okay? So what do you think is the relevant difference between spanking and between these types of physical abuse and physical punishment that would indicate that one is abuse and the other one is not?
Oh, like I said, so I said this before a long time ago. I think that it's abuse when there's bruises for over 24 hours. I think it's abuse when you
Wait, why are bruises itself bad?
Why are bruises themselves bad?
Yeah, like what's your reasoning? I think it's bad. Why do you consider it to be bad?
I think it's bad because you should when you're punishing your kid, it shouldn't be enough to leave within reasonable doubt bruises that last longer than 24 hours.
You restated the claim. Why is that bad?
Why is it bad? Because it's a bruise? Like, what do you mean?
So you're just saying it's bad because that's circular. You're not giving a
It means
reason. It's not because of the impacts on children in terms of their development, long term, short term. It has nothing to do with that. It's solely just based upon the fact that you just think it's wrong for there to be a bruise.
I think it's wrong because it's abuse. What do you mean, bro? I mean,
why is it
it's wrong because
abuse?
of those reasons
Excessive
too,
force. Why is it excessive force bad? Why is excessive force bad?
Excessive force is bad because it can lead to the things that you're saying. But spanking is not excessive.
It can lead to the impacts. Okay, so if the reason why it's bad is because it leads to the impacts. If those same impacts are seen within the context of spanking, why is one bad but the other's not?
Because it's excessive force, and it's actually, if you're given a bruise, that means it's actually gonna hurt your kid. It's gonna actually hurt.
But the whole reason that excessive force was bad, under your view,
a real spanking is only gonna last 10, 20 minutes. Only gonna sting your little butt for a little bit. You're gonna be good after that. A bruise, that's gonna hurt for a couple of days. You're gonna feel that. That's not what I want to do to my kid. That's not my intention of spanking them. My intention of spanking them is to teach them that they cannot do something and them actually understand. Like I've already communicated, but yes, I've already communicated. I've already tried to talk to my son, my daughter, whatever. So when I'm spanking them, it's not for the intent to abuse them. It's not to give them bruises. It's to teach them a lesson that they can't do that. And next time when they think about that, when they think about their decision making, they're gonna say, "Oh, I probably shouldn't do this because I'm gonna get a spanking. I know it's wrong. I shouldn't do it." And next time they're not gonna do it. What do you mean?
So it can still hurt for days without a bruise, but excessive force is bad because it leads to bad psychological and physiological impact in terms of development. That's what you said. But those exact same types of impacts, psychological and physiological impacts in terms of development, those exist within the context of spanking as well. And I can send you a study, like again, the one I already told you the title, right? That literally demonstrates this.
Study take into context how they treat their kid. I've got
that's actually
none of the shit that's on that little study means anything to me. I'm not depressed. It doesn't make me have anxiety. It doesn't make me fear my dad. What are you talking about, bro?
Here, so
I'm in college.
Cash, let me clarify.
Player. I'm doing good with my life, brother. And
I'm not saying that you can't do good with your life. Let me clarify. When you wear a seatbelt, do you reduce your risk of something like bad happening to you if you get into a car accident?
You might.
No, you do. You do reduce your risk.
No, actually, you might, because I've had a friend that got paralyzed in a car crash because he didn't have a seatbelt on. But if he didn't have a seatbelt on, he wouldn't have survived that crash. So, no.
So, again, the idea is that seatbelts, we can look at the statistics, they clearly reduce the likelihood of something bad happening to you. Do you agree?
I think that it could help reduce, but in all situations...
It does reduce. Okay, so I'm not saying in all situations it gets rid of everything.
Isn't going to save you.
Hey, I'm not saying it does in all scenarios. What I'm saying is it reduces the risk. So you should wear a seatbelt because it reduces the risk, right? So you should not spank your children because it reduces risk.
It reduces risk, but if I communicate with my kid and have a good connection, then they're not going to have any of those problems because they're going to understand that it's okay that they got spanked, because they're going to understand that it's okay to spank them for what they did.
Give me a single study that says that.
They understand what is wrong.
Cash, give me a single study that says that.
A single study that says what, brother?
A single study that says
that my child knew right from wrong.
If you communicate with your kid after hitting them, that means that they're not going to have any negative impacts.
Give me a study where it says it does have impact.
No, you made the claim. You made the claim. I've already told you where to look. I've actually already sent you studies. Give me a single study that justifies your assertion.
Brother, your study did not take into account how they treat their kids.
They do. They definitely do. Okay, I've literally told you where to look. You haven't even read it. You haven't even looked at it yet. What are you talking about?
Brother.
No, you didn't. You didn't read shit. I told you it when you were on the live. You did not read it while you were talking to me.
So you didn't hear me typing, looking up the source?
You were not reading it while you were talking to me. That is a gaslight.
Right now, bro. What are you saying, brother?
You're not reading it right now.
Calm
I promise
down
you.
for a little bit.
I'm completely calm right now.
Brother.
I'm completely calm right now.
So listen.
I'm literally completely calm. The gaslighting is so real, bro.
So listen. Are you listening? Are you good yet? Because I think you need to calm down. Look at how you're sitting in your chair, brother. You are so ugly. Okay.
Appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. Cash, turn on your webcam right now. Turn on your camera.
I don't have 1,000 followers. Can I do it?
Let me see.
I'll do it if I can, but I don't think I can.
Oh, you can't. Fuck off, dude. That's annoying.
Hey, give me to 1K followers. I'll turn my camera on right now. I will.
Actually, low-key, we could do that, and then everyone can just unfollow. Everyone, if you want to follow him to get him to 1K real quick so that he can do it, and then unfollow him right after, make sure to do that.
Yeah. I'll put my camera.
Let's get him to 1K real quick, everyone, and then unfollow right after.
1K. I want to show myself actually.
I just want to see this because like I'm so ugly, dude. That's so funny. So funny.
What, bro?
I can't wait. I can't wait to see what you look like, bro. It's gonna be really funny.
Stop that. Listen, bro, we're off topic.
Let's see if you can put your money to your mouth, where your mouth is, man. All right, we got 3.8K people in here, everyone. He's literally almost at 1,000 followers, everyone. Literally less than 100 people. That's how quick you did, bro. That's actually wild, bro. You hit 1K so quick, bro.
Shout out to Parker, man.
Okay, you're almost there. 30 more, 40 more, everyone.
Dang, you for real? Let me chill out, dog. All right.
That is wild. In the meantime, everyone tap that screen. Let's try to get to 500,000. Have hit 1,000. Would you like to? You can send a guest request back, I think.
Oh, okay,
and then you might be able to do it. So just send one right back.
All right.
I got you, Cash. We got him at 1K, everyone. Now he can fucking turn this shit on. We got to see this. Y'all can unfollow here in a second, everyone. He's not gonna do 1,000 followers isn't gonna get him anything, Chad. It's especially with people that don't even like. Let's be real. Let's be real. Sharing the live, we're getting Cash back up. He definitely will send a guest request back. I don't think he's dipped. Why don't they give? They need to give me a search option, chat, because I actually can't find it. I actually cannot find them. Cash is not in the guest box. I don't think. Should we just go on to the next person? I think he literally ran off. No way he got suspended. He actually ran away, chat. Cash literally ran. I literally don't see him in the guest box. I swear, chat. I'm going to look one more time. If I don't see him, I'm going to go on to the next person. Did he just seriously just try to get to 1,000 and then dip? I cannot believe it, bro. Yeah, he's gone. He's gone, chat. Okay, yeah, I don't see him. I'm going to go on to the next person, everyone. Only send a guest request if you disagree, y'all. We are just looking for some debates, y'all.
To lose weight in a week without exercise.
My name's
Want to lose weight in a week?
Can be abuse. It can become a form of abuse, just like verbal. You can talk to someone or you can verbally abuse them. That's why I wanted to ask you those questions. Now, are you talking about just spanking with a belt, full on regular spanking with a belt? I think that's abuse because there's no way you can spank a child with a belt without leaving welts or any other sort of pain or bruising. Yeah. Is that kind of where you're going towards?
So I think that anything that's considered physically and intentionally physically harming the child without good reason, that would be considered That would be considered abuse in my view. Chat, I've literally looked through my guest box like multiple times. He might be in the chat, but he's literally not in the guest box. I swear. Like I've looked through so many times. There's like 69 requests. I'm trying really hard, but like he's not in the requests, everyone. But yeah, say what you're saying.
Yeah, I mean, because in my opinion, I don't spank my kids, but there are times where they do not listen to a point where I have to tap them on the butt, where it's a mild spank, I guess you'd call it, over clothes. I mean, it it kind of just snaps them back into the reality of things because they're going through like a tantrum. You take them away from the situation. For instance, like we're in a store and they're kicking and screaming. We try to calm them down. They're not listening. So we leave the situation. We leave the store, go back to the car. The child is screaming, yelling, saying, I hate you. You don't love me, whatever. There are times where I would tap them on the butt.
Wait, why are they saying they hate you and they don't love you? What's wrong?
Oh, okay, so that explanation is my children, they go through different
Hello, you cut out. You cut out. Hello?
stages. Oh,
I think he's lagging a lot, chat.
I probably lost it.
Yeah,
Can you
you're
hear me?
cutting out. Hello? Yeah, I
Can you
hear
hear
you
me?
now.
Oh, can you hear me now? Okay,
I think you're lagging a lot,
I have
man.
two kids, and now when... Oh, okay. Well, if I'm lagging a lot, we could just move on to
Are
the
you
next
driving,
part.
by
It
the
might
way?
be the area I'm in, but no, I'm not.
Okay.
So if I take my kid's phone away and I don't give it back to them because they have a certain time they could be on their phone, they could get angry and upset, and sometimes they say, you don't love me, because that's just what a child doesn't really fully understand what love is. As you get older, you tend to understand things a lot differently. When I was 18, the way I viewed love is a lot differently than I view it now. So a 4-year-old doesn't really fully understand what love is. And the definition of violence, in my opinion, is when you are taking out your anger onto another person or onto another thing, onto yourself. That's my viewpoint of violence, when you are wanting to commit harm to somebody. Yeah. Now,
Okay, so I have a question, right? If you
Yeah.
break someone's bones without being angry, like your
No,
kid's
that's
bones without being
violent. I
angry.
said even if you hurt someone, that's still violent. If you carry out any sort of
Oh, so
harm
any type
towards
of harm.
someone,
Oh,
any
okay.
sort of harm, yeah. So like if I yell in my kid's ear and I pierce his ear with my vocals, that's abuse. I've caused him pain.
Wait, what about psychological harms?
That's also abuse. If I
Oh, okay. So let me ask you this
Yeah.
question. So I can send you multiple different studies that show that there are psychological harms associated with spanking, right? So we can first of all look at the idea that there's an increased likelihood of someone engaging in aggression, right? There's
Yes.
an increased likelihood of someone engaging in bad behavior, being disobedient. There's an increased likelihood of anxiety, PTSD, depression, right? These things are all more likely given the fact that an individual is spanked, right? So these are clearly psychological impacts. Thank you for the fireworks. I
course.
appreciate it, Venus. Thank you so much.
And
I appreciate it.
Now, I will get to so when I was a kid, the way I was spanked and my brothers, we would get spanked and we knew that it was going to hurt. Like we would be out somewhere at a store and we would be bad or acting up or we'd do something and my parents would tell us like, you guys are going to get spanked when you get home. So we'd come home and we'd put on all the underwear we could find because we knew it was going to hurt. Is that abuse? Yeah, I think so. I wouldn't spank my kid in that way, or if they're acting out, I'm going to tell them, you guys are going to get spanked when you get home. Now, in the situation that I explained, if I'm in a store or I'm somewhere in a public setting or I'm doing something with my kids and they're just acting out, they're not calming down, I take them away from the situation and I tap them like, I don't know if you can hear it. It's like I just tap my phone. That's
So
the way
was
that
there
I would tap
intentional
them.
physical harm without good reason?
No.
That's the point. So I
There's
mean,
no
intentional
physical harm being- there's no
So if there's
physical
no
harm
physical
being done.
harm, I think that if you're spanking them, there would be. If you're just touching them, there wouldn't be.
Yeah, right. So like me just like lightly like, hey, don't do that. That's you need to
You don't
stop.
need to touch him to say that then, right?
That's well, no, I've already told you that I've communicated with them, took them out of the situation. Parker, you have to understand that you don't have kids, I assume, and that you don't have to have kids to be able to determine, 80% of the things to do with kids. But that 20% you can only experience when you have kids. The kids have, let's just say I would only talk to my kids. I would never put my hands on them. Like the way I explained, that's not abuse. I mean, that you can't even argue with me that would be abuse or some sort of physical harm, or that could create some psychological things. Well, my
Wait,
parents
there is
did to
physical
me,
harm there. If you're
that
spanking
could've-
if you're hitting your child,
there isn't.
There is absolutely physical harm
if
there.
if I pinch my child, there would
Physical
be more
harm.
pain being done than. Do you hear that? Do you hear this? Like just that light kind of.
If you're doing
I'm
this,
slapping
if you're doing
myself in the
this
face right now.
like that,
That
then there's
doesn't-
no point of even
that-
touching them.
Yeah, like a little. Yeah, just like that. Yeah, there is, because that snaps them back into reality. They stop. So you're going to tell me that as a parent, I'm supposed to not do that because talking to
If
them
you're
and
doing
taking them
this, if you're doing
away from
this,
the situation isn't
hold
working.
up. If you're doing this,
Yeah.
right, that's no different than me touching
Yeah.
them on the arm
It's a little-
with any level of normal force
it's a
I would
little
use to touch
harder.
them on a daily basis. Okay,
Yeah,
that's not
but they
spanking.
know.
That's touching.
Okay.
Spanking is
So
when you like.
in
hit
your
kid.
opinion, so from your argument, you're pretty much saying that hitting a kid with a belt or hand.
No, hitting it with your hand,
leaving
is even.
hitting a baby with your
Yeah,
hand.
if you're
anything,
touching,
any
that's
sort-
not harming. There's no physical harm there. You're just touching. But
Right.
the idea that
That's
you're
what I was
referencing, I
asking
doubt
you.
it. I doubt it's you're touching them. I'm gonna be totally fucking real with you. I doubt you're just going
No,
like this.
I just-
like that's not
I-
what's happening.
Didn't know. Maybe.
Okay, so you are cutting out,
No.
man. Seems like you're lagging really badly right now. In the meantime, everyone, tap that screen. Let's try to get to 1 million likes. If you want to help get out to more people, share the live. Let's try to get to 1,000 shares, everyone. You already know the deal. If you like my content, follow me if you haven't already. I go live literally every single day. Seems like David is lagging a lot, everyone. I think we're just going to go on to the next person. David's lagging a lot. We're going to go to the next person. Again, if you like my content, follow me. If you already tap that screen, everyone. Let's go on to the next person. Again, if you like the content, follow me if you have not already, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, it's Cash again, bro. Listen, I didn't
this is
run,
Cash?
bro. Yeah, bro, my account got suspended, brother. Not gonna lie.
That's tough. Everyone, hit 1,000 real quick.
Hey, bro, I'll show my face on here.
Yeah, we're gonna see it.
Okay.
Yeah. Just
Hey,
everyone, get him up
but-
to 1,000 real
but
quick.
listen,
Once he gets up to
hey.
1,000, we're gonna bring him back up, and then we'll be able to. I don't know how you got suspended when you just
Why?
dropped.
Why? I didn't even say nothing wrong, did I?
I don't think he said something to normally get that.
But
I appreciate the galaxy. Thank you so much, Mia Khalifa. I appreciate
bro,
it.
y'all gotta chill on my account though, because I am a college athlete. Like y'all just be saying anything, bro. Like I am a college athlete. I got a life too. Chill. Not that deep.
Oh well, I mean, I don't know, man. That's up to you, man. You can go delete all those comments if you really think that they're that bad. For some reason, it seems like your follower account's not going up. Private account? That's tough.
Oh, is this a private account? Yeah. Well, I didn't run, bro, but I want to show my face, but fuck it. It's okay. But have a good time and hey, chill on my comments, dog. I got a life too. Feel me? But all right. I mean, I can take this off private, but it's not that deep though, is it? I mean, I'll show it.
Yeah, I don't really care that much.
Yeah,
I
it's
really
not that
don't.
deep.
All right, just make sure to come on another time when you get unsuspended, bro. We'll have a further
All right.
conversation. Wait, actually, first of all, you do you have other beliefs?
Like, what do you mean? Other
Like,
beliefs?
do you like? I mean, have you seen any of my other topics?
Oh, like, what are your other topics? Just tell me.
Why is being gay wrong?
Like, you trying to do me.
Prove God exists. Why do you think body count matters for women but not for men?
You did that too.
Like,
Okay.
why do you think it should matter for women but not for men? Abortion. Why do you support Trump?
Oh yeah, I don't believe in any of those things, brother. I think body count matters equally, but
Do you think it's okay to say slurs if you're not a part of the community?
like saying the N word if you're white?
Yeah.
No, I don't believe in that.
Appreciate it,
either.
guys. Thank you so much. Okay, well, we agree there. Yeah, it doesn't seem like you disagree much. All right, I'll go on to the next person.
Wait. Hold on, though. So, do you believe that Jesus was real?
I believe Jesus existed and was crucified, just not resurrection.
You don't think he was resurrected?
No.
So, may I ask you, where do you think his body went after? I mean, they searched through the
Crucified. He left on the cross to decompose.
Nah. But when they buried him in the tomb,
I don't think he went to that tomb.
So where do you think?
If anything, there would be a tomb where he was just thrown in with a bunch of the other bodies, like the leftover stuff after it was decomposing.
You think they would really do that to somebody?
Like they have mass tombs. That's what they did with crucifixion. They would leave them on the cross to decompose. That's literally what they would do with these claimed messiahs.
But we have. I mean, you may say that scripture is inaccurate in history or whatever you want to say, but taking back to account for that time period, a long time ago, that many eyewitnesses back then. It's not something that you can just create your own, thing back then. Like it was the.
No, those are just claimed eyewitnesses. Those aren't like legitimate firsthand accounts.
So I mean, you think there was nobody there at the crucifixion watching? You think that?
No, I believe in crucifixion. I just don't believe in resurrection.
Do you think that people, the guy that was going around helping people with their lives, you really think helping the blind, helping all these, you really think that people weren't going to sit there and watch him on the cross?
I believe that he was watched on the cross, but like again, there's no evidence to substantiate the notion that is clear and sufficient to indicate that he was put in this particular tomb. It's a claim in the Bible. It's just a claim.
So okay. So what do you think about the Big Bang Theory?
You want to talk about God on another day, man? I don't want to switch this topic over there. Like we can go through all of this stuff if you believe in God, right?
I actually do believe in God, but we can go.
So definitely come on that topic, man.
Hey, what day you planning on doing that then?
I can do it tomorrow.
Tomorrow? Mm-hmm. Like, shit, I don't got no class tomorrow, but my account got.
You got no excuses. Tomorrow. That's what you got.
Yeah, I got no excuses. I'll see you tomorrow, bro.
All right, I'll see you tomorrow.
Peace, man.
All right, for sure. All right, we're going to go to the next person. Yeah, Matt can come on too at some point. But yeah, if you think that spanking is not abuse, send a guest request right now. Tap that screen in the meantime, everyone. Let's try to get to 1 million likes. If you want to help get out to more people, share the live. Let's try
exercising.
1,000 shares, everyone. Let me go on to the next person. Yo! Nani with the fucking Leon. Let's go. Nani with the Leon. Let's go. W's in the chat, everyone, for Nani. Let's go. Let's fucking go, chat. Absolute W's for Nani. Let's go. We're going to go on to the next person. Again, if you like the content, follow me if you haven't already, everyone. W's for the Leon. Let's go. That was sick. Let's go. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, how old are you?
15.
You got to be 18 plus to join the live. TikTok rules. TikTok rules, everyone. 18 plus, y'all. 18 plus. That was definitely a child. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Jump off a cliff.
That was fucking hilarious. That was so funny. That was so good. That was like actually amazing. Wow. You know what? That's great advice. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
30.
Yeah. Do you think that spanking is abuse?
Hell no, dude.
Why not?
Well, one, when you spank a child, the child knows when you raise your hand again that you're going to get beat if you do that.
Are you driving, by the way?
Yeah.
You can't be driving. It's TikTok rules, man. Everyone, TikTok rules. You can't drive on the lives. We're going to the next person. Only send a guest request if you disagree. We need a yeehaw, chat. We need a yeehaw. We do, chat. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 50.
Yeah, do you think that spanking is abuse?
No, I do not, and I'll tell you why I believe it's not abuse. I mean, I grew up in a different era, of course. I mean, you seem like a young kid, but in my era, we didn't disrespect our parents like kids do today. And studies can show this, studies can show that. But in my era, if we got out of line with our parents would spank us. Now, my parents never broke my bones; they never did nothing like that. But we never told our parents to F off. We never told our parents, "Oh no." And if you got out of line like that, well, dad would put you back in check. And me and my dad had a great relationship. And my grandmother, I buried her back in March. She was 102. So you want to talk about old school? She'd get a switch and wear you out. But we loved our grandmother to death. And when we buried our grandma, she was very respected by all the grandkids. There was 8 of us, So in today's day in society, kids tell their parents to shut up. They tell their parents to F off. And you see it all the time. But in my era, it never would happen in a million years because your dad would spank you or wear your ass out for doing it. So studies can show a million things, but as kids were way more respectful in my era than they are today. It's just like bullying. We take bullying for an example. Kids today get bullied and they want to kill themselves. And I understand that's sad. But in my era, we didn't do that. We handled it. We got beat. No. In my era, we did not.
No, you're actually lying.
But we never heard it.
No,
never heard
you didn't hear about it because social media didn't exist. So the issues that you're referencing is that you're hearing about it more now. And that's not because it's caused by my generation. It's because you're on a fucking supercomputer that's in your pocket, right? Everyone has a supercomputer in their pocket. We hear about everyone's lives constantly all the time, right? Everything about their lives. So that is why we're hearing information like this. It's not because it's more likely to happen now. It was actually more likely to happen in the past. It really was.
Well, I grew up in LA, so I don't know. I never heard of, I grew up around a lot of people. So it's just something we just never heard of. I never knew anybody doing it or anything like that to that degree. So, but as far as spanking goes, I see a lot of kids that give a lot of parents give their kids time out or they take things away from them. And their kids are still brats, or their kids are still cursing them out and doing what they want to do. But it's like my grandma, if you acted up, she'd spank the neighbor's kids, and no one said a word about it. And everyone respected her. So I don't know. I don't believe it's abuse at all. Now, if you're breaking bones or you're just leaving bruises all over their backs and everything like that, that's different. But a good old fashioned butt whipping, nah, I don't think it's abuse whatsoever. No, I do not.
Yeah, so it increases the likelihood of kids being aggressive, increases the likelihood of them being disobedient, engaging in bad behavior.
How old are you?
PTSD, anxiety, depression. I'm 21.
Okay, I have kids your age. I have 6 children. My oldest is 34, and my youngest is 22. You guys are pretty much right there the same age. But none of my kids are that way. They all work. They all love me and their mother. Now my wife's Italian, so she's more nurturing and like babies the kids. But there's 2 things I won't accept in my house. You're not going to backtalk me, and you're definitely not going to put your hands on me as a child, or even in their grown stages. And they've never done that. And my kids aren't aggressive. They're not abusive. They all work. And
the same thing's true with me without getting hit.
Well, I'm not saying every child that didn't get spanked. I knew a few kids that were exceptionally good they were good that their parents didn't spank them. But I know a lot of kids that crossed them boundaries as well, from not being spanked. And their parents just don't know what's wrong. And it's because they just won't get a hold of them and put it in check. But if my kids
can you give me any reason to believe that spanking is going to make conditions better off?
Well, I'm just saying I have 6 kids and I spanked all my children if they acted up. If they disrespected their mother and they didn't do, if I was at work and I came home and they didn't do what my wife asked, I would say, what's the problem? If my wife told me they, talked crazy to her, well, then I'd spank them. I ain't like I spanked them a million times like that, but they knew better. They knew better to just cross those boundaries with me and my wife, and my kids are fine, and my grandkids know not to cross them boundaries either, and we never crossed those boundaries with my dad, my mom, or especially my grandmother. It would never happen in a million years. And I think a lot of parents today are more friends with their kids instead of being parents. Back in my era, or even before my era, dad was dad. He wasn't your friend. And your mom wasn't your friend either. She was your mom.
Wait, by the way, I still had a mom and still had a dad.
No, I know.
At the same time, I never got hit. Not once did my parents hit me. Okay?
I didn't.
And the thing is, I still had that respect. I still cared about my parents. The same thing was true for my sisters. Okay, so
so you never once backtalked your mom or dad?
There were points in my life where I don't know what you mean by backtalk. I've responded to my parents.
You never told your mom to shut up. You never told your mom, I'm not doing that. Leave me alone. You never said nothing like that to your mother.
Leave me alone. Maybe leave me alone.
No, like if they ask you to do something, you're like, oh, leave me alone. I'm, just say.
Yeah. Maybe like a leave me alone or like a no. Yeah.
Yeah, but okay, but in my era, that wasn't going to fly. And I'm just saying
no to like something my mom told me.
No, like if she asked you to do a chore or asked you to run an errand, and you never once asked your mother, said, "I'm not doing that. Leave me alone."
No, I've said no before. I have absolutely said no, right? But me saying no didn't at all then mean that I need to get hit.
Right. No, I get it. I'm just saying.
And I learned not to do stuff like that, right? And to care about doing chores because I just didn't understand the importance of the chores, right? Or in the importance of discipline at that point.
Right.
So like oftentimes kids aren't going to like listen or understand because they don't understand the importance. You might have told them that this is wrong. They don't understand the importance. So communicating is extremely effective towards getting them to realize different circumstances and how there are different levels of importance in these different circumstances.
Right.
Because your kid sees each claim to be the same, right? When you say don't brush your teeth with a fork, right? That's the same claim as don't go outside and go in the yard without me being there, right? Those claims are of the exact same importance to them. So what you need to do is show them that in different types of circumstances, that different things can be a lot more important to realize that this is bad, right?
Well, I mean, don't get me wrong. I have 6 children, like so I said. So and my wife never worked; she was a stay-at-home mom. So I handle the business, but. There's plenty of times I've talked to my kids about, just life and making mistakes. And if you do this, there's some mistakes that you can carry for the rest of your life. And I've always talked to my children in that way. But if they cross those lines too far, well, they knew better. And it wasn't going to happen. And I would never put up with it today, back then, or now. I'm not going to. And some parents will, and some parents think that talking to your children is the way to go. But in today's day and era, I see a lot of disrespectful kids. Now, if you're 21 and you never got spanked and you're good to your parents, then you're a good kid. Hey, seriously, you are. But so many kids, how many bratty kids have you seen in today's society that literally will kill their parents, or they have?
I've seen bratty kids throughout all times in history. There are bratty kids in every single point in history. Why are they bratty though? Where do they learn that brattiness from?
Well, I don't know.
Real good question, right?
Yeah, but I mean, let me ask you this. I got one daughter that has a child that I'm raising pretty much. She dates, she wants to date a guy that's not worth the shit, in my opinion. But her dad always handled the business, and I took care of my wife and my children. My wife was a stay-home mom while I worked. Why would she pick that type of guy then? You can't say it's learned behavior in the home. Sometimes it's just the way they are. I mean, I knew kids growing up in LA that had the best parents on the planet. Sweet, great mom, great dad. And now they're in prison. You see what I'm saying? And their parents were nothing like that whatsoever. And so, sometimes there can be a rotten apple. I mean, it does happen. But, do I agree with spanking? Absolutely. Do I agree with breaking your kid's arms or like punching him in the face and stuff like that? Absolutely not. And if I saw somebody doing that, I would definitely say something to them about that,
Yeah, so you could look up what is the link between corporal punishment and child physical abuse, and there's actually like a study that you can read through on this particularly, right? And it shows that there's not a statistically significant difference between different types of physical punishment and physical abuse and spanking in terms of the psychological and physiological impacts that you would have. Right. So if there's not a statistically significant distinction between them, how do we consider one abuse but the other not?
I don't do those studies that you're doing, so I'd have to look into that deeper and read it. But as far as I know, from the way I grew up, we got our butts whipped, and we never disrespected our parents, and we loved them. I loved my dad to his last breath. That was my best friend, and my dad was a nice guy. But if he told you something and he didn't do it, well, there's going to be retribution behind it. And he didn't beat us. He just, he would put it down. But we had that respect, them boundaries for our parents. So
why do you see respect to only be gained through fear rather than through other reasons? I think that actually fear degrades respect. Right? Because like when your kid's fearful of you, they're more likely to deceive you. And if they are more likely to deceive you to get around your punishment, doesn't that kind of show you that they don't respect you?
Well, let me ask you
They
a question.
just show that respect to you whenever they're fearful of you or whenever you're there.
Well, let me ask
But they don't show that respect when you're not there.
Well, let me ask you this. Is there such thing as a reverence fear? You ever heard of that?
What do you mean by reverence fear?
Like there's different types of fears. For example, if you know someone's going to punch you in the face down the street, you don't want to go down that way because you're going to get punched in the face. That's different. But a reverence fear is more like a respect type fear. It's a difference of knowing the boundaries, and I believe in that. It's like, I know you don't believe in the Bible, but I do. Or maybe you do, maybe you don't, I don't know. But God says, the fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom. So do we fear God because he's going to do something to us? No, it's more of a respect type deal that they're speaking of in that reference. But
it's actually a critique I have of Christianity too.
No,
I grew up Christian. I grew up in a Christian household. My parents didn't use this type of spanking or like what's deemed in the Bible to be okay when it relates to that, right? But when it relates to this is exactly what I think is a bad sort of thing, is that your values for doing what's good isn't based upon, right, you wanting to do the good thing. It's based upon the fact that you're scared to go to hell. Okay. No, and is that fundamentally speaking, is that a good motivation?
No,
is that an internal motivation? No, that motivation is external.
I'll tell you what, and I'll answer that question for you. You are correct. A lot of Christians or people that are trying to preach God's word, they start off with, do you know you're going to hell if you don't believe in God? That's the worst way to ever preach to somebody. I mean, I'm in seminary. I've been studying the Bible since I was 9. I'm 50 now. But you are correct. That is a horrible. And that's why God says, come to him with a pure heart, not because you're scared of the going to hell. And so many people, but here's what I do believe in what I do. God says all men are bad. Even the ones that are going to heaven. None of us deserve heaven according to the Bible. So if you grew up Christian, you should know that passage. None of us are good. So all men fall short of the glory. Am I right or wrong? And that's why Christ had to die. Now I know you believe whatever, but I'm just going by scripture. And that's
I know that's your view.
Right. And that's what he says. And I mean, I don't want to disrespect your view, or my views. I'm just saying that's what God says. And listen, in my view of studying the Bible for so many years, I was an Armenian side Christian. Now I'm Reformed faith. And I'll tell you exactly what I mean. Do you know what the difference between Armenian and a Reformed faith is?
Armenian and I don't know the difference. Okay. I know what Reformed faith is like. Yeah. Like, are you talking about like born again Christian?
Yeah. So what I'm saying is Armenians believe, Armenian view is that anyone can accept God, and the Reformed faith is you have to be chosen, predestined, and elected by God. And the debates are overwhelming. So not everyone.
So you think that it's determined by God who goes to heaven?
Well, I can show you scripture after scripture that says it. And I've been in many debates, and
that's going to create issues from like at least like the outside ability to like critique it, because like,
you know what? Here's the problem: most Americans are scared of the the Reformed faith point of view, but a lot of Christians overseas are Armenian point of view. Your biggest scholars in history are Reformed faith. And like Charles Spurgeon, for example, he was Reformed faith. Martin Luther, Reformed faith. Today you got John MacArthur, you got R.C. Sproul, John Piper. These guys are great. And even when you go to an Armenian seminary to learn to be a pastor, you do a lot of studies from these guys. And the Bible does say, you never chose me, I chose you. You can't come to me unless the Father grants the permission. There's another one. God says, I don't pray for the world. I pray for the ones the Father has given me. He also says the ones that were elected, predestined, those are the ones that have been justified and glorified through me. There's so many scriptures that will kill the Armenian point of view. And I've done.
I don't want to get into a religious conversation. I do religious debates all the time.
Exactly, I was just trying to answer it for you the best I could. But I've seen a lot of your shows. I've been watching. Why do you think this? I have nothing against gay people. If the Bible says it's wrong, hey, my name's not God. My name's Jason. So but as far as spanking your kids, I don't find anything bad about it. If it's done in the correct manner, not abuse. I don't believe in abuse, and I don't believe in that at all. And I would help a child if he was being abused. Trust me.
So my last question again, if we can't find a statistically significant difference between other types of physical abuse and spanking in terms of the impacts that it has on children's development, how can we say one is abuse but not the other?
Like I said, I haven't not done those studies yet that you're talking about. I'm just going by my generation versus the new generation, and what's the difference of this generation versus mine. I mean, I'm 50. It ain't like I'm 100 years old, but I get it. I was still born in a different. I got the tail end of the old school training the kids that were born in the 70s and early 80s. But there was a difference when I was growing up as a child. I didn't hear my friends or anybody telling their mom no or cursing their parents out. We would go into shock if we heard something like that. We just didn't deal with that back in my day. So, and I don't deal with my children either.
Would you
My
consider
kids-
that aggressive behavior?
Spanking your kids?
No, like responding that way to your parents.
Yes, in my opinion, that's very aggressive. Yes. To me,
Yo,
that's
thank you, Rachel. I appreciate the mocha, the monkey. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. So if that's the case, right, aggressive behavior is more likely to happen given the fact that a child is spanked.
Well, that's a study that I have to look, but I mean, I've never experienced it. It doesn't mean that it doesn't happen. You could be correct. You could be absolutely correct. I don't know. I've never done those studies, but all I know is I don't have that in my home. I just don't have that in my house. And now my kids are old enough that they come over here with disrespect, I'll make them leave, or they won't be allowed back in my house. It's that simple. So it's there's a lot of things.
How old are your kids?
My oldest is 34. My daughter Mia is 29. Mia and Milena they're real close in age. So Milena's 20.
If they're older, I was just seeing if they were below 18.
Yeah. My youngest is 22. So I have 6 children. My youngest is 22. And so yes, but I mean he's crossed the boundaries a little bit, but he hasn't done it since. But we have a good relationship, and he knows better. But I've had some bouts with my youngest, absolutely. But like I said, he's your age, so he's right there at your age. So you're 21, right? Is that what you said? Yeah,
I'm 21.
So, yeah. So that's all I want to say. I don't
Appreciate you coming on, man.
Yeah, man. Hey, nice meeting you, man.
Thank you so much. Have a good day. All right, let's go to the next person. Again, if you like the content, follow me if you're not already. Everyone keep tapping that screen. Let's try to get to 1 million likes. If you want to help get it out to more people, share the live. Let's try to get to 1,000 shares, everyone. It should help get it out to more people. By the way, everyone, we're going to be on for maybe an hour, 20 minutes. Maybe I might be able to get 2 hours. We will see. I'll try my hardest to see what we can do with that. But again, if you like the content, follow me if you're ready. Keep tapping that screen. We're going to go on to the next person. Macy, I appreciate the hanging lights. Thank you so much. If you want to have access to the sub-only chat that I will be putting on later on, everyone, not right now, make sure to subscribe if you haven't already. It's one of the best ways to support me, everyone. But let me go on to the next person. Again, only do send a guest request if you disagree, everyone. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. All right. For some reason, it's not accepting this person. We're going to go to the next person. Everyone, only send a guest request if you do disagree. Again, we are just looking for some debates, y'all. All right. We're going to go to the next person. It's not accepting that person. Give it a second, y'all. Give it 1 second, everyone. Band keeps spamming that. Yes, I was respectful. I feel like I'm respectful most times, but okay. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, hi. I'm 16.
Thank you. I appreciate the cap. Thank you so much. You got to be 18 plus to join the live. TikTok rules. TikTok rules, everyone. 18 plus. TikTok rules, y'all. Only set a guest request if you disagree. Keep tapping that screen, everyone. Laura, thank you for the subscription. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18. What's up?
Yo, Draco, thank you so much for the Draco. I appreciate it, Nani. Thank you so much. W's for Nani in the chat, everyone. I appreciate the Draco. Absolute W's. Absolute W's. So what's your birth year?
2004.
What month?
What?
What month?
September.
Yeah, so you would be 19.
Wait, dude. Chill out.
Only send a guest request if you disagree, everyone. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Nani, I appreciate it so much, by the way. I just want to say I appreciate it. W Nani in the chat, everyone. Keep spamming W. What does W mean? Win. It means win. It's like a good thing. It's a good thing. It's like a I don't know how to explain it. The chill out. Yo! Nani with the lightning! Yo! Nani's going crazy today. I appreciate it, Nani. Thank you very much. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Alright, we're gonna go to the next person. Yo, W Nani in the chat, everyone. Holy crap. Holy crap. It's a good topic. It absolutely is. It absolutely is. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 35.
For sure. Thank you for that mustache. I appreciate it, Holly. Thank you so much. Do you think that spanking is abuse?
No.
Why not?
Well, there's a very fine line between abuse and discipline. It done me, my brother, my sister, and all my cousins no harm. But getting a quick little slap across the back of the backside when we done something that our parents didn't agree with. And I've never been in trouble with the police, never had any mental problems, and nor has my brother or my sister. We're all completely fine. So I completely disagree that it's abuse. I mean, if you're kicking the absolute snot out of your kids, then yeah. But just keeping them in line. I mean, animals in the wild do it.
Yeah, and there are also animals in the wild. Thank you for the sunglasses. I appreciate that. Kill other members of their own species. There are other members in the wild that grape other members of their species. Should we do those things because animals do them?
Well, we're all animals. We're all animals. We're just a bit more sophisticated.
I agree. I didn't dispute that we're animals. I was just referencing other animals.
Yeah. But we're a bit more sophisticated. I mean, we kill each other. Disgusting things happen.
We still shouldn't do those things. So the idea is that just because other types of animals do something doesn't mean we should do those things. So just because other types of animals use hitting their offspring or corporal punishment doesn't mean we should. If we want to relate to the idea that you brought up in terms of discipline and abuse, you brought up the idea that it's not abuse because it's discipline. So I would like to say that I would reject that. I appreciate the cap. Thank you so much. Something can be discipline and still be considered abuse under your view, right? Like, would you say that someone like breaking their kid's bones is abuse?
That's abuse.
Heather, thank you for the Venmo. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Obviously. But a parent own head to be disciplined. Do I think that's discipline? No. Right? But
well, no, I don't agree with that. That's abuse. But again, this is what I said earlier. There's a very fine line between abuse and discipline.
So what do we mean by discipline and what do we mean by abuse?
I mean, I had a healthy fear of my parents growing up, and I think most people my age would agree that they had a healthy fear. You know, if I back-chatted me mother, then I knew that I was going to get a slap across the face sort of thing, like growing up. And I would always be threatened with, if I was misbehaving, just wait until your father gets home. And that'd be enough to kind of put me back in me place and like, right, okay, there's the pecking order. I know me place now. Because I knew that my dad would give me a good hiding. I've got a good relationship with my father still to this day. My old man is nearly 70. So again, I've grown up to be an upstanding citizen where I live in England. Again, never been in trouble with the police, never had any problems with drugs.
Hey, Elder Wolf, I mean, the same things also apply to me, and I didn't have to get spanked. Right? So if I'm not in a bad circumstance and I didn't need to be spanked, doesn't it seem like the spanking is unnecessary?
Not to some kids, no. I disagree.
So now we want to look at like what impacts kids overall. So if we look at what impacts kids overall, then that tells us that, again, the studies say kids are more likely to have PTSD, anxiety, depression. They're more likely to engage in bad behavior. They're more likely to be disobedient. They're more likely to be aggressive, given the fact that they are spanked. Right. And this is not something that's just like, one study. This is many different types of studies in which there are literally generations that indicate this, like multiple different generations of evidence. So that's what I'm referencing. If you want to see some of this, I actually have a bibliography set up in my link tree. You can check in my link tree, and I have a bunch of different sources that reference this. Some of them relate to the link between corporal punishment and child physical abuse. So other types of physical abuse, right? And how they actually have the same types of impacts psychologically and physiologically as spanking, right? So if they have the same types of impacts, yet we consider one to be abuse, well then why wouldn't we consider spanking to be abuse then? Because again, they have the exact same types of impacts on childhood development.
But it's the same sort of thing which my old man used to say to me. You know, you fuck around, you find out. It's again a fine line between abuse, like actually kicking the crap out of your kids and doing them proper physical damage, and then giving them a slap, putting them in the place, and that. I mean, I don't spank my daughter because in England it's against the law to hit your kids.
Law?
Yeah, it's against the law to spank your kids or kind of hit your kids in this country. But growing up, you know, most people my age, again, I know some people my age had abusive parents and they don't talk to their parents and they do have issues.
Elder, I have a question. Why is that a law?
Because it is in my country. I don't question it.
Oh, so we don't know why. Okay, so
yeah.
I would say likely. Sure. Well, I'm okay with accepting that.
It became a law when I was a teenager.
Thank you for all the hearts. I appreciate it, Ashley. Good news. Thank you so much. All the hearts going crazy with them. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. So again, I don't think we gave us a relevant distinction. Ashley, again, thank you so much for all the hearts. We didn't give a relevant distinction between other types of physical abuse that we were referencing and spanking to indicate that the other types of physical abuse are bad or physical abuse, and spanking is not physical abuse or bad. So like, I'll ask you this question, right? Because maybe the question was a bit off. Thank you for all the hearts again. I appreciate it, Ashley. Thank you very much. Why do you think it's wrong to hit a kid with excessive force?
Because they haven't got the experience or the strength to stick up for themselves, a lot of them.
Isn't that the same case in the situation of spanking?
No, because you let them know what they've done wrong and you let them know why they're getting a hide-in.
You can let them know before you hit them that hard. I appreciate the call, and thank you so much.
Well, my parents wouldn't hit me to a degree where they would leave a bruise. They would hit me where it would leave a handprint on my ass, but they wouldn't hit me to a degree where it would physically leave a bruise.
So why is it bad to hit them with the bruise?
Because that's too hard.
Why is it too hard?
What do you mean, why is it too hard? Because it's too hard.
Wait, let me ask you a question.
It's the same.
Why is it?
You bit them. You bit them hard enough to break the blood vessels.
Why is it hard to? I mean, why is it bad to be that hard? Because again, I think it is really bad. Right? Again, clarified that I think it's really bad. But why do you consider it to be? Because I think this is important to say whether or not we consider spanking to be abuse.
I mean, when I was hit by my parents, it was enough to shock me, to put me in place. I mean, my parents wouldn't have punched me or beaten me to a bloody pulp as much as they wanted to when me and my brother and sister were playing up, as much as they wanted to, especially my brother, who used to enjoy it. But being hit to an extent where you can't sit down, which I saw some of my friends' parents do, that was unbelievable.
Yeah, so I think we're just restating the claim that it's bad, right? And again, I consider it to be bad, but the bad is going to be based upon the fact that there are all these different types of impacts that are negative in terms of their development, long-term, and even the short-term impacts. So if you're referencing the amount of impacts to say that this is why it's wrong, well then the impacts tell us, clearly speaking in this scenario, that it would be wrong, right? Because they have the exact same types of impacts as other forms of physical abuse. Appreciate that, Mustache. Thank you so much. So again, if the determinant is the outcomes, I think we're just going to entail here that it's going to be abuse.
I mean, again, it done me no harm. It done other friends of mine no harm. It was more of a shock tactic.
Wait, I don't think it did no harm. Right. I don't think that we can justify that claim because again, we have very good evidence to believe that there is some type of harm. That just might not be perceivable to the individual, right? As you don't know what it would have been otherwise.
But it done me no harm. That's what I'm on about. It done me no harm. If it does other people harm, then that's on them. I mean, I was brought up to be a strong individual. So are my brother and my sister, and they're strong individuals. My brother's a successful business owner. My sister, she's doing quite well in her job. I'm successful in my work life. I'm very laid back and thick-skinned. I mean, I do a full contact sport and I enjoy that, and I get knocked about all the bloody time.
Okay, it doesn't seem like we're necessarily having a response here. Is there anything else you want to talk about or add?
No, that's it. I'm done now.
All right, man. I'm going to go to the next person. Appreciate you coming on. All right, let's go on to the next person, everyone. Again, if you like my content, follow me. If you haven't already, tap that screen, everyone. Let's try to get to 1 million likes, everyone. If you want to help get out to more people, share the live. Sonny, thank you so much for the hat and mustache. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
24.
Yeah, do you think that spanking is abuse?
I don't.
Why not?
Because spanking could be used in many ways, more than one way. And sometimes the initiation of the spanking is wanted by one party. So I don't think spanking
we're talking about like children, right? We're not talking about consenting adult relationships. You know that that's not what we're talking about.
No, I really just got in here. All right, thanks, fam.
Dude, just like were you in a frat, Jacob?
Yeah, once upon a time.
You were? I appreciate the gem gun. Thank you so much. I knew it. Chat, I fucking knew it, chat. I fucking knew it. I fucking knew it. It's like, I could easily guess that. Like, you know what I mean? I can tell. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Yeah, thank you for the hands up. I appreciate it. It's the like accent for me. You know what I mean? It's definitely the accent, chat. Like the frat boy accent. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 33.
Yeah, do you think spanking is abuse?
No, but when people say is spanking abuse, what they're thinking about and how it actually plays out are two different things. I was a foster parent when I was married, and we fostered like 17, I believe, kids, normally
water.
5 to 6 in the house at any given time. And in the foster care world, it is illegal to spank a child. And the reason being is because most of these are coming from actual abuse. So, of course, we went along with that. We didn't even want to contest that because we agree with that. But the times and like the guy before, or no, like maybe two guys before me was talking about, like, I was spanked. I turned out okay. Well, the problem with that is he turned out okay, but every child that gets spanked is not going to turn out okay. And the reason why is the way that the parent uses spanking. You'll see someone in like a pizza joint. We have CC's here, and you see a kid just like losing their mind, like acting like a crazy little kid, and their parent will pick them up by their arm and like spank them on the ass real quick, and to them that's a spanking. No, that's abuse, because anything done in anger is wrong, honestly. And if you go to spank your child and you're spanking your child because they're acting like a bad child, and you spank them because you're angry, then it's not the spanking that affects them. It's the fact that their caretaker and someone who's supposed to love them and take care of them is not only hitting them, but with a level of anger in their eyes, or in their spirit that they can feel. So when that happens, that does do damage, and that's probably where the findings about how much damage it actually does occurs. Now, the problem with it is there are very few and far between times and situations where spanking is useful. And it's about finding those times. And I adopted my daughter, and I've had to spank her maybe twice. Almost, I think if parents look at it to where they look at spanking as the very first thing that they're going to try. If my kid does something wrong, they're getting a spanking. And they talk about that almost like they're proud of it. And honestly, I feel like if I have to resort to spanking, then I've failed them in another way. But I don't think that it's abuse at that point, depending on how you go about it. You see what I'm saying?
Okay. So yeah, I would just ask a question. Can you give me a study that, or any type of evidence that would indicate that spanking children in this particular way would have okay outcomes?
No, I don't have any studies on it other than all the kids that I've parented.
Okay, so if we're just relating to like the anecdotal experience, if we're just relating to our own points, right, then you would be saying that, do you think that spanking is necessary?
I think there are rare times in which it is necessary, but I'll agree with you that for the most part, when and how it's used lands, whether intentionally or not, it lands into the category of abuse. But I think there are times in which it is beneficial as far as disciplining said child.
Yeah, so what times are necessary?
Let me think if I can give you an example. Well, let me give you the bad first. If my daughter was throwing a fit and I said, "You're about to get a spanking," I'm angry, she's angry, and I go in there, throw her over my knee, and spank her, that's not going to do her any good. That she's not, the actual being hit is not really going to hurt her as much as my dad's angry, he's hurting me. You know what I mean? But a situation where
How do you know? Is that just based upon the experience you've had?
Yes, and when
See,
you
Brian, my
when you
point
go into
is that the
fostering, you do
experience
a
that you
lot of
have.
research on this,
Go ahead.
and I did do a lot of research, but I don't have anything like article wise that I could relay to you. I just have read up on it on my own, so it's not really something that I can prove to you in that regard.
Yeah, so my point is that a lot of these parenting mechanisms we're going to use when we don't see, right, like long-term impacts are going to be kind of biased within the sense that they're just related to what is going to work in your own mind in the short term, right? Whatever corrects the behavior the fastest, right? But oftentimes it doesn't actually correct the behavior for the best. It doesn't give the kids the tools to correct the behavior for the best. And that's kind of what these studies tell us, is that throughout multiple different generations, the long-term impacts of these are that kids are going to be worse off, right? That kids are going to be engaging in worse behavior, given the fact that they're spanked, right? So if we could have any type of evidence to indicate that given like a change in conditions, given that people are not angry, given that people communicate, given that people do all these conditions, that there aren't negative impacts, well, then a particular form, right, given that it's not like harmful or something, right, could either be seen as unnecessary or just not, or it could be seen as it would just, no, not or it would just be seen as unnecessary, because the idea is that if there is no difference between the outcomes between the party that got spanked and the party that did get spanked, well, then it means it just, the spanking wasn't necessary. You still achieved the same outcomes without the spanking. It was the other things that were relevant, not the spanking, in terms of making their behavior better. Appreciate the corky. Thank you so much. Does that make sense?
I see what you're saying, and I can agree with that, but I still think those are based on times where it wasn't utilized correctly. Even though and I'm not, this is not me trying to like really argue with you, but even though you're saying that it is taken into account that things are done correctly, I don't think it really is, because a lot of the times that parents spank their kids, they think they're doing the right thing by, they'll call it, tough love or whatnot. And it's like you failed to communicate with them first. And I think that like a scenario, you asked me to give you a scenario. So if my daughter was like losing her mind and throwing a temper tantrum, then I would definitely, I'm all about communication with her. She actually probably gets annoyed with me with how much I talk to her and I talk through things, but she seems to, her behavior does change for the short term when we talk things out. But like if she's throwing a fit and I say, listen, if you don't do this correctly, you know what you're supposed to be doing, that's not how you act correctly, so you're intentionally doing wrong, then I'm going to have to spank you, and I'll talk to her about it. And if that continues, and I say, okay, well, let's go, it's time to do what I said, we're gonna, you're gonna get a spanking now. And I'll take her in there. And when I've done that, like I swear maybe 3 times. I don't know if I just, got lucky with my daughter or I'm just a little more lenient than other parents, but the times that has happened is very far and few between. It's for repeated behaviors that have been talked about, have been noted that this behavior is wrong. We both agree that it's wrong, and you continue to do it. So now this is punishment. And then it happens, and for the most part, that as far as like I agreed, that's from my point of view, the way things have happened, it will cause her to think, hey, if I don't act correctly like I've been taught, then there are repercussions other than I get my tablet taken away or something like that. And I think that is a lesson they need to learn, because in the real world, They're not going to get their tablet taken away. They're going to go to prison. They're going to, even if it's not through the, legal system, that they could be killed for actions they've done. It's a more serious.
Okay, so let's talk about this. So when it relates to like the studies that I'm referencing, this is actually a particular study in which literally they take into account like 8 different conditions that you had to meet in terms of communication, in terms of treatment of children, in terms of redirection, all of the things that you would use in communication in general context that I would relate to that are effective. Right. And it found that there wasn't a statistically significant distinction in terms of the outcomes, in terms of the group in which there was spanking versus the group in which there was not spanking. And this is given the 8 conditions, right? So this tells us that the spanking didn't add anything in this scenario, right? So it tells us that it's unnecessary. And that's given the 8 conditions. And actually meeting these 8 conditions is so unlikely within the context of the general public that it wouldn't even make sense on a legislative standpoint to allow people to engage in this particular type of behavior. As 1, it wouldn't give us anything, and 2, it's so unlikely for these conditions to be met that us allowing for this to happen would mean that so many of these conditions would likely not be met in scenarios. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
And that's the best case scenario that I've seen for spanking, is that given these 8 conditions, that there is the exact same outcomes.
Do you have kids yourself?
I do not myself.
There's a few people in the chat who are disagreeing with me. Some saying they do, and that's fine. But raising someone is not how you expect, and that's how abuse comes into play, because people expect to be able to be a good parent, and then when it gets down into it, they let their emotions get involved, and abuse does come from that. But I know what you're saying, and I think that you're right in most regards, but I do think that those studies, I don't feel like they can be completely accurate, because even given like the 8 conditions, I don't know how well I can trust those 8 conditions, because that would be a really hard thing to actually prove that those 8 conditions were met. You know what I'm saying? And
that's the whole basis and methodology of the study. So that's what they have to ensure.
Yes, but I mean, how many studies have you seen that were proven something and then proven wrong? Quite often.
So again, this is the best case scenario for spanking. I can give you a whole subset of studies in which indicate that there are very clearly negative impacts, right, when it relates to spanking. This is the best case scenario for spanking, right? So, I mean, if you're not accepting this study, then it's going to be a lot worse for you.
Worse for me as a parent, or worse for the child? What do you
mean?
mean?
Worse for your stance in terms of saying that it's okay to spank children, because then it means that there are more negative impacts from spanking. Appreciate the hanging lights. Thank you so much. Because I think that you're trying to say that there's like very few circumstances, given good communication, given meeting all these conditions, that then it wouldn't really be as bad to be spanking someone.
Yeah, but it's like I said, it's very few and far between, and I don't think it happens often. And all the studies that I've read on it will point that there is bad to it, like there's negative effects, and I just don't think that data is all correct. Even though they have to follow those rules, I don't think they can fully. But I really,
when it relates to diets, do you reject studies in dieting?
Yes, all the time.
You reject studies when it relates to diets.
Yes, I mean, how many diets have you seen?
Do you reject studies when it relates to vaccines?
A little less so.
So, what would be the principal distinction of vaccines and spanking is so far that we would have good results when it relates to one, but not the other?
you don't have like 100% correct results on pretty much any study. I mean, very few studies that I've heard about or read about on any subject weren't proven, even just slightly wrong years later due to like data being slightly askew, and they didn't realize it, even though they have to follow those. Well, they thought they were following what the data was correct with, but
Yeah, so this is why we have processes like peer review. This is why we have processes in which we take multiple different studies. We have meta-analyses, right? This is why we have confidence intervals. This is why we have take into account different biases, different variables. That's the whole point of studies, is to reduce the level of bias so you can make the most likely claim to be true, right? And this is what's most likely to be true. Would you dispute that? That like evidence determine what's most likely to be true, or how do you determine what's most likely?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how to answer that other than what I've said before. But that's just my stance on it. Is that it does a lot more harm than people realize, especially the older the generation. But there's still situations in which it is beneficial, but most of the time it's used incorrectly and falls into abuse. So that's all I got to say, I guess.
Okay, so I mean, I would necessarily like give a little pushback, like what I already did on that one part, but it seems like we mostly agree. So I mean, is there anything else you want to talk about, or add?
No, I guess not.
All right, I'm gonna go to the next person. Appreciate you coming on. I'm gonna go on to the next person. All right, tap that screen, everyone. Let's try to get to 1 million likes. If you want to help get out to more people, share the live. Let's try to get to 1,000 shares. Again, if you like the content, everyone, follow me if you haven't already. I go live literally every single day for like 6 hours. So we're gonna go into the next person. Again, if you do think that spanking is abuse, not abuse, make sure to send a guest request right now. Again, y'all know I accept the first people who send requests, y'all. Likely speaking, we're gonna be on for at least another hour, everyone. Thank you for the little crown. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. So I might be turning on sub-only chat here pretty soon, y'all. Matthew, thank you so much. I appreciate the Venmo. Thank you so much. Yeah, I wouldn't use the R word. Is there other terminology that you can use for it? Yeah, I would hope that you'd use other type of terminology, given that there's likely other terminology. Are you going live with Dean tonight? No, we're not. No, we're not. All right, for some reason, it's not accepting this person. We're going to go to the next person. Again, only do send a guest request if you disagree, everyone. We are just looking for some debates, everyone.
Like, I would rather be physically abused than be mentally abused.
So you understand that there's also mental abuse caused by the physical abuse?
Not necessarily.
Kids are more likely to develop anxiety, depression, PTSD. They're more likely to engage in bad behavior. They're more likely to engage in aggressive behavior.
No, kids are actually most likely to, like, get all of that from mental abuse.
Can you give me any evidence that indicates that it's more likely to happen with, what are you considering mental abuse?
Okay, so like, would you rather get like smacked in the mouth, or would you rather your mother to tell you like,
here, I would just say that I think we have a hard time quantifying the difference between like verbal abuse and between physical abuse in terms of the outcomes on children. Right? I think that they both cause very bad impacts. Like when it relates to verbal abuse, clearly causes lots of psychological impacts that are long lasting, that impact the way that people engage with general communication, general relationships that they have, clearly has a great impact. I mean, but those same types of psychological impacts are also seen within the context of spanking. So it seems like they both have very similar impacts and very, very similar attitudes in us saying that they're both wrong.
Right. All right, Parker, can I ask you a question? Like a personal question. Were you abused as a kid? Were you spanked? Were you spanked?
No, I was not spanked.
So like, I wouldn't say you have no saying in this, but like, I'm pretty sure you're getting everything like from the internet. You see these videos on the internet, I'm assuming.
Not videos, it's studies. But like the thing is, right, when we look at our anecdotal evidence, that's going to be inherently biased, right? Because there's going to be a selection bias because we're just looking at things that are around us. Two, we're not getting an accurate representation of what it would be like with other people. Right. So those are really, really big limitations. Okay. So the claims that you make or that you infer from your personal experience are going to be less likely to be true when we're talking about the general population than these claims within the studies.
No, not necessarily. Okay. When I was a kid,
no, it's true.
When I was a kid, I I definitely wasn't a good kid. I was a troublemaker. And like cops were involved. Like I was really bad. And so with my mom, I got like not I wouldn't say arrested. I was like 9. I ran away from home. I didn't run away. It's a long story, but I just wasn't home. The cops were looking for me. They found me, and once they like found me, they dropped me off home, and they literally had a like conversation. Like the judge said to my mom, like, "Oh, you need to give him a spanking." The cops even said it, like, "You need to give him a spanking." Now, if spanking was spanking is not illegal, and if spanking was a problem, I don't think cops or a judge per se would promote it. Understand?
Okay, come
that
on. Just because cops and a
children,
judge said it doesn't mean that they understood the studies.
it was just an example.
Or they understood the
personal
evidence.
stuff. And like some kids, especially of this generation, since like now spanking is abuse, like these new parents, they try their best to like communicate with their kids, but you need to understand that some kids, they're hard-headed and they're not going to listen to you. And it's just discipline.
Identify why they're not listening. Maybe instead of assuming that they're not able to
How am I going to
understand
identify a
communication.
kid that can't even explain himself? Am I supposed to be like, "Oh, honey, can you explain yourself to me?" And he's going to be like, Fortnite. Like, no, like, you need to understand that discipline is needed.
No, come on. That's definitely you get a lot more information than that. There are influences, and kids are able to identify basic influences, and you can use those to be able to
discipline out of love, not out of hatred. Because if you're angry and you're disciplining a child, I consider that as abuse. But you want what's best for your kid, and you want to guide them in a path where like they'll succeed in life.
Yeah. So, here, let's clarify this way, right? What's your definition of abuse?
I mean, hitting a child with excessive force as if you're fighting someone your age. You know, bruising up a child, making a child bleed. I mean,
would spanking someone your age be okay?
If I spank someone my age, I won't spank
non-consentfully, by the way.
No, okay, so that's a fight. And if I'm fighting someone my age, I'm not gonna spank them. I'm gonna use my fist. Why would I spank
I'm just saying,
someone?
is spanking someone in any context who is your age okay?
Okay, if it
that's not consensual. Not people in the comment section saying, "Is it consensual?"
Why would I spank someone non-consensual? Like if I'm arguing with someone and we're gonna get in a fight, I would, like I already said, I wouldn't spank
They piss
them.
you off, you fucking bend them over the knee and you smack them on the butt. Is that okay?
That's kinky. No.
No, it's not okay. One, that's assault. 2, that's like could be considered SA, right?
Yeah.
So why do we think it's okay to do that to our children?
Okay, first, like how I feel like no matter what I say or no matter what anyone would say in this like debate, you're always gonna stick to like spanking is abuse, and I feel like you're not really understanding.
What am I not
Especially
understanding? You just didn't respond to anything I just said.
Since Parker, like you weren't like abused or spanked as a kid, so you don't really understand like our perspective as people who has been spanked, and like we were taught things.
Yeah, so if I've never eaten a particular diet, can I know that that diet has negative consequences?
You're comparing food to something that's
in terms of impacts. Yeah, whether I can understand the impacts or not.
Yeah, I guess since you do your studies, yeah.
So I can look at the studies without eating the diet to know that the
But
diet's not going to be
understand that studies are also from perspectives of people. So why are you so you're like one-sided? You're understanding those people's perspectives, but you're not understanding ours.
We're isolating for variables.
These
right?
stories are
We're
not
just looking at two things
These
that are
stories are from opinions from people.
No. These are based on observations, right? They evaluate the results,
right?
They
And these
have
observations
variables
are done
that
by
they take
people.
into
This
account
isn't
where they
AI
isolate.
generated.
Hold up, they have variables where they take into account these things, right? It is the case that when you're just talking about in your life, there can be two things that are associated, and likely speaking, one didn't cause the other. Okay. So it is the case that when we use studies, we're able to increase the confidence that we have that this is not just some sort of random correlation.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Right. So unless you have a study, you don't know whether or not it's a random or spurious correlation. You have no clue. These studies allow us to be able to infer that. Does that make sense?
Parker, do you have any kids?
I do not have kids.
Okay.
Do you have children?
No. Now let's say
Who's ready?
all right, let's say an example.
Yeah. How old are you again?
24.
Your mom just knocked on your door. Okay.
Right. Anyway, it wasn't my door, it was the door next to me.
Oh, okay.
Don't ignore the people in the back. They're always loud. What was I gonna say?
Scott, thank you so much for the Venmo. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
I forgot what I was gonna say. But like, it's all perspective, like I said in the very beginning. Like those kids, like they went through something completely different than what we went through.
Okay.
So like, yeah, it's like they have their.
Typically speaking, it's going to be similar, right? Because we're talking about on average.
No.
You know, the whole point of us utilizing like studies that wouldn't be related to our personal experiences is the exact point that it would be different and more likely to accurately represent how it's going to be like for the average person.
What do you consider as abuse? Like, what's discipline to you? Like, is discipline only communication?
It's mainly built up through communication. Like discipline is just like, for me, it's going to be the values that you have internally speaking to be able to act correctly or act good.
Okay, so
that would be what we'd consider discipline.
If a child is running around, if I try to sit him down, is that abuse?
What? Say that again?
Let's say a child is running around.
Here, let's listen to my definition of abuse. My definition of abuse is intentfully, because this is in a physical context, intentfully physically harming a child without good reason.
What? Wait, can you repeat that one more time?
Intentfully physically harming a child without good reason. Like, for example, right? If you give your kid a vaccination,
okay, what's a good
harm
reason?
them.
What's a good reason to abuse a kid then? Like that makes no sense.
There isn't a good reason to abuse a kid. That's exactly why it's considered abuse.
But we're talking about, like, you're saying spanking. There's never a good reason to spank your kid, correct?
There's never a good I don't think there's a good reason to spank your kid, yeah.
Okay. And I, like, back to what I was saying earlier, I asked, do you think it's abuse to sit down? Like, if a kid is running around and you're telling him, like, sit down, if I grab a kid and sit him down, is that abuse?
Why are people in the chat saying you're not 24, bro?
I don't know. There's literally no proof.
No proof. One second. Let me look chat. Give me 1 second. His videos, which one? I don't know. What was your birth year?
1999, June 3rd.
Yeah, I believe you. Go ahead.
All right. Like, is it abuse to sit down a kid aggressively, or it doesn't even matter? Like, if I sit down a kid.
Like, what do you mean by sit down?
Like, if a kid is running around and, like, you tell him sit down, you're using your words, you're trying to communicate with the kid. Kids are hard-headed, they're not going to listen. If you grab a kid and pick him up and sit him down, is that abuse?
If you grab a kid, are you intentfully physically harming them without good reason?
No, I'm not harming the kid.
Okay, then no, it's not abuse.
They're going to see other things on the internet. They're going to see fighting videos. They're going to see all of that.
Yeah. And, but like the idea is that
you need to understand that kids are like sponges. Whatever they learn, whatever they hear, they'll learn from it and they'll adapt to that.
Yeah, but like you understand that, and as a parental structure, you have a different sort of relationship with your kid insofar as that they're going to follow you or what you do to a way greater extent than they're going to take into account like those particular things in most circumstances, right? So you don't want to reinforce these characteristics that exist that are bad in society. You want to reinforce good characteristics. Just because there are other bad characteristics in society does not mean that you should reinforce those bad characteristics. Don't you want to be like the top role model for your kid?
Okay, I literally, like, I was agreeing with you and you're just going back onto another conversation. I'm saying it doesn't matter if you're a good parent or not. Like, understand that these kids, they play video games. They're going to come across people that they have a dirty mouth. They say dirty things. They're going to tell your kid things that you're not going to be aware of. And your kid's going to come up to you and they're going to come up with attitude and all this. And you'll be like, oh, where is this coming from? I didn't teach him this. I didn't tell him this. I didn't treat him this way. Understand that kids, they learn things from different people. And yeah, you can be the person raising them, but that will not stop the kid from learning things from other people.
I'm not saying that they're not going to learn things from other people, right? But why do they listen to their advice over the advice of individuals in their life, like their parents? It seems like there needs to be a broader sense of communication there.
That's
right.
Understand that as kids are very, like, a parent would tell them, oh, don't smoke. And they're still going to go out and go smoke. It's kids' nature. They're like, they just don't listen.
Okay, so let's talk about that particularly, right? A kid at the age in which they're smoking. We're talking they're 16 years old, right?
Okay. Teenager. But yeah, okay, kid, teen, minor.
Yeah. So they're 16 years old, right? You tell them you shouldn't smoke, right? Do you think that you should spank them if they smoke?
At the age of 16, I don't feel like spanking isn't really necessary.
So okay. So then why would you use smoking as an example?
Because it was a great example. You like to do your studies. You know, like in elementary school, a lot of kids are getting caught with vapes and they're only 11, 10, 9.
Oh, okay. We can talk that. I mean, 10 and 9, 11, damn. That was not happening when I was a kid.
I mean, how old are you?
I'm 21.
Yeah, when you were in elementary school, it was like, what, 20?
It was not common for a kid to have a vape then. No.
Yeah, right. Like vapes became popular like 2016.
So yeah, okay, so sure, yeah, okay. This is a good example. I mean, so we could say vaping, right? 11-year-old vaping. So bring up the circumstance again. That's honestly wild to me. I didn't even know that was happening.
I mean, you can do your studies. It's very common now, like in public schools, that elementary school kids are getting caught with vapes.
Yeah, that's kind of a problem that we probably need to address as a society.
That they started smoking at like certain ages.
To be honest, this is like a societal issue, right? Like we need to address this. Why do kids have vapes that are fucking 11 years old? Why the hell is this happening?
Okay, I'm not that kid.
No, we need to address that as a society. That's actually unbelievable.
Understand that, like, no matter, like, for example, like, this society is already gone to shit. Like, it doesn't matter how many movements you start, a lot of things just won't change, and a lot of things will just get worse.
Wait, so you said what will get worse given what?
Everything. Like, these movements, like, everything will just get worse. Like, understand that this world isn't getting better, it's only getting worse.
Oh, wait. No, that's such a lie. I don't think that you need to look at it in that way. Just because there's some things that we see that are bad or that we have problems with doesn't mean that we haven't gotten significantly better in terms of the overall problems of society, right? Like, if you look at like now comparative to the past, people are significantly less likely to die due to some very terrible things, right? Because of technology, because of medicine, right? Because of these advances. So clearly we've gotten better within many respects, right? Especially technology wise, right? So that's very, very true. But yeah, there are lots of other issues that we see. And sure, we're also more likely to see these issues given the fact that we have such access to this information, right? We didn't have this type of access to information 50 years ago. It just didn't exist. Not even close. Right now, every single individual on the planet has supercomputers in their pockets, is constantly on the internet, all day, every single day, has access to literally almost all of human understanding at the tip of their fingers. Literally no other point in human history was that even possible, was that even fathomable. They just left, by the way. So yeah, okay, that's like something to really take into account. I don't know why, because it's just exposure oftentimes that we're seeing. But yeah, we need to address these things. But yeah, does anyone remember that person's name? I just think they left, so I might just go on to the next person. But yeah, tap that screen, everyone. Let's try to get to 1 million likes. If you want to help get it out to more people, share the live, everyone. Let's try to get to 1,000 shares. We're going to start going on to the next person here real quick, everyone. Matthew, thank you so much. I appreciate the Venmo. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Games, television, YouTube, school, all type of influences. They're learning how to walk, talk, And a lot of that stuff is going to be negative and things that will hurt them in the long run. And their brains aren't developed enough for them to understand that. And it's your job to correct those actions. And sometimes you have to enforce and then reinforce. And unfortunately, as a last result, I believe physical shouldn't be completely off of the table. I do believe that should be an absolute last resort. I never would spank my children when I'm upset. If by chance anything happened and it made me upset or I had a temper or a problem with something, I would stop and deal with the situation later. I think you definitely need to talk to them and fully explain it, but I don't think hands off is the best policy for children.
Yeah. So what good reason would you have to believe that it is a good last resort or it is effective?
Because you have to teach. You have to teach. You have to show them, and when you lay law down, they have to know that you are the final say because it all lies with you. You have to teach them how to move in society. You have to teach them right from wrong. And sometimes they will defy you. They will sneak and do things that they're just absolutely not supposed to do. They will think it's okay, or just even if something's wrong, they'll just do it anyway. And sometimes these things will, for example, telling your kid to stop. My children have to stop when I say stop. They don't get to ask why or anything. They have to stop because that could save their life or end their life if they don't. You know, I have a son who has Down syndrome. We had to stop that where he runs and then you say stop. And then there's that little bit of time where he continues to run. No, you have to stop. When I say stop, I say stop, and he has to stop. You understand? So that's my job. I have to teach them that. I have to teach them how to stay safe. I have to teach them how to stay alive. I have to teach them there's things that will hurt you in the long run that you just don't comprehend yet. There's things that will hurt you, and that's my job as a parent. And unfortunately, like I said, absolute last resort. If they just won't listen, maybe I didn't communicate something right. Maybe I didn't do something correctly and they just don't understand something. No matter, you say some things are societal issues, some things need better communication. We're not perfect. We're parents and we were just dumb little kids at one time too. And now my dumb little kid self has grown up to a grown up, and now I have kids and I unfortunately they depend on me to teach them. And I have to do it no matter if I said something wrong, no matter if I should have said something different yesterday. If he has to drop that knife and he thinks it's a toy and I have to grab him and he's still holding, if I have to pop his hand, it's just a teaching mechanism. It's not to kill him. It's not to traumatize him. It's to startle him. It's to wake him up. It's to stop everything and say, hey, the same thing, it will happen if he would touch the stove and find it were hot. It's equivalent to that. It's not to hurt him. It's not to traumatize him. And I always would never use it except for a last resort. I just think it would be very bad, very, very bad to just absolutely. There's nothing I wouldn't do for my children. I would lay down my life for my children. There's nothing I wouldn't do for my children. And I have to teach them. And to say hands off, I think to just say that might be what needs to be done. And it should be the last resort, but you shouldn't just remove it, in my opinion.
Okay, so there's a few things I would like to address here. So you were saying that like there needs to be points and circumstances where they don't ask why when you say stop, right? Because it could end their life, right? And you brought up a scenario with like, say, for example, like a knife, right? Yeah. In that scenario, when there would be a knife comparative to other types of things, right? It could indicate different types of behaviors, but I wouldn't say that it indicates that unless there was going to be a point in which they were about to be unalived or about to be extraordinarily hurt, that there'd be any reason to like use any type of force, right? Let alone pop their hand after it's already happened. So popping their hand in that scenario isn't just stop that from happening to them, right? It's to engage further to try and stop their future behavior.
Right.
But if we see that like hitting children, say for example, makes them more likely to engage in bad behavior, makes them more likely to be aggressive, right? Wouldn't they be more likely to be in circumstances like this in which could possibly be harmful to themselves?
So I'm aware of the studies. I'm aware of the studies that you are referencing, and just common sense can show that when children see their parents resorting to violence, because they're going to, pick up so much from their parents. When they see you resort to violence, obviously, when things happen with them, it's natural that they would probably resort to violence as well. So I'm not going to be a fool and argue with you on that. But at the same time, there's no handbook. Well, there probably is, and you've probably read it, but there's no handbook to parenting. There's no absolute right and wrong way. And out of the ordinary, crazy, hell of a situations happen. They absolutely happen. And things could, even if this particular situation is not a life or death situation, it could, in a different scenario, be a life or death situation, or something that would ultimately be detrimental to the child in the long run that they just don't understand. And they could be in a development phase, which children are. They could be developing things, that are going to hurt them lifestyle wise or whatever in the long run. And I am absolutely against it's more important to me with my children. It's more important to know why they did something than actually what they did. What they did is less important than why they did it. However, I always think spanking should be a last resort. And if you notice that is not the helping or the answer, you don't just whoop or whatever. You got to find the root of the problem. Because these are people. These are not objects. These are not animals. These are people, and they should be respected. They should, they need dignity. They need to grow up, so on and so forth. But completely hands off, I think, is a terrible idea.
But I don't see why it's terrible, because I have yet to believe that it's going to be effective in terms of actually like reducing the likelihood that they're going to do something bad. Because again, if it's for future cases of you don't want them to do this again in the future, well, then at that same point, it seems like it makes that worse. So again, I'm confused at that point.
So the last person made a reference, and I can't really even remember what it was, but I noticed that you were not giving I would like to hear your opinion. So if a child, you say you're what, 21? I'm 37. Yeah. So considerably older than you, but not, I don't know. I don't think I'm a geezer. So if a child, let's say, I didn't even want to do one of these scenarios, but if a child, let's say 10 years old, I have a son, he's 9, he'll be 10 next month. So let's say I tell him to go to bed. He doesn't, right? I still hear him. He's in there playing. I go maybe 4 or 5 times, cut the TV off, stop, go to bed. I can turn the TV off. I'm sure you would agree with that. Boom. I do all of that, and I still hear him in there jumping around, laughing, playing around. He snuck out, grabbed his phone off the charger, whatever. I just keep telling him, and he just refuses to stop. I understand communication is an issue. I understand there's a deeper issue, but we're here. Let's say this is happening tonight. What do we do right now? 5 times I've told him to stop. He won't stop. What do we do there?
To me, it seems like he has a lot of energy. He probably needs to burn that energy off before he goes to sleep. He's not tired yet. So like, instead of us forcing kids in these circumstances to go to sleep, I think it's probably best that we would get them to either redirect that energy towards something to be able to get them tired to sleep, or we acknowledge that, okay, maybe they're going to bed a little bit too early, right? We want to make sure that they get enough sleep. We want to make sure it's like probably in between like 7 to 9 hours, at least, probably more than 7 hours, because you can probably reduce it like when you get older. That's like what I would do. So
Yeah.
probably like 8 hours is good. If they're getting less than that, right, it's probably problematic. Probably need to address that. Probably need to like talk to them and go through like, okay, well, if we are having these issues with going to sleep, what are ways that we can make ourselves go to sleep better, right? Should we be shutting off devices a little bit earlier so that like that doesn't impact or it allows for us to calm down, settle down early, right?
And that's what we're
Should we
doing.
take
And
baths?
that's what we're doing now. We're doing that as that's happening right now. That's our response.
Yeah, these would be like things that we would have to apply because we're talking about like preventative measures for the future.
Right.
Because this is going to be a case probably that would come back up because like kids always have energy. Like I remember when I was a kid, I did the same thing. Like I would actually like go underneath, I would play DS and go underneath the sheets and play all night. Hopefully my mom doesn't come in and find me playing video games, right? I used to do that too. It's because I'm not tired yet. I really want to stay, I want to keep playing. But the point is that I will at some point learn a lesson when it relates to like to sleeping, right?
Yeah.
I will burn the energy off. I will get like, okay, I'm gonna go to sleep anyway, or I need to catch up on sleep. I'm so tired, right? And then that's gonna actually like get me to like sort of like regulate it itself. So I feel like necessarily being a little bit more lenient when it relates to like say sleeping or something like that, because it's particularly like this, right? Might actually be better for us to like sort of develop skills for them long term, because it's kind of like more of like a natural consequence where they themselves will feel more tired if they don't sleep as much.
Okay, so I actually really like that. That's a really good response. That's very caring and concerning. However, I feel like you're missing a key factor. There's a key factor that I, the father, I am the authoritarian here. I am the king of this house. What I say is what goes in this home. And I feel like going in that direction, you have to show as the father that you are or the parent, just the parent period, excuse me. I feel you have to show as the parent that you are the authoritarian and what you say goes. I hate to say this because she might hear me. However, my wife is a lot softer in that department, and the kids 100% know it. And when she says something, for example, she's trying to brush the teeth or whatever, get them ready in the morning or any time throughout the day. Let's say my son with Down syndrome. She's trying to brush his teeth. He's just not having it. She's trying to give him a bath. He's just not having it. She'll literally say, you want me to call your dad? He'll say, okay. You have to show that you are the authority. And if you don't, they'll learn that and they'll know, like, I don't have to listen to you. And I feel like I see that's pretty common. But you absolutely need that, especially since you're the one that's in charge of teaching them right from wrong, protecting them, keeping them safe, showing them the right way to move. If they don't have any to lead anyone, you have to be able to set rules and guidelines or laws. And to set laws, you have to enforce those laws. That's why we have laws and we have law enforcement. You need that in the home, and there needs to be punishment and penalties for breaking those rules, because kind of rules are meant to be broken. Rules will be broken in the household. You broke rules. I broke rules. I probably broke a lot worse rules than you. But this will happen. And as parents, we're responsible for teaching them. So what about that? How do you do that if when they do something and they're deliberately disobeying you to your face, and instead of where does the enforcement come from? Because how do you make rules if you can't enforce the rules? That's kind of fairy tale. It doesn't work like that. You have to be able to enforce the rules. You have to be able to you have to impose discipline when the rules are broken. And if we're just being so compassionate 100% of the time, I'm not saying zero is right. We should learn them just like that. That's beautiful. But we also have to balance it and be authoritarians as well.
So when it relates to this, we're saying that we need to show authority through the usage of like spanking, and that authority could only be shown through that context. Do you think that a sense of authority, no, I wouldn't say authoritarian, like a sense of authority, like authoritative, do you think that can be shown without using violence or out using hitting?
If yes, if the like if it's able to go there, but it doesn't have to. But just the lack of having that, I don't think so. I don't think if you just remove any threat of any physical harm whatsoever, I'm not saying, belt, shoe, broom, and all that stuff. I'm just saying if you just remove any, just as bad as it's gonna get is I'm mad at you. No, man, I don't think so. I don't think so. No, I think they know that. They know that 9 times out of 10, their mama ain't gonna do nothing. And when she can go in there and just yell when they, sometimes they'll listen and sometimes they won't. Sometimes they'll listen and sometimes they won't. And they know that they have that choice because she ain't gonna do nothing. They know they don't have that choice with me. So to answer your question, I just, to remove it completely off the table, I don't think you have to resort to that often at all. I hardly ever have to resort to that with my children because they know who I am and they know where we stand. So we have a great relationship and they listen. But if we just remove that off of the table, no, I don't think so.
Yeah. So you think that it only can be done, like showing authority without the usage of like spanking, if there is a threat of spanking?
I'm sorry. They're in the room playing. And like I said, my son has Down syndrome. He's not screaming. He's not crying. He's actually playing. He gets loud and, sometimes he's not, but my kids are not over there crying. I'm sitting on the couch, but sorry, I had to I see a lot of people saying that in the comments. I believe so. I think if the children know, but I don't know because I've never seen a scenario where I'm from. I don't know what if they were never ever, like you said, I heard you say you weren't spanked. So if the child were never introduced to spanking at all, maybe I don't know if that were never even introduced to their life, then maybe the worst thing ever would be, like, I remember I had my older sister, when my dad used to yell at her or get mad at her, she would cry like and I didn't understand it because that was enough. So I don't know. I won't, from what I've seen, my personal experience, if you remove spanking off the table, I think they'll just run wild. But I will say that my mind is open. I'm not so biased. If the child were never introduced to spanking, I'm interested in how they would respond, because maybe they won't need to be spanked because they don't even know that part, So I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah. So that's exactly what like these types of studies will be able to show us, is like what it would be like given that we apply different types of conditions. So like that's exactly why looking at the studies kind of demonstrates a better notion to us. Whereas like when it relates to just our personal experience, it might seem to people who do engage in spanking that it is necessary because they rely upon it within their own like experiences. Right. So it can seem necessary to individuals if it's something that they constantly rely upon. Right. Maybe because there aren't other ways that they know about are effective, or since they've already introduced it, right, it might have already produced a relationship in which they this is the only way to do so because they've created it this way. Right. I would have to see evidence or like reason to believe that, but that's just like some sort of guess. But okay. Yeah, so my point is that you can still actually get them to engage in the right behavior or to like listen, necessarily speaking, without spanking. And actually, like based upon the evidence that I've seen, the studies that I've seen, they're more likely to do that. Right. So it could be different in different circumstances. with your child that does have Down syndrome. I'd have to see like particular studies that would relate to that. But when it relates to the averages, it is pretty clear that like kids are more likely to disobey, right? If this type of parenting mechanism is introduced.
Yeah, I get it. All right, good talk, man. I hope you stay and keep growing on here. I'd like to see you when you have children and stuff like that. I'd like to see how that goes because I believe you'll take it.
Yeah, absolutely. If I'm still on the internet, I'll definitely make sure to let y'all know.
All right, man. It's good talking to you.
For sure. Good talking to you. Have a good day. All right, let's go on to the next person. Everyone, again, if you like the content, make sure to follow me if you're ready. Tap that screen, everyone. Let's try to get to 1 million likes. If you want to help get out to more people, share the live, everyone. Let's try to get to 1,000 shares. Let's go on to the next person, though. Again, if you like the content, make sure to follow me if you're ready. Oh, Cash sending another guest request. What is this? Yo, Hanging Lights, thank you so much. I appreciate it, Evan. Thank you. Okay, it's not even adding him. It's not even adding him, chat. It didn't even work. We're going to go on to the next person. I just wanted to see like, if you could turn on his webcam. Thank you for the hearts. I appreciate it. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 48.
For sure. Do you think spanking is abuse?
I do not, and I'm not. I mean, I'm not coming at you because you don't have kids or anything like that. But I will tell you that growing up, I was a hard-headed kid, and my dad spanked me with a razor strap, and I wasn't near as worried as my dad as I was my mom. Because my mom would pick up a dresser of drawers and chunk it down, But it was because I was being a bad kid, and she didn't want me to, and I ended up being worse because I was a bad kid. I was a knucklehead. But I have a 17-year-old son now, and I have only spanked him 2 or 3 times, and it's not even called a spanking. It's a tap on the diaper.
Hey,
That's
before
not
we talk
spanking.
about this, I do want to address this first because I'm really sorry to hear that, by the way. So those were...
No, I deserved it. I deserved it.
I don't think that you deserved it. I don't think any child deserves that type of treatment. I think it's very clear. He
didn't draw blood. It was for pure shock. It was for pure shock. It's like, go cut down your own switch.
Yeah, so
and if you don't pick down,
so just because there wasn't a drawing of blood doesn't mean that it's not bad. It clearly is still bad, even if there isn't a drawing of blood, right? I think that's.
I watched my dad cry while he was giving me spankings because it hurt him more to spank me to try to keep me on the right track than
why was this the only way?
Me.
Why was this the only way to keep you on the right track?
It wasn't the only way. They tried grounding me. Grounding me didn't work. There's all kinds of things. Nothing they did would work. And
what type of communication would they do with you?
That was just the last. They would tell me not to do it, and then I would do it anyways. I would sneak out. I would do whatever I felt, and it was absolute. I was a horrible kid,
So all they did was tell you not to do it.
I was actually. No. They gave me plenty of opportunities. They give you hey, Corey, I wouldn't do that. Corey, that's not a good idea. And they were trying to keep me from hurting myself. And if I got to take a smack from a piece of leather strap for them to get it through to me, you know what I mean? And that didn't even really work. But there's
because it's not an effective way to teach children. Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much.
No,
would you be okay? Would you be okay with your child getting hit with a belt in school because it would be a quote unquote learning mechanism?
His soon to be stepfather said that he barely tapped him on the butt with his hand. I come to find and lied to me. Told my son to tell me that he just barely tapped him with his hand because if I found out he took the time to get a belt out and I was going to go to jail. They told him your dad's going to go to jail because he's going to beat the shit out of this guy for putting his hands on you, you know, because it's not his spot. That's what his mom's for. But I've not once had to do anything in 7 years old except give him that look because he learned respect. He learned that I'm fair, you know, and he's given me no trouble. I mean, the hardest thing I had with him was his grades. He got them up. He's done everything. And I mean, there's a difference. You tap a small kid's hand. You're not hitting them hard. It's just it's a no. You know, it's just a hey no. And if that's what's going to get your attention,
Of course, my question still stands.
Then that's
would
what's
it be
going to get
okay?
your attention.
Do you think it would be okay for teachers to use a belt to hit your child as a teaching mechanism?
No, because I don't know those teachers. You know, I don't know those teachers. I don't trust people I don't know. See, like, I don't trust, you know, people I don't know. They could be psychopaths, but I do know that my son is a great kid, man. When I was his age, I was experimenting with drugs. I was sleeping with as many women as possible. I was out drinking and driving every night because I was too afraid to call my dad for a ride, you know, which was
maybe because the relationship that was built between you and between them was not an effective one insofar as that you felt like you had to lie to them, right? And actually, this is a great example. This is a great example I like bringing up. Hold up. This is a great example I like bringing up. So, like, for example, right, a kid who is fearful of a parent, right, in terms of how they're going to treat them if they're at a party and they're drinking, right, is that they're going to get punished, right? So they're likely, even if they drink, they're not going to tell their parents or call their parents, be like, yo, can you come pick me up? I'm drunk, right? I don't know how to get home. They'll instead like drive home, right? Or do something that's unsafe in terms of getting home. So clearly, right, if it wasn't the case that they were so scared of the punishment in that circumstance, right, I think it is the case that you would have a more effective way of keeping them safer, as again, they would call you and you can come pick them up. And then actually that sets them for a position to be better for the future, as like literally we can just reference the idea that like when people are not given like the ability to do types of things like this when they're kids, or with the whole idea that their parents are there to keep them safer, then it is the case when they go to college, if they do go to college, they just let go, right? And they will do that, keep doing it. And they don't know how to limit themselves because they've never done that in the past, because they didn't have their parents there as some sort of basis or safety net.
Well, I did all that. I did all that. I mean, tell you 100% truth is a little bit off. I mean, I was 17. I met a girl. I was I'd known her since we were 8. My first love. She basically cheated on me, and I always went to parties, but this night in particular, I said, fuck it, and, decided to chug 4 beers. And within 6 months, I done everything but put a needle in my arm. And it wasn't because of my parents. It wasn't because of my parents. Now, I do wish I could have called my parents and said, hey, I need a ride. You know what I mean? I wish I'd have done that. But my dad was so scared with the genetics in our family that that's the only way he knew how to deal with it. That's the only way how to deal with it. And he did the best he could. Everything that my parents have done is not their fault. It's my fuck up. I fucked it up, you know, and a lot of it, if I'd have listened to them, I wouldn't have had, you know, and I'm telling you, they didn't beat me all the time or anything. I got away with a lot of crap I shouldn't have got away with. But what I'm saying is, you don't,
Corey, man, in that scenario, it sounds like you needed you didn't need violence. You needed direction, right?
Well,
it seemed like you needed a lot of direction.
Well, I mean, what I needed was someone to explain that. Sorry, I'm trying to light a cigarette. Stupid, but anyway, what I needed was someone to explain to me that, hey, this is hereditary. You know, you're going to your chances of becoming an alcoholic after one drink or two drinks is very, very high. I needed to be told that, and my
By the way, are
son,
you driving?
yeah, but I mean, I just got off
I do.
work,
I do
so.
have to go on to the next person. It's TikTok terms of service. I have to go on to the next person. I appreciate all the gifts, everyone. By the way, let me go on to the next person again. Only send a guest request if you disagree, everyone. Tap that screen. Let's try to get to 1 million likes. If you want to help get it out to more people, everyone, share the live copy link, send it to a few friends. Let's go on to the next person, though. Again, only send a guest request if you disagree, y'all. All right. For some reason, it didn't accept this person. We're going to go on to the next person. Again, only send a guest request if you disagree, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Yeah, he can request again when he's not driving. It's TikTok terms of service, everyone. I can't do anything about that, chap. Here, for some reason, it's not accepting someone. I'm going on to the next. Again, only send a guest request if you disagree, everyone. Okay. It did not accept them. We're going to go to the next person. Let me go to the next. Again, only send a guest request if you disagree, everyone. Thank you. I appreciate the hand art. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What's up, man? I'm 40.
Yeah, for sure. Do you think that spanking is abuse?
Of course not.
Why not?
Spanking is spanking. Abuse is abuse.
Wait, sorry. Say that again.
Spanking is spanking. Abuse is abuse.
Of course, spanking is spanking and abuse is abuse, right? But that's also compatible with spanking being abuse.
Spanking has nothing to do with. They have nothing to do with one another.
What does abuse mean? Appreciate the hand art. Thank you.
Abuse means the way I'd put abuse in this case would be exploiting your power and authority over a child, whether that's physical or mental.
Exploiting your power or authority over a child. What constitutes as exploiting your power or authority over a child?
Well, for instance, the abuse could come in physically. You could exploit your power over a child. They're helpless, obviously. So exploiting your power would be basically running out, hitting them too much.
Can you restate what you just said? I'm confused.
I mean, hitting them too much for no real reason. Spanking is just part of discipline. Do you have kids?
I do not currently have kids. So when it relates to this, what is considered too much?
Depends on the circumstance. Depends on the parent.
Like, can you give me a circumstance?
No, there could be a million circumstances. Too young to be spanked yet. There's an age, like say you have a 2-year-old and you're spanking them now, and then they're kind of too young to learn, so they're not going to learn that way. That'd be one.
So can you give me any reason to believe that spanking is an effective mechanism for learning?
Yeah, it's just discipline. It's a disciplinary action to correct the behavior.
What is discipline?
Discipline would involve spanking.
No. What's like discipline, definition that I can apply?
I'd say teaching them. Teaching your child correct and incorrect behaviors.
Okay, so me asking, how do you know that spanking is an effective learning mechanism? And you just saying it's meant for learning doesn't describe how it's an effective learning mechanism.
Well, they learn through corrective actions. So when they make a mistake, you correct their actions, and that's where the learning comes in, and that can be spanking. Spanking is very effective. Usually,
give me any reason to believe it's effective. I have very good evidence to believe that's not effective.
Well, ask parents. That would be.
I've talked to many
that'd
parents.
be your field study.
I've looked at studies, right, and they indicate that like there are not good impacts from spanking.
Yeah, you need to talk to more parents. And you could be a parent yourself. It's weird. Like I've scrolled through TikTok and seen this topic before, and it's always somebody who doesn't have children.
Yeah, so like
No
that's
parent
always
that
a
I know
point that's brought up.
would
I don't see how that's relevant in terms of me determining like the types of impacts from spanking. Plus, like again, I could just relate to my parents. My parents would also not say that it's right. They didn't spank me, and I turned out completely fine, right? So if you want to talk on an anecdotal notion or just like relate to parents, right? Are my parents not enough, but you're enough as a parent?
Yeah,
Why
yeah,
should I
case
accept
by
you,
case.
but not my parents who, clearly speaking, have already raised their kids all the way?
Yeah, it varies. It depends on what you have. You could be blessed with a little angel who doesn't need spanking hardly ever.
We had
or
3
just
children,
never.
and my sister was definitely not like that. Right, but she never got spanked, even considering this notion.
Yeah, girls are actually different. Girls are versus boys. Disciplinary actions are different for girls and boys. Spanking is much more effective for boys.
P of chia seeds.
They're gonna basically be how they're gonna be. It's hard to discipline a girl with spanking.
So can you give me any source that indicates that spanking is effective for boys but not effective for girls?
Yeah, me. I know. And parents just
Your
know
own
it.
personal experience. So, okay, again, I could bring up a parent right now that will disagree with you, right? Does that mean that they're right? No. So you're gonna have to give a reason.
No.
So what's your reason?
But you could take you could get yourself a poll together, gather up as many parents as you can find, and see who's talking about spanking is
We
good.
can
I
poll
bet
the chat. You want to poll
I
the
bet
chat?
you it's in the majority. Spank everybody. I mean, this
A
is
majority
new
of people can think spanking is okay, and that doesn't mean it's okay.
thing. No, but we're talking about it from an experience standpoint. I mean, how do you know spanking's up?
Thank you for that mustache. I appreciate it. Thank you for the hand art. Say it again. Sorry.
How could you know spanking is okay or not okay? It varies by the parents and the children. It's case by case.
No, I think that spanking anything that's intentfully physically harming a child without good reason is going to be abuse. Right, that's my view. All right, and there's no good reason to spank your kid.
That does.
By the
sound
way,
like
chat, I can't make a poll. It has to be a mod.
no good reason sounds like kind of like you're teetering into abuse when you talk about no good reason.
What do you mean I'm teetering into abuse? I'm
No
literally
good
saying,
reason.
yeah, that's exactly what it would be. Because, like, for example, like giving a kid a vaccine does harm them, but it's for a good reason because it produces immunity and will reduce the pain and the harm that they're going to have to go through long term. And we have very good evidence to indicate that.
Actually, we don't.
We do have good evidence to indicate that. Of fucking
We
course you
don't.
believe some shit like that.
No,
We have very good evidence. Very good evidence.
Yeah, you don't.
We
know
have
what
like
you're talking
very,
about.
very, very sufficient evidence.
Vaccines.
I do know what I'm talking about. Right? You have no clue what you're talking about.
Yeah.
I promise you.
I actually do. Okay.
Dude, you're literally.
But anyway,
can you give me any reason to believe that? Like, what vaccines do you think are ineffective?
All of them, but we don't need to.
All
get
of
into
them, every single
vaccines.
one. So you think the polio vaccine's ineffective?
Yeah, it wasn't effective. Polio was already going away before it was even rolled out. But
Do you think
who
the
am I?
MMR vaccine is ineffective?
Yeah. Anyway, back to spanking.
Would you not take the anthrax vaccine?
You want to talk about spanking or vaccines? You don't know.
I
what
mean,
you're talking
I would
about
love to
either
talk
one,
about
but
either or,
I'll
but
stick to the topic.
I can, dude, man, chill. I can talk about either or. It's up to you, man.
Yes, spanking. So what we were going to say something before vaccines came up.
I don't really remember, to be honest. You kind of made the claim that any
yeah,
I was
yeah,
talking
yeah.
about like the harm. You were talking about any vaccine is wild, bro.
You
Like,
said-
we clearly have good
you
evidence to,
said no
like to
good
indicate
reason.
vaccinations are effective.
No, you said no good reason.
Yeah,
You think?
and you said it was
spanking
teetering on abuse
equals
somehow.
No good reason. Yeah.
How?
But when you spank your child, any sane parent, say I can give you an example where a spanking would be called for. Say Johnny is
6 years old, and he's getting into a drawer you told him not to get into. Like it could be a dresser drawer or a cabinet you told him don't get in there. He does it, right? You've already said don't, and he does it. Now that's a warning. Now that's the first time. Now the second time he goes and deliberately disobeys you, that's where spanking would come in.
No, dude, what the fuck?
Go to Johnny.
It's dude. After one time, you tell them one time. Okay, I'm gonna tell you one time, right? And then I'm gonna spank you after. Right?
You're not a parent. You don't know what the hell you're talking about.
I don't need to be a parent to know that that's fucking crazy, dude.
You go take a little.
Look at all the parents. Look at all the parents opening a drawer. By the way, opening a drawer. Literally, look at the chat. Do you see all the parents in the chat that are disagreeing with you? That's not a good point.
Because there are things in there that he's not allowed to get to.
What are those things?
You go to Johnny. It could be anything. You're the parent. You decide. It could be anything. Go to Johnny. Johnny, I told you before. You did it once. I told you not to do it again. You did it again. You disobeyed me. Now come here. I'm going to have to discipline you. You're getting a spanking. Now Johnny knows, oh no, that's bad. You spank Johnny. This could be, depending on Johnny, this could be 1 or 2 or 3 pops right in the butt. Pop, pop. You know? And then
why don't we lock the drawer if we have something in there that's bad that they can't touch?
Are you able to track with any kind of reasoning in conversation?
Yeah, I am.
You always have to have a way around a demonstration when we're talking about what I'm trying to tell you. I'm trying to demonstrate an example of a good spanking.
Yeah, and I'm telling you that this isn't an example of a good spanking because you can fucking lock a drawer, right? It's not difficult, man. It's really not, right? Any person who has a brain that has an IQ above room temp would be able to tell you that, okay? That's not a difficult thing to take into account.
Well, how old are you? You sound
I'm 21.
Like maybe you sound like that's the opposite. You sound like that's the reverse. You sound 12.
I sound 12?
You sound like you're 12 years old trying to tell me that.
How do I sound 12? Yeah, you can literally lock. You can lock stuff that could be harmful towards the child in a fucking lockbox.
So this was an example. This was a philosophical exercise,
and it wasn't a good one because of that reason.
It wasn't a good one because I could lock it, but that's where my authority comes in. Anything I say to my child,
Cooper flies home. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Appreciate the hand art. Thank you so much. No, it's clearly not, and that's why they were disobeying you. If you spank them, they're more likely to disobey. So, you're completely wrong there.
You're wrong because
can you give me a single source to justify your point? About. I can give you a whole bibliography. What's up?
I can give you a whole source of me.
Yeah. So what about all the people who are parents in the chat that disagree with you then?
What about all the 12-year-olds who say they're 21 and say spanking is abuse and get on Snapchat or what is this? TikTok?
Great fucking roast, bro. Great roast, bro.
You like it? Because you don't know what you're talking about. Anyone who disagrees.
Dude, honestly, everyone spam W guess in the comment section. W roast, chat. W roast, dude. You should go on a roast battle, bro.
You want to have a little roast battle real quick? We could.
If you really need to boost your ego enough, go for it.
I mean, you sound like you want to egg it on. Like that wasn't good enough.
Yeah, I don't know. If you want to be emotional today, I'll egg it on. It's fun. That's all you.
I mean, you look like Ellen DeGeneres.
I don't think that's true.
You don't have to think that's true.
Chat, yes or no? What a W roast, right? It's so real, dude.
What does W mean? Win?
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
You didn't say W ever in your life?
No, that's like a new thing. That's newer lingo. I'm 40, remember?
It must be newer lingo.
Yeah.
In sports. You got me though, bro.
That's like more in sports. It's in the sports world. You know, combat sports, UFC guys, they say that. Get the W.
Yeah, probably originates from that. Who knows? But yeah, so what's your point? I'm confused.
Water.
That you look like Ellen DeGeneres. You said you're 21. I think you're 12. And you don't have children of your own, but you're talking about a topic that directly relates to having children.
You don't have to have children to know, right? Again, I can like
You do though.
there are going to be biases that
You
come
do.
around just by looking at your anecdotal evidence because it's
Like,
not
I'll
going to be
tell
able to
you.
make claims about like the average individual, right? As there are going to be
Before I had
selection
kids-
biases.
Before I had kids, there's always talk about your child sitting down and you're trying to get them to eat their dinner. And before I had kids, I didn't care. People,
Yeah, imagine
even
if my mom
parents
fucking spanked
and
me
other
because I didn't want to eat
parents,
my broccoli.
they would
That's
say-
fucking
They would
wild.
say, eat your dinner, and then they would say they'll get mad and they'll make you sit the whole night. You know, they'll punish you for not sitting there and eating dinner. But I always said, I don't care if little Johnny doesn't want to eat his dinner. I don't care. He doesn't have to eat. He can get up and go. But then when I became a parent, something happened. I mean, there's like a need in you to make them eat. You want them to eat. So I flipped on that. So parents, so like say you, for instance, you're here saying spanking is abuse and you probably would never do it. But if you had kids of your own and little Johnny's coming up to be like a little shit, you're going to be like,
I'm not going to hit them.
know, man. I'm on my fourth.
How much you want to
straight
bet that
night.
doesn't happen? I would put so much money on it.
Yeah, wait till you're on your fourth straight night of no sleep. And so is little Johnny. He only sleeps maybe 2 hours the whole night, and that's not normal, but that's kind of normal actually. When this day and age, like more and more kids aren't sleeping good. Wait till that. Wait till you're strung out, you're stressed out, you've had enough, you're fed up. Little Johnny's on your last nerve. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
Spanking's
I don't know. I when I talk to parents, it's really not that difficult to like, have any type of emotional regulation, right? I think that not having a sense of emotional regulation can come from like issues in the context of childhood in terms of like there being not clear communication, right? There not being effective communication that was emulated. Right. So clearly, if those things are not true, that those things can then be passed on to our children through like generational trauma. Right.
So
instead of like, adding to the issue, we should stop it.
At what age do you think effective communication is happening between you and your child?
It depends on the parent.
No. At what age do you think a child effectively is able to understand and follow what you're telling them? Effective communication. Go ahead.
Effective communication fully, right? Like it depends on what you mean by effective communication. What qualifies as effective communication?
You said effective communication. I'm asking you what you think that means for what's the age range for effective communication between a parent and a child? Little Johnny, remember he was 6, but what age do you think little Johnny is before you can
effective communication?
Before you
probably like
dish out
3 and
different
up.
means of discipline.
Probably like 3 and up.
So you think a 3-year-old, you're able to effectively communicate, little Johnny, I told you.
Yeah,
this,
because communication wouldn't be like only verbal, right?
So you think little Johnny is going to be effectively communicable at 3 years old?
Yeah, probably like, or like
Okay.
maybe even earlier. I don't know. Some could probably say earlier, maybe like even from birth, right? Because like effective communication could be seen through like nonverbal communication. All right.
We're talking about teaching, right? We're talking about teachable communication, teachable moments. Teaching little Johnny what to do and what not
probably
to
a
do.
3-year-old.
And
Probably
listening to
3-year-old.
daddy.
Yeah, probably 3.
Okay. Give yourself a round of applause. Have your audience applaud with you, because that's the Darwin award for the night. You have no idea what you're talking about. Did you read this stuff? Is that why you said spanking is abuse? Did you read about that?
Yeah, I've read about it many times. Like, you can see it. Like, I can send you a source that indicates that other types of physical abuse, right, and physical punishment have these, like some of the same impacts psychologically and physiologically speaking as spanking, right? There's not a statistically significant distinction between the two categories. And if there's not a statistically significant distinction between the two categories, that would very clearly indicate to us that if we consider one to be abuse, there would be no reason to not consider spanking abuse.
No, that would just mean that a small child doesn't know what's happening and that they're getting spanked.
I'm confused what you're trying to say. What do you mean?
But they do know what's happening. They know when they're getting spanked. When you mentioned a 3-year-old, it depends on the 3-year-old. Many 3-year-olds still can't listen. 2-year-olds almost always can't listen. Many 3-year-olds can't listen. A lot of 4-year-olds can't listen yet. But Usually they can. A 3 or 4 year old, they can listen and they know when they're getting spanked and they know what's happening.
Wait,
They
so
know
you said a
full
three?
well what
You said
they
a 3
did.
or 4 year old you can't have effective communication with. And
Yes.
yet you shouldn't be hitting a
Some.
3 and 4 year old. That's wild.
Some.
You shouldn't be hitting
yeah.
any. You shouldn't be hitting any child, dude. Like realistically
No, you're not
speaking, why do
hitting
you
them.
think
Say hitting? Why'd you say hitting and not spanking? You're spanking.
Spanking
your child.
is
You're not
hitting.
your child. No,
Spanking
hitting
is
is like
hitting.
spanking is strictly the bottom area, the bottom region with your bare hand.
If I
That's
spanked
spanking.
you, did I hit you?
No, you spanked me. You don't know the difference.
Spanking is a type of hitting.
You're supposed to be a well-read 21-year-old little scholar. You're supposed to know. Spanking.
I'm
is
not
hitting.
I'm not a scholar, but spanking is a form of hitting.
So they go in preschool.
Like what is your
and all
definition
that,
of
and then
hitting?
they hit. So when you go and tell
Hey,
your
dude,
child,
what is your
"Oh,
definition of hitting?
They're not saying
If I smack you on the leg, did I hit you?
No. If you smack me on the leg, yeah, you hit me.
Okay, so if I smack you on the butt, did I hit you?
If you smack me on the butt, you spanked me.
If I smack you on an arm, did I hit you?
You hit me.
If I smack you on the chest, did I hit you?
You hit me.
If I smacked you across the face, did I hit you?
You hit me.
So the special exception is whenever it's on the butt. It's still a form of fucking hitting. You just don't want to call it a form of hitting because you don't want to
it's already
acknowledge that
called
your
spanking.
actions are
I don't
bad.
call it anything. I don't want to call it nothing, buddy. It's already called spanking. You can take
Which is a
pole
form of
around-
hitting.
you can
Literally,
lift it
the
right now.
exact
You
same
can
action.
actually chat.
Smack on the butt, not hitting to you.
Say,
Smack
what
on the
is
leg,
spanking?
hitting. Literally, fucking less than a foot of difference in where it is. Literally smacks the same type of way. One's hitting, the other's not. That makes no fucking sense.
I'm
It's the
sorry,
same
it doesn't
action.
make sense to the 21-year-old young scholar, but even a 5-year-old can tell
Dude,
you that's
is that
called
actually?
spanking.
Are you actually trying to use that to try to disprove me? A 21-year-old scholar. Are you trying to say that that's how I'm wrong? Because that's called an ad
I'm
hominem.
like mocking you. That's like a mockery because you
Is
don't know
it
what
an
you're
insult,
talking
or are you saying that I'm wrong because of this reason?
It's both. Like I'm being sarcastic.
Oh, it's an
I'm
insult,
calling
and
you
you're saying that I'm wrong. That's called an ad hominem fallacy, right? That's an ad hominem fallacy. Just because you insult me, it doesn't mean that I'm wrong, right? That's like what? That doesn't follow
What
at
other
all.
fallacies have you used?
What fallacy have I used?
No. Equivocation. Spanking is abuse. Spanking is
Wait,
hitting.
how did I equivocate?
That's one.
Explain how I equivocated.
Spanking and hitting. You apply the definition to both.
Spanking is hitting. I explained why. I explained how you
literally
engaged in a
just told
special
you.
exception, right? Where you literally didn't, it's called a special pleading fallacy, actually, right? Where you literally didn't apply it to, and again, I didn't equivocate because
No,
again, I was
it's
very
not
clear with my
special pleading.
definition.
It's literally
I never said that our definitions were the same, right?
equivocation.
Because I clarified the difference. But again, I showed how, again, you literally said that the exact same action, hitting the leg is
I didn't buy
hitting,
it.
but hitting the butt, nope. Smacking isn't hitting, by the way. That's your view. Not all smacking is hitting.
Do you think hitting an adult? Do you think two adults hitting each other? Do you think that has something to do with this? Do you think spanking and hitting is like the term that you would have to worry about if two adults are hitting each other?
Spanking
versus
is literally a
adult versus
form of
children,
hitting.
a
That's
parent
all
and
I'm
child?
saying. Is that like something you dispute, dude?
Spanking is a form of discipline. That's why it's called spanking and not hitting.
There are some forms of discipline that are considered abuse, right? Perceived discipline to you, right? To them, right?
No,
Spanking is
no,
actually degrading
no.
to discipline. It
Not
doesn't
true.
build up discipline.
not
It
true.
destroys it, right?
That's not true.
That is true.
Abuse exits the realm of discipline and enters the realm of abuse. It's its own category. It's not discipline.
Natalie, thank you for the hand. I appreciate it. Say that again. Sorry.
Be quiet now. Spanking. Abuse. When you say something is abuse, that is not discipline. It leaves discipline and becomes abuse now because now you're saying it's abuse. It's not discipline. Discipline is discipline.
Okay, so let's
Spanking
clarify
is
our two
discipline.
definitions.
I
Definition
already
of
gave you
abuse,
the
definition
definitions.
of discipline.
I already gave my definitions.
Let's just clarify them one more time. Sorry.
What's yours? I didn't hear yours. You heard mine. I never heard yours.
Yeah, so we can go over mine and then we'll talk about yours. So abuse to me is intentfully, in a physical context, by the way, intentfully physically harming a child without good reason. I did give that one to you earlier. And then discipline is going to be like the values, right, required to do what's good, right? Or like the values that one uses to do what's good would be like that, like a notion of discipline. Now, would you like to define the two terms for me? Appreciate the little crown. Thank you so much.
Discipline is what now? The values of doing what's good?
Yeah, the values used to do what's good. Yeah.
And that's
going to be one's discipline. Yeah.
So discipline being something carried out, being like a verb, discipline.
I mean, well, discipline isn't necessarily a verb in this. The values isn't necessarily a verb in this context, but values can be expressed, right? But I mean, in of itself, it's not, right? It would more or less be like a description of like what values I have.
Okay. Did you read that, or is that your own?
It's my own definition.
Okay. Yeah, that's why it's kind of weird. I don't really like it.
So what do you not like? Do you want to define the two terms for me?
Yeah, I did. I did both of those. Remember?
Yeah, I don't remember. That's why I asked you to define.
What did I say? Discipline. Discipline is a corrective action. You're correcting your child when you don't want them to do something. And I gave you the example of the drawer, but then you like tried to go around it and like say you could lock it, but you missed the point of my example.
No, I would just say that there would be good reason in that scenario. So like the idea that you're trying to demonstrate with discipline is that you're trying to get them to engage in better action, right? Or you're trying to it's anything used to do so. Okay, so if someone uses say like breaking of their kids' bones to invoke this sort of idea, would that then be discipline under your view?
No, that's called abuse.
So this is under your definition, it would be both discipline and abuse. That's my point.
No, I never said that. Come on, 21-year-old, you could do better than this. Who? You're putting words in my mouth.
I'm not putting any words in your mouth. Can you describe why?
You are though, because you just said that breaking bones could be discipline under my view of discipline.
Yeah, because your view of discipline is something that's used as corrective action. If a parent uses breaking their kid's bones as quote unquote corrective action, right, that would be the case that you'd consider it to be discipline, right? But you'd also consider it to be abuse. So it would be both discipline and abuse. My point is that you saying that it's discipline. My point is that you saying that it's discipline, right, doesn't imply that it's not abuse.
But do you think my definition of abuse comes into play here? Because I said abuse was exploiting your power over the child. We're talking about parents and children, right? So do you think I'm exploiting my power over a child when I start breaking their bones?
Well, I do, right? But what do you mean? I would just ask what quantifies as like you exploiting your power.
Breaking their bones would be a pretty good qualifier.
Okay, is hitting a child and causing a bruise a qualifier?
That's no, not necessarily. Spanking a child on their butt. Now, parents aren't perfect. Keep that in mind. You're not going to always apply the exact PSI per swing to hand to butt ratio of the spanking every time. There are times you can hit a little too hard, and you know when you did it too hard. You can go back and in fact, when you do it too hard, which does sometimes happen, you can talk to your child, let them know, hey, I did it too hard.
Wait, so if you bruise your kid, is it abuse? Yes or no?
Say again?
If you bruise your kid from a spanking, is it abuse?
No, not necessarily. It depends on the case.
Thank you.
That's why I say this is always a
okay, so bruise isn't a qualifier. What's a qualifier?
If I'm spanking little Johnny and a bruise, if I'm spanking little Johnny in the butt and a bruise appears up through the tissue of the buttocks, which isn't likely, that means you'd have to be swinging pretty hard. Miss your target, maybe. You can miss your target and hit the lower back region, which stings a lot more than the butt. And you know when you did that, by the way. That can start.
How do you
to
miss?
bruise.
How the fuck do you miss? How the fuck do you miss? How the fuck do you miss?
That's what I said, my boy. That's what I said. 21-year-old scholar who doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about because he doesn't have any children of his own.
You're literally a fucking abuser, bro. If you do that, that's so wild, bro. That's disgusting as fuck, dude. The fact that you can't see that, and instead you try to gaslight me, be like, oh, the 21-year-old that doesn't know what he's talking about. What you're trying to do there is you're trying to poison the well to make it seem like the arguments that I'm making are invalid based upon a characteristic in which I have, i.e., my age. Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. But my age here isn't going to be a determinant of whether or not I can determine anything when it relates to these circumstances about like abuse and whatnot. Clearly, I think that I can say in this scenario that that's going to be abuse. But it is the case also, secondly, right? What is your qualifier for abuse then? If it's not going to be a bruise, it's not going to be red marks. Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. If it's not going to be spanking, what is it? Where is the line? Apparently, you said that bruising or breaking their bones is too much. What is the in between there then from breaking bones and between bruising them, right? In which you say this is too much.
So, with age does allow wisdom because you just had more time. You can't have the wisdom I have being 21 and me being 40. It's just not possible. So. You're asking me I
disagree with that.
What's the wear mark? Well, that's because you're 21. What's the wear mark?
When I'm 40, I'm going to also believe the same
bruise? Thing. No, you won't.
Yeah, I have this recorded. I'll go back and I'll watch this when I'm 40 years old, and I'm going to think the same thing. I'm going to be like, damn, I was right. Fuck.
Beer legally think they know everything. Just like you.
I don't think I know everything. I don't think I know so much, right? There's so much that I don't know, right? But the fact of the matter is that you think that just because you're older, you know more, which is fundamentally not true. Okay. No, I understand I have lots to learn. I appreciate the money gun. Thank you so much. But it is not the case that just because I'm younger, I know less in this scenario.
That's correct. You're correct when you say that. Yes. But I'm talking about the experience that I have versus the experience you have. You can't possibly match my experience.
And you can't possibly match my experience.
I.e. having children, which you don't have.
Okay, let me ask my parents. Oh, wait, they disagree with you. Let me ask half the chat who are parents. Oh, wait, they disagree with you.
I mean, most of the people who come to this Spanking is Abuse and join and start commenting and hang out are probably of the ilk who are in line with what you're talking about. So
the ilk? What does that mean?
You don't know what ilk means?
No, what does that mean?
You're a 21-year-old scholar and you know everything, but you don't
I'm not a scholar and I don't know everything. What does that mean?
I'll let you look it up. It's fun. It's fun to learn new stuff.
Chat, can you let me know in the chat, please?
Yeah, research ilk. But we were
ELK or ILK?
You got to look it up, man.
ELK or ILK? I'm just asking.
We were talking about
ELK, like the animal, or ILK?
Dude, look it up. Ask your chat. It's fun to.
I don't know, chat.
It's fun to learn.
A group. Okay. Of a kind.
We were talking about what looks like abuse or what actually shows up on your child from a spanking that could look like abuse, right? Is that what you're talking about?
I don't know. What I told you earlier is that there's not a statistically significant difference between, right, other forms of physical abuse and spanking to indicate that other forms of physical abuse are abuse, but spanking is not abuse.
And this is something you read, you said.
This is what?
This is something that you read.
Yes, I can send you a study on this.
I'm sure there's plenty of studies on it. I'm sure it's got all kinds of signed off accolades behind it, but
peer review.
It's just not the case. You got to be.
It's just not the case. My feelings over the facts.
No, yeah, kind of. You just got to be a parent. You got to be a daddy.
So funny, dude. So funny, dude. Feelings are so much better than facts.
Yeah, you got to go have yourself one, man. Go have yourself one or two or three, and then you'll see. You'll live it. You got to live the life. You got to walk in a parent's shoes before you can talk from a parent's shoes. And you're trying to talk from a parent's shoes saying spanking is abuse because you.
So I don't need to talk from a parent's view, right? I'm talking about what's going to be the case empirically speaking. I'm just describing the empirics to you. I'm not describing the experience, what it would be like to go through being a parent. That's not what I'm describing. What I'm saying is that these impact children, right? We know they impact children and you can act upon that information. I'm just relaying this information to you. That's it.
Yeah, you weren't spanked. You said you were not spanked as
I
a
was
child.
not spanked. No.
Yeah. Yeah, I was spanked. I was spanked plenty as a child.
And you shouldn't have been.
My dad, in fact, my dad was spanked. He's told us stories. You know, we're older now, so he's telling us all the details of what, you know, he couldn't tell us when we were younger. He would tell us how his dad would come home and just take out his bad day on him and just wear his butt out for no real reason, no apparent reason. And we're talking about young teens. He was maybe 12, 15 when he would do that. And, yeah, my dad's he's a pretty straight arrow, though. He's a good dude. And yeah, I was spanked plenty. Me and my two brothers, we were all spanked plenty. Because, you know, boys, like I said before, boys have it a little rougher than girls. It was in terms of spanking. And spanking has more effect on boys than girls. But
yeah, so again, you have no any evidence to substantiate that. That's just like an anecdotal claim, which is subject to like selection biases. Right, so like the issue with this is that, like, for example, let me give you an example, right? If I walk into a room and this room has 150 people in it, right, spread across the room, they're all of different ages. If I walk to the left corner of the room to people who are talking, about 4 people who are talking, and I ask them what their ages are, and I average their ages, right? Is that going to be an accurate representation of the overall classroom?
no, I'm not looking for everybody's overall representation. I'm having a conversation with you. You're having a conversation with me, and we're not going to say.
And we're talking about whether or not spanking is abuse, right?
Yeah. But
so we're going to be talking about what's the case for the averages.
Like I walk into a place and go to the corner of a room, and I start talking to a man, and let's say I do what you're doing, and I say, well, what you just told me is anecdotal, and there's nothing to back your claim, and where's your source? He's not going to talk to me anymore. He's going to call me a little pussy and say, take a walk, buddy. That's not how you have a conversation.
What? Dude, the way I'm having a conversation is actually having a conversation. The way that you just referenced is not having a conversation. That's cutting off communication, cutting off debate, and utilizing fucking ad hominem attacks by saying that you're wrong on the basis of a particular insult.
I don't have any stats or sites or sources. It's just me.
Yeah, you've got no facts. You've just got feelings.
No, they are facts. You just don't know them.
What facts?
Because
what facts?
21.
Appreciate the invite. Thank you.
Any children.
I don't need to have children. Again, it is the case that many individuals with children have the exact same notions that I believe in, would say the exact same things as what I have said, right? So it isn't the case that just because I don't have children, that means I'm wrong, right? I think it is the case that we need to look at the overall evidence, like the aggregate data, to be able to form conclusions about the averages or about people in general. If we don't do so, we're obviously going to have like some sort of invalid mechanism or invalid method of being able to describe reality, because we're only looking at specific subjects, right? We're not looking at like broad sorts of ideas, and we're less likely to be able to isolate particular relationships. Like what I mean by that is, say, like when we have a study, we can actually judge whether or not this is a random association. When you're looking in your real life, right, outside the context of studies, you don't have a process that can actually be able to tell whether or not this is just a random association or not. Okay? That's why studies are so much better.
Yeah. You're aware that studies, and depending on what field of academia they're coming from, can be biased.
Yeah, they can be biased, right? But they're removing the biases. That's the whole point of the field of statistics, is removing biases, removing selection biases, right? As an example. So that's the whole point of studies, right? Your anecdotal experiences have significantly more biases than the studies.
So what
it's about
study,
limiting the
give me
bias.
an example of a study that has removed biases and has reported accurately on all the factors of
it's not remove all biases, but they have
it equates to the same thing.
Yep, they have a confidence interval of 99.9%, which means that their p-value is like 0.0011. So you can look up what is the link between corporal punishment and child physical abuse. You can look up the strength of the causal evidence against physical punishment of children and its implications for parents, psychologists, and policymakers. Spanking and child outcomes, old controversies, and meta-analyses. Policy statement of the American Academy of Pediatrics, effective discipline to raise healthy children. American Psychological Association resolution on physical discipline of children by parents. Corporal punishment. What are you doing, bro?
Ew. I'm jumping in, but you're running on. Stop.
Okay.
The first ooh, you should go, oh, yeah, what do you got? So, so this is why, all right, imagine you're talking to somebody and you start doing that and you start going, okay, you can look at the study of this and you can study of that. And they go, ooh. Would you actually keep doing that right in their face? You can study of this, you can study that. And they're still going, ooh. Doesn't that mean, hold up, I just thought of something, hold up?
No, some people are just like really weird and like rude on the live. Like I'm simply like patiently just describing to you the different types of studies, and you as like a 12-year-old are like immaturely, why don't you use your words, man? Words, right? Are you like a 2-year-old?
No, the clues of the context would say that I actually had a point to interject while you were rambling, and you didn't.
Hey,
So
why don't you say, hey, can I interject real quick?
Your list.
Why'd you instead say, whoa?
So you think if I actually do you think if I said hey? Do you think if I said the word hey versus noise that you would have stopped?
Like, does that tell you something? Does that tell you anything? Like.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Like, I'm convinced that you live your whole life. You live on the internet and you don't interact in situations where you have to talk with somebody and you're accountable for how you're behaving in front of someone.
When I'm on live in front of thousands of people, I am constantly held accountable for how I'm interacting with people.
No,
what are you talking about?
Get out of here.
I have thousands of people holding me accountable. What are you talking about? I interact with more people than you do, I bet, bro.
You do? You definitely do. You have like 3.9 thousand people or whatever. However many people are on here. Yeah. But that's not the same thing as a face-to-face, man-to-man conversation. And when someone is talking and then the other guy says, ooh, you stop. And you say, what? Well, yeah, what do you got? That's
and
lingo.
in general conversation, but within the
It's
context of debates, you understand that people on this platform will constantly do immature stuff like that all the time. It still would be the case that if someone did that within the context of a conversation with them, I'd be like, what are you doing? I'd be like, why didn't you just tell me? All right, that would be a really weird way to communicate that to me.
It's not weird. But this isn't a formal debate. We're just talking. But anyway, my ooh was to stop you and say, hey, check it out. I got something for you. Don't you think, you mentioned corporal punishment. It reminded me of the old school system, the old ways, back when like our parents were kids and your grandparents were kids growing up. They had corporal punishment. They used to have a paddle in the principal's office with holes in it so it could catch more air, like it could defeat air resistance and really clap on somebody's ass when they had to go and get whipped. It was the
and that's really fucking bad.
No. Here I'm going somewhere. There used to be corporal punishment in public schools. So society has only been decaying and getting worse. Crimes, the upbringing, the youth has been worse and worse year by year. It's never been as bad as it is now. We're talking just people disregarding their own lives, consequences, shootings, violence. It's only gotten worse. So don't you think...
Can you give me any evidence to believe that it's worse now?
Don't you think when you reference corporal punishment and things that used to be versus things that are now, studies that are out now, don't you think it's a little, I don't know, dishonest to say that it's always that today necessarily the studies out today actually mean that the children are better off not being spanked versus we have mounds of evidence of the upbringing of our grandparents and their grandparents even who were spanked and had corporal punishment?
Yeah, so again, the studies we have are over a very long period of time. We're talking 50 plus years, okay? We're talking generation through generation through generation. We see the negative impacts in terms of child development with spanking, insofar as that we've demonstrated a causal relationship, okay? So it absolutely is the case that we have good evidence to indicate that we should not be engaging in spanking, despite what you think was effective evidence when it relates to your grandparents. As your grandparents, right, if it is the case that given in the same conditions in which we are, were spanked rather than not being spanked, they would be more likely to be in worse circumstances, right? That is fundamentally true, okay? When it relates to these different studies, that is absolutely the case. If you want to look at crime rate statistics, right, we have absolutely decreased. Look, since the 1990s, absolutely have decreased in terms of crime rate. Okay, there was a slight increase during COVID, which has then gone down after, right? But it absolutely is the case that we have decreased the crime rate year after year after year. So, I don't know what you're talking about with that, right? Like if you look at over the past 30 years, there's definitely a decrease.
Okay. So the 90s weren't necessarily my grandparents and my parents' even childhood upbringing. But what negative effects have come from a study that has said so-and-so has negative effects from spanking? What effects?
What study has shown that? I literally cited you multiple studies earlier. I told you the titles.
No, I said what negative effects have come from spanking children? What happened to the
I already told you earlier. I'll tell you again. Kids are more likely to be aggressive. They're more likely to be disobedient. They're more likely to engage in bad behavior. They're more likely to have PTSD, anxiety, depression. Right? These things are all more likely to be true given the fact that an individual is spanked. Right? Is that not clear?
So that's definitely because they were spanked and not because they were raised by a single mom on welfare with no dad.
Yeah, because we have studies that isolate for that particular variable, right? A lot of people who are spanked aren't in those conditions. I don't know why you're referencing it as those particular conditions, right? It is the case that, again, we have isolated for these particular variables, and we know it's not just some sort of random association because of these studies.
Hey, I gotta cut you off. The Phillies and the Braves, the game got real close. But it's 4-3. Bottom of the
Ooh! 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 Ooh!
Sorry, I closed my phone and I'm still on. I hear you going, ooh!
Ooh!
I got the Phillies, boy. Hush.
Yeah, so do you have any actual argument, man? And he just left. He just left. Ooh, he left. All right, we're going to go on to the next person. If you like the content, follow me if you haven't already. Tap that screen, everyone. Let's try to get to 1 million likes. If you want to help get out to more people, share the live, everyone. That spanking is not abuse, everyone. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Just look. You said what?
It depends on the extent that it's taken to.
What extent does it depend upon?
If you're leaving a mark on your child, yes, it's abuse. But if you spank your child, hit your child, however you want to word it, out of discipline, it is not abuse. Now, example. Now, I totally believe in gentle parenting. I do the whole gentle parenting. Excuse me. But my 19-year-old daughter is a great child. She does her thing. But now I have 2 boys who 6 warnings, that's it. I tell you 6 times. Do your homework, whatever the case may be. If they still don't learn their lesson, yes, you're getting spanked on the butt.
So you said after how many times you say something to them?
6.
So 6 times you say something to them, and then did you try different ways of saying stuff to them?
Oh, absolutely. We have nightly family conversation where they're allowed to say and speak their minds. We have one-on-one conversations so I can explain why it's dangerous or why it's not okay to have certain behaviors. And if they continue with those, and I have to give those 6 warnings, then yes, the 7th time you get spanked.
Yeah, so when it relates to this, why do you think that that's an effective way to get your kid to learn?
I'm not saying it's necessarily an effective way, but it's a form of discipline as far as you need to understand I'm telling you this for your well-being.
Yeah, so again, that is understood, and obviously you want them to understand that this is for like their well-being if it clearly is. Right, but I don't see why we would have to use hitting them to be able to ensure this.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Why do we have to use hitting to get them to to understand this?
Okay, prime example, because obviously there's people in here who know me. Yes, my son has autism. He has it is labeled as aggressive and impulsive behaviors. And his doctors had told me, this is where I get the 6 warnings. That's it. You're done. His doctors have said after 6 times, that is when you put in the discipline. We have done timeout in the corner. We have done timeout on the chair. We've done timeout in your room. I'm not talking hitting like leaving marks. I literally.
Wait, so what doctors told you to hit the kid?
My son's psychiatrist. I just had CPS in my house the other day. They said it is legal to hit your child. So explain to me how.
It is legal, but it doesn't mean you should do it. So did they say you should do it?
But it's not classified as abuse. So how are you? What is your? Because you're giving all these sightings, but I want to know. I want actual proof. I want to see where you're getting your studies from.
Yeah. Do you want the title?
Yeah, absolutely. Because I'm really going to look this up.
Would you like the title, or would you just like me to give you like the document? Because I have like the whole document. I have it linked in my link tree. You can just click on my link tree and go to my sources, or I can just tell you the title right now.
No, I'm definitely going to go into your link tree.
Yeah, and you just there's this little thing. It's separated between spanking and between God and religion. You just click on the spanking one.
I want to look at it. I'm going to look at it right now while I'm on here with you. So hold on.
For sure.
Because I want to see this. Get on your TikTok. I don't know how to find it.
Yeah, all you have to do is go into my TikTok. You click on the link tree, and then it says sources. Once you click on the link tree.
Like I've been watching you for like the last 2 hours, and I totally see everybody's point in it on both parts, yours and other people.
And then it's right here on the bottom. And it takes you to this, and you just click spanking. And then there's all the different sources you can look through. And then there's also alternatives. We're just starting to create it, so this is the very beginning stages even.
Okay.
Put it on ice. The ingredient, I think, put time in the green belt. So we did a black velvet cake with a thyme and
I'm going to make fries, W fries, honestly.
walnuts and cream cheese mix.
In the meantime, everyone, while they're continuing to look this up, everyone tap that screen. Let's try to get to 1 million likes. If you want to help get out to more people, share the live, everyone. Let's try to get to 1.5 thousand shares, everyone. Copy link, send it to a few friends. It'll help get out to more people. Plus, again, if you all like my content, follow me if you haven't already, everyone.
No, okay, because I'm trying to get the other phone to work. How many years of studies was this on? Like, I'm truly, I want to know.
Yeah, so there's some that go back 50 plus years that show like multiple different types of studies. It's kind of like a meta-analysis. So there are some that go back decades and generations. So.
Okay. So because I couldn't get it to work from my other phone on TikTok. Okay, the study suggests that children who are physically punished. So according to something that I just pulled up, it says that this study suggests that children who are physically punished are running the same brain circuitry as children who have been abused. Data like this shows that the attempt to distinguish between physical punishment and physical abuse is no longer legitimate. So that's why I'm totally, again, 100% down with learning other people's suggestions. You know, I'm down for advice on everything because there is no perfect parenting on any parent.
Yeah, I agree. There is no perfect parenting. We're trying to minimize risks here. So I'm not to say that like everything's going to be perfect if we don't spank our children, but I am saying it seems like the data indicates that it's going to be better off.
Like, I really did not like come on here to like debate it with you. Like, I wanted to know so I can do my own research.
Yeah, I think a pretty good place to start
again,
would be like the bibliography I've mentioned there. That's like there's a bunch of different things that I've read through, I've looked through, that have very, very good conclusions formed from this. I'm not just like throwing random studies on there. I definitely make sure to like look through them first and whatnot. So yeah,
I am definitely going to go read some of these right now.
for sure.
And
I appreciate you coming on.
I totally appreciate your input. And I'm going, like I said, I will do my research just to see. And like, I agree with both sides on it. You know what I mean? Because to me, it is a fine line. Just being the way that I was also raised, which is why I say, like, when you mentioned generational abuse, you know, I was okay. I was raised one way, but I also, as a child, was not hit very often, if at all. And my children don't get hit very often either. I think in my 12-year-old's lifetime, he's been hit once. You know what I mean? It's just the point being that I want to see some documentation on this stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is exactly what it looks. So I absolutely appreciate you coming on, Jessica. It was great talking to you. Thank you so much.
Nice on you too.
Appreciate it. Let's go on to the next person, everyone. Again, if you like the content, follow me if you're ready. Tap that screen, everyone. Let's try to get to 1 million likes. If you want to help get out to more people, everyone, keep sharing the live. Let's try to get to 1.5 thousand shares, everyone. Copy link, send it to a few friends. I appreciate it, everyone, so much. Let me go on to the next person. Again, everyone, only send a guest request if you disagree, everyone. Okay, for some reason it didn't accept this person. We're going to try the next, everyone. Again, only send a guest request if you do disagree, everyone. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Oh my gosh, I have to turn off live invites because this person keeps inviting me. Oh my gosh, they keep inviting me. Chat, I actually literally can't accept someone because this person keeps inviting me to host. All right, there we go. I got it finally. All right. Give it a second, everyone. I'm getting this person up here. Again, only send a guest request if you disagree, everyone. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Again, only send a guest request if you do disagree, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 56.
For sure. Do you think spanking is abuse?
I do.
Why so?
So Parker, just be patient. So I grew up, my mom was abused by her dad, and then my belt was a broom, the broom handle. And and they say that it continues on and everything like that. And I have a 36-year-old child. He's my son. He's my heart, but I remember spanking him, and they always say that, it's going to go on. It's going to that stuff. So I get tired of hearing people say, yep, we got to do that.
Oh, wait, so you did say it's abuse, by the way?
I do. Yes, I do.
Oh, okay. I am just looking for people who do disagree. I do appreciate you coming on there.
Hold on, Parker. Can you give me 1 second? Okay. So at first I agreed with spanking because I spanked my son at one point when he was younger to the point to where he started shaking because I thought that's the way it's supposed to be done. And when I saw that I was getting out of control because of the abuse that I had dealt with and everything, I'm like, this is normal, the way I was abused. I didn't think that spanking was abuse. And then when I saw how I started getting out of control, and, I noticed the older people agree that spanking is not abuse, and I disagree with that for the fact that I raised my boy to be a great man like you will raise your children. So I understand that you want me to say, yes, spanking is abuse. It can be. You can get out of control.
I don't want you to say that, but I am just looking for some debates. Like, I clearly want you to say that you think that sorry, I thought you said spanking is not abuse. I do want you to say spanking is abuse. Yeah, sorry, say it. Sorry.
No, it's okay, baby. It's okay. It's just that I found that because I was abused and I got out of control. And that man that was on earlier, he was like, oh yeah, you know, I did this and da da da, and this happened to me. Well, it happened to me, and then I found myself getting out of control, and I'm like, no, I'm not going to do that. So people have a choice, and I chose a different route of how I raised my son, and I didn't have to spank him. And I probably spanked him 5 times in his life, and the last time was when he was 5. You know, so it is abuse. 100% abuse. There are other ways. I was raised that spanking is the way to do things, and or beating people is the way to do things, and it's not. And I chose to get out of that and break the chain, and to see that it is abuse. 100%. You know, it's just about the person being able to control themselves and learn a different way of parenting. If that makes any sense to you, Parker. I mean, I think you're going to be a great dad, and I understand that, you know, that you want to debate, but I cannot stand the people that say, yes, spanking is a necessity, when I've been, like I said, my belt was a broom handle. My ass was my head. You know, so, and my mom did it because it didn't leave bruises. That's why she hit my head with the broom handle. You know, so I get tired of hearing people say, yes, it's a necessity. It's not. I raised a very good young man, just like you're a very good young man. Your parents did a great job. Not saying you were perfect, not saying that you deserved a little spanking, but you didn't need it. You know?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I absolutely appreciate coming on. Thank you so much for coming up.
You're wonderful, Parker.
Have a great day. All right, we're going to go on to the next person. Again, only send a guest request. If you disagree, everyone keep tapping that screen. Let's try to get to 1 million likes. If you want to help get it out to more people, share the live, everyone. Let's go on to the next person. Again, only send a guest request. If you disagree, everyone. Okay, for some reason, it's not accepting this person. We're going to go to the next. Kim, thank you so much for the subscription. I appreciate it. By the way, everyone, if you want to have access to the sub-only chat, subscribe to me if you haven't already. It helps me come on here every single day. You get access to all the emotes and the sub-only chats that I do literally every day, y'all. We're going to be on sub-only chat for the next hour, and then I am going to be ending the stream, everyone. We've been on for about 5 hours and 25 minutes so far, everyone. I might, in the meantime, go on my second account and just to talk to chat for a bit. I might have time to be able to do that, everyone. But yeah, everyone keep tapping that screen, keep sharing the live. Let's try to get to 2,000 shares. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 45.
For sure. Yeah, do you think that spanking is abuse?
No.
Why so?
Because kids in today's day and age have gotten used to now everybody actually, they get what they want, when they want, and how they want. Turn them into a bunch of little, really, they feel like that's going to actually continue on throughout all of their life. And I learned when I was a kid that if I screwed up, you know, I would actually get spanked. And, you know, it taught me a lesson. I mean, honestly, there has to be like a limit when it comes to it. But I think I think that we shouldn't actually be considering spanking as really abusive. Because kids have boundaries that they need to have set up. Otherwise, than that, they're going to actually do exactly what you're seeing today within the real society. I mean, we have people that are breaking into stores and closing stores. I mean,
so you understand these same things have been happening throughout the context of history. Crime's actually less likely to happen now than it has been in the past. So if it is the case that's, I don't know why you're laughing. That's true. You want me to show you crime rate statistics? You can look at FBI crime rate statistics. They've been heavily decreasing, like throughout history. Like, I don't know what you're talking about. If you want to look at globally, they've been decreasing. So I don't know what you were laughing at.
Okay.
Can you give me any statistics that indicate that they've been increasing, like throughout time?
Throughout time?
Yeah.
Okay. Look at it this way. France, when they were actually completely the the patriarchy in France back in, I think it was the 1600s, when the entire country decided that they were going to go against King Louis, and yeah, they had to have that. But at this point in time, what's happening is people are refusing to actually say, okay, I need to actually go get a job to actually be able to support what I need. And you're sitting here saying, okay, well, you need statistics. No, I don't have any statistics right now on me. And I don't really need to.
You do.
I mean, if you own a business,
you laughed at, you literally laughed at me when I made the claim that crime rate has been decreasing.
That's
right?
because
You
it's
like
a
laughed
joke.
and you have no evidence. What was the joke?
That's because it is a joke. I want you to actually sit here and run a business. All you are is you're sitting on a social media
What is a business?
platform. Run a business?
Yeah, what is a business? Is this not a business?
No, it's not. It's you actually
literally, like,
having
well, legally
your
it's
own
a business.
personal thoughts, bro.
Thanos, legally it's a business. Like, legally.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. Legally it's a business.
What's really a business is the people who actually manufacture the app that you're on right now.
No, right? Dude, do you know can you just tell me what a business is?
Dude, I've been actually investing in the stock market for the past 7 years.
And apparently you don't know what a business is. Tell me what a business is.
What a business is? It is actually where you can afford, build, and work towards actually having something.
Well, I have a question. Mr. Beast, right? Is his YouTube platform a business?
Mr. Beast?
Yeah.
I have no idea who the hell that is.
Hundreds of millions of subscribers, 200 million subscribers, right? It's literally, he got an offer for $1 billion. Okay. And he turned it down.
Good for him.
Yeah. Is it a business? Yes or no?
Is Microsoft a business?
Appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. Yes.
No, is Microsoft a business?
Yes.
How do you say?
Because they're like going to be like, do you want me to just define what a business is?
No, I want you to tell me why it is that you're saying that Microsoft is a business, but you're sitting here and you're just chit-chatting with people and you're saying that that is a business.
Yeah. So like, so a business is going to be like an entity in which like is producing a particular service, right? For like some sort of monetary payment, right? That's typically speaking what it's going to be.
Are you getting paid right now?
Yes.
You are. And how much money do you make per hour on average?
I don't have an hourly wage.
You don't have an hour. Okay, so then you're not actually really getting paid.
Appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. I do get actually paid. Yes.
Okay, you probably get paid like once every couple of weeks.
I get paid weekly.
So you're an employee. You're not a business owner.
No, I get paid, but it's money that's paid through me, right? So it's just TikTok being the middleman.
Oh, okay, so it's money.
Right. So I still legally speaking, like if I file my taxes, I'm still set up as a business. Okay.
Okay. Well,
like legally, I'm defined as a business.
Okay. So where do you actually have offices and employees?
This is my office. I don't have any employees.
Okay, so you don't have any employees. Then you're not running a business. You're just giving opinions.
And this is a business. Like legally, it literally is a business. Are you saying that there are no businesses that have one individual that run the business? There are some people that run say if they run a boba shop and they're by themselves. Is that not a business?
I just have to ask
a solo business.
What is it that you sell?
My services.
What services?
The live stream, like the debates.
Honestly, do you think that we give a fuck about people that are on here? I'm sorry. I don't mean to be rude, but
if people didn't care, then why are people in the live?
No, I just scrolled up and you just sat here and said it's spanking abuse, and then you are automatically started going into this business or why is this so? And I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna tell you something. I'm a Generation Xer.
Why didn't you do that on a different live?
Okay, well then go fuck yourself, nigger.
Oh, of course he just says slurs. He's just so pissed. What is wrong with people, dude? What the fuck, dude? Like, bro, like, please, chat. What is going on? Like, why do they get so angry, chat? Why do they get so angry? It's actually so fucked, bro.
Yo,
what's up? How old are you?
20.
Yeah, do you think that spanking is abuse?
Well, what do you mean in spanking?
Like you smacking someone on the butt?
Oh,
right. We're talking like your child.
All right, nah, bro. In sense of terms, depending how old the child is.
Appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much.
How old the child is, and what terms of what you beating your kid for. Like, you don't fully like fledged beat the shit out your kid. You can just smack your kid on your ass. That's your kid. Do it.
Yeah. What level of force is okay?
I mean, don't fucking like welt the kid, scare him. That's what it is. Yeah, sometimes teach lessons the hard way.
So you're trying to scare them. Like, again, what level of force do you think should be allowed?
Mix well.
What it says in force. I mean, you don't smack them hard where you feel like traumatically scared the kid.
There's trauma caused from spanking in general. Like, I'm just gonna ask you this question, right? Is causing a bruise, is that too much?
Oh, that's too much. That's too much.
Okay, it's too much. Okay. So is causing a red mark too much?
How many times do you fall and hit your head as a kid? How many times do you hit yourself in the sense that you wouldn't be traumatic from that? I'm gonna put it like this. I'm a kid who really didn't get spanked. If I would have got spanked, I would have been a whole different type of person. A lot of kids grow up with no fathers. So did you have your father growing up?
Yeah, I did.
Was he an enforcer?
What do you mean an enforcer? I never got spanked. I never got hit.
Spanked, but
Push the cauldron, thank you.
A lot of kids nowadays didn't grow up with a dad, so a mother who spanks their kids.
My mom kind of dealt with all like that type of stuff. I was never like really in trouble much.
That's why I like. You gotta understand. Like, were you one of those kids who are traumatized from being whooped?
I never got hit.
You never got hit?
No, not once.
Did you? What kind of like surroundings have you grown up? Because a lot of kids who get abused. Because I am one who came out of foster care. I used to get beat as a kid, so like I know what forces are to be felt like. So it's like, in a sense, whooping your kid.
Hey, actually, I think I have something that might open your eyes a little bit. If you think other types of physical punishment are like abusive, not Brad, baby, I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. If you think that they're abusive,
emotional too, because you could tell a kid something really fucked up about themselves and think it's just funny or something, and it really could traumatize a kid. But
hey man, hold up. Before we do,
being spanked, bro. I'd rather be whooped than be mentally abused.
Yeah,
but
so getting whooped or getting hit can cause mental like trauma as well. So like, hold up.
Unless you're a pussy, don't get me wrong. Like, that's
hold up, man. Hold up. Okay, so there's
how old is this kid we're gonna be talking about?
I don't know. We're just talking about any kid.
Because if you're like 8, 9 years old and you're still doing the same stupid shit, go ahead and whoop that kid's ass. I'm from the hood.
Yeah, so like, let's ask this question first. So if you think other types of physical punishment, right, are bad, right?
Hell no, put that kid in the corner. Make him hold some books. You feel me? There's other ways to go ahead and do that shit. I'm not saying spanking is it is abuse. Don't get me wrong, but there's a certain extent. I came out the foster care system, so I understand there's an extent of somebody whooping a kid and abusing this kid versus someone just spanking their child on the ass one good time because they be in bed.
Cruz, thank you so much for the subscription. I appreciate it, by the way. Thank you so much. And also thank you for the cauldron. So there's a particular study here that I have that I could send you, right? Between like other types of physical abuse, right? And spanking, right? And they actually show that the same types of psychological and physiological impacts that exist with other forms of physical punishment and abuse also exists with spanking. Right.
But-
so if you think that if we see that both of them lead to these outcomes, these negative outcomes to the same degree, how could you say that one is abuse, but the other is not?
I mean, the receptors still get triggered, bro. I understand that. There's certain psychological triggers that hit when you get spanked. But at the same time, it's like most kids who have no type of punishment form, and most kids, I used to be a sly fox, used to try to get my way with shit. Everybody has, but sometimes kids cross that line. Kids are smart. If you're talking about a 6, 7, 8-year-old, I'm not talking about no infant, bro. I ain't talking about no kid that's 1, 2, 3, 4. Let them make all the mistakes they want so that we can learn on their own. Once you hit that 5, 6 mark, go ahead. Don't fucking red them. Don't abuse the child. If you can't you telling them 5, 6, 7 times this cannot happen.
So, Poppy, what was the answer to my question?
It's spanking abuse.
No.
Studies. What's your studies? Let me see the studies.
Yeah, I got you. So if you want to go to my link tree in my bio, or you can just look up what is the link between corporal punishment and child physical abuse, right? Again, it's going to demonstrate to you that there is not a statistically significant difference, right? Or a difference at all. And this is what we're talking about.
How do you discipline a child is my question. You want to get someone critique about it.
Yeah. So what do we mean by discipline, right? Do we mean building up like the values that they have to be able to do the right thing?
In general. Because a kid could be doing wrong in many areas, and most people don't know how to parent nowadays. Kids, because a lot of people nowadays are kids having kids.
That's how it's always been.
It's not how it's always been.
Can you tell me how it's been different?
How
in a sense it could be that way, but not in the others.
In their 30s, but nowadays kids are 15, 16, 17 having just left and right. And most of them don't
actually. Wait, do you not remember throughout history people were having kids like 12 through 16? Do you not remember? Do you just like? Did you not read history books?
I did read history books. We live in a different time.
They got married really young, so they would have kids earlier.
That was like 60 years ago. Even to 100. They still do it in other countries. I'm not fucking stupid.
Yeah, so again, I just gave you the study, right? If you don't see a difference between corporal punishment or spanking and other forms of child physical abuse.
I don't know. I want to see you with a kid and you raise a kid and you tell me how easy that's going to be. Without your mama being there. Or your daddy. And then see how it goes and see how it feels when your baby mama leave your ass because you stupid.
Why am I stupid? They just he left himself, dude. Why have they been getting so mad? What did I do, chat? I'm so concerned. I really don't know what I did. I think maybe it's just this topic. I don't know. We're going to go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you disagree. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. We're going to go on to the next person. Again, only do send a guest request if you disagree, everyone. We're going to go to the next person, everyone. Keep tapping that screen. Let's try to get to 1 million likes, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, I'm 23.
For sure. Do you think spanking is abuse?
I think that like the best way to like to start that though, I guess it depends on like what's spanking. Like I think if you're just using your hand and you're just bending them over and or like you're popping them on the mouth, and it depends on like the traumatic circumstance of what's going through. Because I heard what you said. It's a very traumatic experience to be spanked. And I actually, I worked in a child daycare for 3 years. I've been working with children most of my life. And I actually got my psychology degree in child development. And so we learned all about different parenting styles, and even for myself, sorry, I was only spanked like 3 times in my life. And my mom was only even spanked once. And generational trauma can come from a lot of other things, not even just that type of physical abuse. But like, let's say when I was working the daycare, I had a lot of kids. Sorry, I'm getting like nervous for some reason. That were like so like dangerous to other kids. And like, I think that once you find out that like some kids can almost be an immediate like danger to other people or like to themselves. Like one time I almost fell off a balcony to my death, and my mom, she was so traumatized, she bent me over and she spanked me. And I learned never to do that again. And so, but I don't think that should be a daily thing that you know, reach to though.
So you said earlier you think it's okay to pop a kid on the mouth, you said?
Yeah, like one time I told my mother, fuck you, like when I was like 8. And I'm like, yeah, my mom popped me on the mouth. And I learned, yeah, I should.
What do you mean by pop on the mouth?
Like a quick pop on the mouth. Like, let's just say if you're in a very heated argument and your mom, let's just say, I almost bully my mom sometimes. And I can think about that now as a grown adult, because my mom's like, really, she handled a lot of like my verbal abuse. And so she just popped me on the mouth once, and she never would do that. And I thought, wow, like I really like hurt her feelings enough to where she could do that. And so it made me realize.
What do you mean by pop on the mouth?
You know, like just straight on the like mouth. So like flat face, not like backhanded, front-handed, just straight like quick pop. Not too hard, but enough to sting.
So I don't think that's okay to do at all. I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. Like, again, these types of things have the same types of outcomes that you would say are bad within the context of other forms of physical abuse. So if they have the exact same types of psychological and physiological impacts, how do you say one is abuse but the other's not?
I think that well, abuse also can be defined as like a misuse. And I don't think it like, or for bad purpose. And I don't think it's for a bad purpose or misuse. I think it's very objectively, there was a purpose. Objectively, you're doing this for the greater good. Of course, it might seem like psychologically traumatic, but even as we learn in like, you know, for bullying and different studies, like it's kind of almost the children who succeed the most, there's a fine level of trauma a child has to go under. So if you look at even generational trauma like World War II and like kids and the way they grew up now versus us, we grew up on like Disney. We don't have like as much generational, like societal expectations as they did as a child. They weren't allowed to dream. You got like, they didn't have the right setups for society as even we do. So I think that when you're using a child for spanking and you're just all the time or threatening them, I'm going to spank your ass. Like that is abuse. That is psychological abuse. It's turning into more.
Well, let's address. So how do you say that there's a greater good?
So moral greater good. So know the goodness between right and wrong. Some people just don't know that it's okay to like not harass people. Like that guy who got shot in the mall because he was like telling that one guy who told him to leave him alone.
I'm talking about from spanking. How do you know that there's a greater good from spanking?
Because it's like, let's say if your child is an aggressive child and they subject of physical pain onto somebody else, and they don't know what that pain feels like because they've never been under, like, let's say a painful circumstance to really understand what it feels like. Then to like, let's say 2 kids get into a fight, it's a subjectively, like, I would think it's okay for somebody to defend themselves and for them to understand that, hey, like, you don't do that again. And I think that whenever they're young, let's just say 5 and under.
So you think it teaches them to do the right thing?
Yeah, I think it can teach them to do the right thing.
So
like you fuck around and find out. Like at the end of the day, like
so I could send you multiple studies that indicate that like kids are significantly more likely to engage in aggressive behavior. They're more likely to be disobedient. They're more likely to engage in bad behavior, given the fact that they've been spanked.
I think how often though? Because like, I mean, I think that if that happens every day, if it happens monthly, yes, I could agree with you. But if it happens once a year, if it happens maybe one time in your life, it happens, whatever, I don't think that those studies are the people they're really looking at or who are part of that, you know.
So you're saying it's only okay in the context of it happening just once?
Yeah, or no, under under the presence of a very traumatic circumstance. Like if your child or if somebody is doing something that's going to, let's just say, already cause like this psychological traumatic circumstance to peers, people around them, and the child doesn't have that moral compass, is not understanding that emotional regulation. It's like it's kind of a trigger to allow them to kind of understand, ow, I got hurt. Why did this is happening? It's like, and then they start to understand the consequences of their actions. Some people have that moral compass and they're raised, and some children understand that. Some people understand that, but some people just don't.
Wait, why does spanking give them the ability to understand the right thing? Again, we've given evidence to indicate that it does not. It does the complete opposite. So what makes you believe that?
I think, I mean, I've read different studies too whenever I was in there, and I'm not going to pull them up because it's been like 2 years since I've been off. I've taken the gap years, and I'm just saying this subjectively, not even just from studies. Like I've just talked to different people about their raising, the way they grew up, and I find that some people who did have more discipline, they gain to respect their parents more and not see them as friends, but see them almost authority. And those people actually, I do see like around me have pursued more in life and done more things. So that's just me subjective.
Wait, so what do you mean by authority?
So like understanding, just like with society, I mean, you're going to have to work for, the big, like whatever it is in life, you're going to have to answer.
No, I mean like with your parents. I just want to hear how do you see authority in the context of a parent?
So like, there's the 4 different types of parenting styles. And so like, even with like, I think, I can't even remember the one, I'm sorry. In the sense that like, it just teaches like respect, I think. I don't know. That's just me. I can't say that like, but like, I mean, if you're an aggressive child and
I'm asking like what is authority in the context of a parent?
To tell them like, and to show them exactly what happens if like, when you do something that like, okay, so let's say if a child is aggressive to another child and they're consistently a bully, they've thrown chairs. I've seen this literally, they throw chairs, stab children aggressively, just consistently go after other children. And like, there's so much a teacher can do, and they will not allow you to separate the child because then it's considered bullying. You don't want to like separate them completely. But once the child starts to become immediately a harm to other children and other people consistently, I have found that from talking to a lot of those moms, they were not ever abusive with their children. They would bawl. They would lose themselves, and they wouldn't have composure, and they would almost reward them with good behavior. And they didn't give them the right like guidance, and nor did the children ever really understand what kind of physical pain that they were, I think, inflicting onto another child. They had a very good, stable, as far as I can be seen, and like everything checked out, they had a very stable household, and they always like excuse their child's behavior, and it's like that's okay to defy. Like I'm one for like trusting.
Yeah, so
go with your child, but at the same time, like if a child is literally inflicting physical pain onto other people, I think to spank your child and understand
that needs professional help, not to spank. Spanking reinforces the issue of them being aggressive. I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. Why would you spank them rather than getting professional help?
Well, I think that at the end of the day, let's just say if you can't afford it, if you can't afford professional help, I mean, you can say that at the end of the day that you can like try to find these resources and that, but then that also can bring in problems of, okay, well, you can't, let's say people who are like already at the threat of getting their children taken away from them. I worked at a daycare where a lot of them just were getting their children back from DHS. So it's like, even like stuff like that. And so it's like, they're not going to seek out that type of help either. But they also didn't use spanking as a tool either. And I'm not saying spanking, it should be like something where you grab an object, you use a whipping tool, you do that, and like you should threaten your child when they're young to do that. I'm saying once a child is older, honestly, if they're in like middle school age, elementary school age, and they do something that's wrong, to pop them on the mouth. If they're getting in your face, if they're becoming a threat to you. I mean, you see those children who like literally beat on their parents. It's like, defend yourself.
So why do they have aggressive behaviors in the first place? Right? Likely speaking, because they learn these aggressive behaviors from somewhere, right? So what we need to do is not reinforce those aggressive behaviors by hitting them. What we need to do is we need to demonstrate to them an example that that's not how you're supposed to engage in treating people that you love and care about. Right? So why do you think it's good to reinforce the exact same issue? Because again, spanking them puts them at a greater likelihood of it leading to them having more aggressive behavior or not obeying or not like being obedient or like doing the good thing. Whatever you would consider to be like is leading towards better outcomes for children.
I think objectively, I'm probably not saying like this is right for everybody, but I'm saying subjectively through my own experience and through like what I've seen from other people, once they've gotten popped in the mouth or once they like learned, let's say like my mom, she told me her story. She only got spanked once, and it was because she once went to the river where my grandpa's brother died, and she almost drowned. And he spanked her one fucking time, really hard. And she learned, because he didn't have the emotional compass to explain to her emotionally at that time, why she shouldn't be going there. She was like 3. But she learned, never to go there again. And once she was old enough, then he was able to explain it to her. And so those are in times where it's like, I could understand that. Like, I'm not saying that's something where it should be ever used. Like, it's abuse, but it's almost like sometimes like, we did them studies where like certain kids who go under a certain level.
Wait, what'd you consider abuse?
If it could be considered abuse, spanking, I would say that like it would be more to me something that's like a psychological trigger and you're doing it on purpose and for a misuse though overall, not for something you're doing out of the moral compass of trying to protect your child. And like honestly, like really doing the best that you can to handle that situation. Like I'd say, because a lot of people, our children, our parents weren't raised to have the emotional compass that even we are. They weren't allowed to express their feelings. So I think that we are discrediting them for sometimes trying to do the best that they can in that moment. Like for those
so I'm not discrediting people for trying to do the best they can. What I'm saying is that you do not have to spank children, right? There's very clear evidence to indicate that it makes it worse off to spank the children. You need to build up the effective communication. People need to take parenting classes before they have children. They really do, right? I think that there should be government funded parenting classes for every individual to take, right? I think that's unbelievable that we don't have that in society because it's honestly so important.
Because at the end of the day, most people's problems come from lack of money in the society and the economy and the way that everything's already going. So for you to say that people need to take time out of their day already when they're already struggling to go to pay the government for some person.
Yeah, we do this. We do this with driving cars. I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. We do this with driving cars. We do this with guns. We do this with lots of other things, right? Like, why do we like only hyperfixate on it when it relates to this circumstance?
Well, that's wrong because that's objective. To the guns, I have my gun license. I took that in outdoor ed, and I took the test, and I have my driver's license. That's subjective. You take the test. It's a manual. It's an objective right or wrong. Subjectively, parenting is a subjective experience because culture and the way that people are going to raise their children already is a subjective experience. So you can't have
wait. What are you talking about? It's absolutely like we can see how different parenting mechanisms affect people. What are you talking about?
So you think
I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much.
So would you argue there's only one right way to parent your child?
I'm not necessarily saying there's only one right way. Thank you, Sophia. I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. But classes will teach many different ways that are effective, right? Different types of theory.
Hey, I spent 4 years on childhood development, how to raise children. And if you tell me right now, after spending even 3 years as in the daycare and all my life working with children and mentoring them to have a child, I can still tell you that I wouldn't even know kind of how it's going to go. So you telling me that after taking a class, the government is going to tell me how to be a parent, that I'm going to be,
that people on average are going to be better or more likely to be better parents. Yes.
I think that if you give people the right moral compass already and you make people and better role models, then they'll just be better parents. We don't need to have them go to a parenting class. That's a whole nother thing.
Parenting class is a part of that. Parenting classes for people who are right now, who have already grown up, have already passed that point, right? We can do that for people in the future when it relates to education. But what about the people that exist now? What about the parents that are already there now? That's not an effective mechanism for now. That's only saying, oh, we just need to fix this in the very long-term future. Okay, well, we need to do both.
The type of class that you would have to have is to learn child like autonomy and like learn like different coups and what it means for like a baby to cry and like how to soothe the child, like child CPR. I agree on all those things. Like
different ways of parenting than using spanking.
Like I can understand that could be part of the class. I could agree that that's something that I think that would be, it shouldn't be required because I think, again, it's a free country. That would almost take away free autonomy already. Like there's already so many rights and so many, you have to do this. But I do think that should be almost like another available resource. I agree with that. But
Did you know in some places in the U.S. in some states that there are already places that had made it illegal to spank your kid in the way that I'm referencing?
Well, I'm from the South, so I'm from Arkansas. So
Well, I know the South. I know the South doesn't have those types of things, but there are other states that do, and it works and it's fine, right?
What states are those?
I know Michigan has particular like more or less strict laws on it. That's one that comes to mind right off the bat. But I can give you ones that say that it's. I'll give you like a list right now.
And that's not trying to question your intelligence. I know you're right, probably. Like,
no, I don't even remember all of them off the top of my head.
And that's me wondering if it's like the more northern, southern states, and that's really depends on what state.
Yeah, it was like the north. I'm pretty sure it's like the northeast type states. Definitely, it's definitely like the more like considerably liberal areas.
And see, that's where it also is just going to cause a whole nother thing. So,
well, I mean, you can obviously point to a bunch of places in Europe. There are actually lots of places that have bans. That's actually wild. I didn't know that there were so many places that have made spanking illegal.
Well, I think at the end of the day, also, though, it's so expensive already to have a child. So if you're looking at people to even want to have a child nowadays, you're really going to have to work on the economy before you want even people to be good parents. Because I think that for a lot of people who come from poorer income families, I think the reason why a lot of mistreatment from children or aggressive behavior or anything is lack of understanding of like a certain social situation, of understanding why you're in a situation that you are. And so I think that overall, though, when it comes to helping children or whatever, like the government just needs to obviously find more ways to actually help people live, if you ask me. But I'm going to get off here. It was great talking
for sure.
to you.
Appreciate you coming on.
Thank you for the platform.
Thank you so much. All right, we're going to go to the next person. Everyone keep tapping that screen. We're almost to 1 million likes. Keep tapping. Let's try to get to 1 million before we do end it today, everyone. Share the live as well. Maybe we'll be able to get to 2,000 before we do end it today, everyone. But yeah, I'm going to be on. Maybe we'll get like one more person on here for tonight. Again, if you like my content, follow me if you haven't already. Gemini, I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. If you want to have access to the sub-only chat that I put on for the last hour of my lives, subscribe to me if you haven't already. You get access to the emotes, right, and the exclusive sub-only chats at the end of the lives every single day. We're almost at 1,300 subs, everyone. I just want to say I really appreciate it, everyone. We're on the track to hit 1,500, which is absolutely fucking crazy, everyone. I think we're literally like top 5 on all of TikTok, so this is absolutely insane. I really appreciate everyone. We're going to go into the next person. We're going to get one more person on for today. Again, if you like the content, follow me if you haven't already, everyone. I go live literally every single day, y'all. I just noticed, yeah, it's so crazy.
How are you doing?
How old are you?
47 years old and
sure.
Probably enough to be your daddy.
For sure. Do you think spanking is abuse?
No. And let me say a couple things here before I start. By putting sub only in your comments, you're a coward. Number one.
Can I respond to this first? Right. So sub only is something I do for the last hour of my lives. I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. For the first 5 hours of my live, like every single day is completely open. Yesterday, I literally did 10 hours of an open live. Right. So this is just for the last hour of my lives.
I've bounced in and out of here for the past 3 hours and only had to really actually create a let's talk. So here's the thing.
So if you've been here for 3 hours, I had open chat for like most of it.
No, you didn't. But
yeah, I did.
I couldn't talk to you.
Yeah, because I have guests. I
describe again.
I had other guests.
Describe again what your context is for spanking is abuse.
Yeah.
In what context is that abuse?
Yeah, so abuse under my definition is just going to be like intentionally in the physical connotation, by the way, intentfully physically harming a child without good reason. So I think there's no good reason to spank children, right?
So do you agree that mental harming children is equally as abusive?
Yeah, I do think that mentally harming children is definitely abusive, yeah.
Okay, so now if a child mentally is harming another child, how do you get through to that child that what they're doing is wrong if their mental capacity does not accept that the only way to do this is by disappointment in itself?
I'm confused with your question. Can you reword it?
So let's say you've got a child who is, okay, let me give you my life example. My brother tried to kill me.
I'm sorry to hear that, by the way.
But you're not. What did it take for my mom to stop that?
What do you mean I'm not sorry?
because you're a generation that is so coddled that doesn't understand that there are certain times. There was nothing my parents did wrong. My younger brother, my older brother, they had mental issues of their own that needed to be dealt with, and it took physical action to stop that action.
Wait, so why do you think that? Like, I don't think that. Like, I'm so confused.
Explain to me why.
Just because you have like, you had like assumptions about like my generation, that doesn't
But
mean
you're
that
saying
I don't have empathy.
spanking is abuse.
I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. Yeah, I am. I'm saying it's bad to spank people, right? And for some reason, that means that like I don't have empathy.
You don't have an understanding of what it takes to actually be a parent. How many kids do you have?
I don't have any kids, right? But there are many people who do have kids who agree with me,
How old
including
are
my
you?
parents.
How old are you?
I'm 21.
So you're younger than my children. So I've got two children that grew up knowing that they would get swatted on the ass if they overstepped their bounds. And I've got 3 stepkids that were raised in your generation that talked back and had no consequences for all their mouth running. I had to take those kids to the police station.
Yeah, so first of all, this is going to be anecdotal. Second of all, this is going to be just the case that, again, you're not able to see different types of variables that could influence behavior. Whereas when we look at like in the context of studies, we're able to like look at these particular like variables.
I don't
we're
think
able
you're
to
looking
show,
at the right
clearly
studies.
speaking, that spanking, I can send you many of them. If you could send me one study that disputes anything I've said, I would love to see it.
The Christian church is all for
of course,
spanking,
like
not
a Bible?
abuse. Not abuse.
Like, seriously, a Bible? A fucking Bible, dude? You've got to be kidding me, dude.
Yeah.
Right, like I'm
That's
actually
what your
serious.
problem
like,
is?
I'm asking for some
So I saw you on here the other night. You changed your topics. You're so lost in the world that you live in that you can't accept the reality of what your generation is becoming.
Dude, there's nothing wrong with being Christian. My parents are Christian, right? But they don't use their fucking Bible to then hit me, okay? That's wild, bro.
Is there a difference between hitting and spanking?
I grew up
you
Christian.
put up spanking.
Spanking is a type of hitting.
It's a swat on the ass.
Yeah, which is hitting. A swat is hitting. If I swat you in the face, did I hit you? Yeah. Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. If I swat you on the chest, did I hit you? Yes.
At that point,
if I swat you on the leg, did I hit you? Yes. If I swat you and hit you anywhere in your body, yes.
There's a certain point when it's more personal versus getting your attention, and that's what your generation doesn't understand.
What do you mean just getting your attention? If you're just getting your attention, speak to me.
What if we've already tried that?
Voice.
What if we've already tried that?
Again, then maybe you're not like effectively communicating. Let's reapproach how we communicate to our child. Let's identify the cause of this particular behavior. Right.
My wife is a daycare worker, just like the last lady that was on, going through the same things. We cannot always dictate what other people raise their kids to be. But to get attention, if she was legally allowed in a daycare sitting, she would swat them on the ass. And there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, so I think there clearly is. If we look at the studies, they clearly indicate that spanking children puts them at a greater likelihood of expressing.
So you're saying that my generation?
Let me finish.
Okay, hold on, because you're irrelevant.
A greater likelihood. I'm irrelevant. Okay, so I'm so irrelevant that I'm just gonna mute you right now, and I'm gonna finish with what I'm saying. Spanking puts them at a greater likelihood of there being aggressive behavior, puts them at a greater likelihood of there being PTSD, anxiety, depression, puts them at a greater likelihood of not being like obedient or like engaging in good behavior, right? These things you would associate with better outcomes for children, yet again, at the same time, right, you think that spanking is somehow an effective mechanism?
Am I okay now?
Yeah, you may speak.
Yeah, God. So here's the thing.
You're welcome.
Here's the thing. When it comes down to situational behaviors that you have to do with, would you agree? Now, how did your parents discipline you? Let's just start there.
We would communicate mostly.
What
Like
was
in
the
certain,
communication, and how did you respond? How many brothers and sisters did you have, and did you all respond the same way?
yeah, so I had two sisters and an older brother, right? Clearly all of us didn't respond the same. None of us had to get spanked though. Absolutely wild. It's almost like even though there's lots of children and even though, right, there's some that are not as easy to deal with, right? It seems like you still don't have to hit them, right? So
But
it is the case.
you're talking hitting as in a, like the last lady, it was like a pop in the mouth. I got popped on the mouth. You swear at your parents, you get popped on the mouth. Maybe if your generation actually understood that, they wouldn't be talking back to the freaking people out here in society, and our government wouldn't be going to hell. But that's aside
Yeah,
from the
so
point.
wait,
I
so
can get,
talking out against society is actually a good thing? I thought you were for freedom of speech, right? Apparently it's
no,
a
I
bad
said
thing whenever
you
we
would
speak out against
not.
the government, right? It's apparently
You
it's a bad
would
thing when
not.
we speak out of against.
Okay,
It's
let's
apparently
get
it's bad.
specific.
Apparently
Let's get
it's bad.
specific.
Apparently it's bad when we speak out against the government. But whenever you
Let's
say
get
anything about the
specific.
government, it's completely okay and justified.
Let's get specific. Maybe if our generation had spanked your ass a little bit more, we wouldn't have more people like you out there fighting the cops for no just reason other than they think they're entitled because they never got spanked.
What do you mean, dude? When do they fight cops? I'm confused.
It's
When
your
did I fight a cop?
generation. It's your generation.
How is
you
me
listen
not
to my
being
wife
spanked?
in the
A lot of
background.
my,
She's
by the
still
way, a lot of my generation still did get spanked. You know that, right?
and they're the ones that aren't fighting the cops.
You understand that actually, if we look at the statistics again, right, it is the case that if you are not spanked, you are at a less likelihood of engaging in
Do me a
aggressive
favor.
behavior, which you just were expressing, right, in terms of that circumstance. You
Do me a
said my
favor.
generation was engaging in aggressive behavior. That would be more likely to occur if we were spanked. So you're just empirically wrong.
No, you're wrong because the people
No, you're
that
actually like wrong.
had,
You have
No,
your
show me
feelings,
the
man.
evidence. Pull it up on your
Damon, you
screen
have
right
your
here.
feelings, Damon. You have your feelings,
No.
right? But these are the facts.
No, I will show
I
you
appreciate the
actual
subscription.
evidence.
Thank you. Send me anything.
I will show you actual evidence. Follow me, and you and I can get into a one-on. You muted me again?
No, I followed you.
Okay, follow me. It just popped up. Looked like it said mute. Follow me. I'll send you some links to actual non-abuse spanking versus actual talking and where these kids get you. Now, actually,
I would
don't
love to
lie
see
to
it.
I will. And don't lie to your followers when you get shut down.
I don't lie to my followers, right? Everything that I'm relating to on live right now is literally backed up by peer-reviewed fucking evidence, okay? I'm not whipping shit out of my ass. I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. I do research before I look into these things, right? I'm not just whipping shit out of my ass
Hold on a second.
like you are right now, man.
Nope, hold on.
I can't wait to see trustmebro.org. Can't wait to see it.
Hold on, I'll pull it up too.
Watch it say Christian.com, Christianity.com. I would trust me. I'll put it in the Discord. I'll put exactly what you send me in the Discord, and people can look at it themselves. Everyone, in the meantime, keep tapping that screen. Let's try to get to 1.5 million likes. If you want to help get out to more people, keep sharing the live. Everyone, copy link, send it to a few friends. It will help get it out to more people. You already know the deal, everyone. Hopefully, everyone's having a good day so far, though. Everyone, how's everyone doing in the comment section right now? If you want to have access to the sub only chat, subscribe if you haven't already. Everyone, we're almost at 1,300 subs, everyone. So if you want to sub up, you can do so right now. Appreciate the boiling cauldron. Thank you so much. Hit up the auto renewal. It's the best way to run it up in the chat. Looking fresh today? Yeah, no, I'll have to show the fit later. This is like what my girlfriend picked out. Oh, by the way, when you're paused, man, I can't hear you. So I'll hear you when you come back. You can keep looking though. I'll just keep talking to chat. Are you adding some more after him? No, this is the last person. I am going to get off after this. It's been 6 hours already. We'll probably send everyone over to like Dean's live or something. Or maybe Danny, because Danny's doing a debate. Dean's like doing the psychic. I appreciate the hand art. Thank you so much. We'll see what we do. Because I haven't gotten Danny in a long time. I've gotten Dean so many times. Appreciate the hand art. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. But yeah, if you have any questions right now, put it in the comment section right now. If you want to have access to the sub only chat right now, subscribe if you haven't already. We normally have chat completely open, everyone. We do sub only chat for the last hour of the live. Parker, thank you for the content you make. I appreciate it. Have you read any, oh, wait, where did it go? ABA research. Oh, can you like clarify what you mean by ABA? Heading out, Parker, love the live. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. What's your girlfriend's name? I don't want to say on live because I don't want to like dox her or anything. My BF and I watch your lives daily. Love it. Oh, I appreciate it, Emma. W Emma in the comment section. W Emma. We love you. I appreciate it. I appreciate it so much, chat. The fact that there's just like so much community. Royal Bright Bites. I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. It's honestly like literally, it's absolutely so crazy. I would have never expected shit like this to occur. So like, I really appreciate it, y'all. Barbie, I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. We're almost to 1,300, everyone. Like we're 1289, y'all. That's absolutely wild. What kind of material is the shirt? I don't know, but actually I really like it. Like I really like this material. I like how it looks. And then also like the kind of baggy jeans kind of hit too. Hippie Sam, I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. While he's like doing this, I can kind of like show the fit, everyone. Yo, thank you. I appreciate the hat and mustache. Thank you so much. Let me move my chair. Like you can see yo, I appreciate the hand heart. Thank you so much. We got like the pants. Oh, I can't even. The pants and then like the shirt. It's really basic. They're like kind of baggier pants. I kind of like the baggier pants vibe. Haley, I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. Yeah, and then I also just got shoes recently. Maybe I could show y'all. Right? Should I go grab the shoes, chat? Should I go grab the shoes? While he's still grabbing this real quick. Should I go grab the shoes? Matt, I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Yeah? Okay. All right. Give me one. Oh, crap. No way. What the? How did I do that? All right, everyone. I got it. So I'll show y'all the shoes, everyone. We got some Adidas. They're like pretty basic. They're just like literally like. Did you find your source?
I've been trying to talk to you, but you're not listening.
Dude, I already told you. I can't hear you whenever you're on pause because you fucking scrolled out of the app and it pauses and it mutes your mic. I already said that to him, but he was probably screaming. He was probably so angry or some shit.
You talked to me while I was on the internet for 1 second, and then you started ignoring me while I was showing you resources.
I didn't talk to you while you were on the internet. No, I didn't.
Okay, maybe you were talking to your other followers. Let's see.
Yeah, I was talking to the chat. Yeah. But yeah, chat. These are the shoes. You want to tell me? You can tell me right now. You there, bro?
See, you can't let me share my screen.
No, that's not how TikTok works.
And you can't let me talk to you while I'm trying to read from you these sites that you can go see.
That's not me. That's not me. That's TikTok.
You've subscribed to me. I will share those to you.
Yeah, you can send them to me. That's fine. But this is TikTok. This isn't me. I'm not the one fucking muting you when you go off the live. That's not me. I promise. I'm not the creator of TikTok. I promise.
No, I know you're not. Yeah, no, I can't figure out TikTok because I'm way beyond TikTok.
You're way beyond TikTok. I like how you call my generation like useless and like we're like doing some shit that's so stupid, but then you can't even fucking utilize an app, right?
No, it's just usually when I'm like
slightly hypocritical, maybe a little bit. Maybe
when I'm on a conference call with somebody, I can usually go and I can swipe up. I can go. I can read. I can share links. TikTok's all control, right?
Yeah, no, so this is different. TikTok, those like abilities, it would be cool. Like if you could share your screen, maybe it'd be cool, but like there would also be problematic implications because like just some random person being able to share their screen on my live could be like problematic. I appreciate the email message. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Alicia. Thank you. Because like they could show like corn and stuff.
So I will send you some links and you can read them. I'm not going to sit here. I'm not going to convince you, but you can go on and invite me in tomorrow.
Tomorrow I'm doing God Live.
Oh, we'll do that one too.
You believe in God?
I've seen God.
Okay. Yes, Damon, we will have a conversation tomorrow. Actually, like right when I get on live, I want to talk to you.
Okay. What time are you going on?
Tomorrow I should be live. Tomorrow I have class 2:00, 2 p.m. Pacific Standard Time.
Pacific, so that would be I am.
But I'll
Central,
be on live for like 6 hours or so.
Mountain
so like,
time,
so you can come on at any point. I follow you, so I'll see you.
Okay. All right. I will send you some links. You followed me. I can
make
show
sure to
you
follow
some
me
things.
back. Click the top.
Yeah.
Click the follow button on the top.
I got you right here. I'm not going to subscribe because I don't agree. But
oh no, you don't have to subscribe. I'm not asking you to subscribe. No, I'm just saying follow so that you can like DM me. Yeah, that's good.
I followed you.
All right. Is there anything else you want to say, Damon?
Nope. Have a good night, and I love
you as well.
I love that you create actual debate, not dictatorship.
Yeah, appreciate it, man. You know, we ended on a good note, chat. We ended on a good note. You know what I mean? Let's end on a good note. I appreciate the hat and mustache. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. End on a good note. I don't know if that was a compliment or if he was joking. I'm going to take it as a compliment though, chat. Okay. I'm going to take it as a compliment. All right, everyone. I am going to end the live right now. I might, I'm not going to be going on a second account right now. Probably not. I will be on tomorrow, likely at 2 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Everyone, you already fucking know the deal, everyone. I appreciate everyone who came on today. Today was a great fucking live, everyone. It was honestly amazing. Who should we hit a raid for today, everyone? Also, again, if y'all want to see the fucking, the fit going crazy today, I'm not gonna lie. I kind of like the fit. I gotta get more clothes like this, but like, it's been so long since I've gone to the mall and like actually gotten clothes. Danny? Yeah, let's go to Danny's live right now, everyone. We're gonna fucking raid the shit out of Danny right now. Okay, everyone? We're gonna raid the fuck out of Danny. Okay? Let me go to Parker Get a Bible, and we're gonna raid the fuck out of Danny. Okay, everyone, let's run this shit up right now. Everyone, look up here. Let me turn this off so that y'all can see. Let me open the chat and turn this off. I appreciate everyone who came on today. Everyone, look up Danny Phil Talk. Spam Parker raid. Spam love from Parker. We're gonna fucking raid the shit out of Danny right now. Danny Phil Talk. Parker raid. Spam love from Parker. Danny PHILTALK. Like Phil, like philosophy. Right, PHIL, and then talk. So Danny Phil Talk. Okay, everyone. Spam Parker raid, spam love for Parker. Love y'all so much. See y'all later, everyone.